should know his mission. That's not the biggest thing for me, you know what I mean, for the hit, but like, I'm just glad that he did. But he had a second thing, did you see that they came out with a shooter for the Brown situation, the Brown University? They're saying is this white man.
Wisconsin.
What?
A white man from Wisconsin?
Oh, yeah, from Wisconsin, yeah. And now some people are saying they heard him scream Allahu Akbar. Now, let me tell you something. Then, so they're like, I don't think it's him because they heard somebody scream Allahu Akbar.
I need to hear it before I believe it. I need to hear it before I believe it.
And if anybody it does something like this and they scream Allahu Akbar first, I'm going to know for a if the government set up because that's just part of the script. Because why would so it's just we're talking like, oh yeah, make sure you scream Allahu Akbar. So that's just how it's going to feel like for me. And
somebody broke up my window and robbed my car a few years back. I know that they screamed Allahu Akbar before they did it. So and you can't change my mind.
So sad. But I mean, I'm talking about the ones on. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Let's go. Let me go to Smans. Gio, go ahead.
Hello, how you going? I'm in Australia, and listening to Australian talk speak, I would say a lot of Australians share his sentiment. I served in the Australian Army as an infantryman. I am very familiar with the weapons, and the police force here in Australia do not carry long-arm rifles in the boots of their cars. They are not trained with long-arm rifles. They're only trained with handguns and pepper spray and other means. They do not have high levels of training. This is the problem that I would say is the major problem Australia faces. We are supposed to rely on our police to protect us as a society, but they are not trained to do that. Yet the government won't allow people the means to defend themselves. I heard that woman speaking saying that you can have justification for as many firearms as you want, yes, but you must keep them locked in a gun safe. You must keep the ammunition locked separately. You can't carry them around the streets to self-protect yourself and your family. This is part of the issue. If the police did have the sufficient training, they would act. They act immediately if they were nearby. It's just enough to provide incoming fire to these chaps. So they would feel like they need to duck down and not be so brazen. One of those gentlemen was walking out in the open with a shotgun, and an unarmed bystander was able to disarm him, yet the police were nearby and not even providing any sort of incoming fire to tell these guys, you know, you need to stop doing what you're doing. This is totally unacceptable from any military or training background. The training they get is totally insufficient. The response was insufficient. Any politician stands up and says, oh, the police are doing their best, I would really question about the training they receive. Like they go to the basic training, they get 6 weeks of handgun training, they become qualified to shoot a target. You know, it's ridiculous. That's my opinion.
So you think that the delay in response we saw from vicinity, just the time it took from there, and then also the reports of officers going by in their patrol cars and not stopping, as well as officers standing by, is because they were inept and inadequately armed and trained. And that's why we have reports of them not responding for so long.
My opinion is if you are armed with a 9mm pistol and you're coming up against long-arm rifles, your training would be to stay out of the way. Your training would be to wait for the special operations groups to attend and take care of the situation. That's what your training would be, which is not. I'm not saying that part of it's I'm saying the part of
the guy. I mean, what do you mean? Like, if an unarmed civilian can get within tackling distance of the guy, how can a police officer not get within handgun firing range? I don't understand that logic.
No, but the point is that you're equipped with a small arm fire. You are coming up against with someone with a long, high-powered weapon. Your training, this is what I'm talking about, is the training is not sufficient. You're coming up against highly powered weapons. You're going to be trained to stay out of the way and not endanger yourself until higher powered weapons come to the scene. The point is they don't have higher powered weapons in their vehicles. They're not equipped. The training is not sufficient. They don't have the required weapons to defend the people of the nation. If they don't have the weapons to defend the people of the nation, yep, they say to the people, you're not allowed to have weapons. And if you do have a weapon, you have to keep it in a safe, in your house locked, and you have to keep the ammunition in a separate safe, only to be used for sporting and other activities, yet we can't use them to protect ourselves. This is a major problem.
Ms., you can respond, and since you brought it up, and then I'm going to go to Aussie. Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, so from my experience, what I've seen, they have got long-arm rifles in their boot. So I've seen it happen. Seen people get raided. They get out, pull out the guns, get in the boot, pull out the guns. You can even check online. It shows you exactly which guns they're meant to be carrying. But like I said, I'm in Melbourne, so maybe it's different in New South Wales. But I've seen it with my own eyes. So, and also the training.
Aussies on that point, though, Australian Talks or Aussie Crusader, do you guys, do cops have, high-powered rifles at their disposal in their vehicles? Even if not, surely the police station that's right there, like on the block, would have rifles, right, Geoff? Like, right?
They do have them in their lockers locked away. But what's the point of that? They need to have them in the vehicle, sufficient training. They need to be able to pull them out at least to suppress the the guys doing the firing. They need to be at least able to suppress them until special operations do arrive. Even if, like that young lady was saying about helicopters and those type of things, we do need to have a response. But they do need to have the training to at least put down 1 round per second or whatever on those gentlemen firing to suppress them. But they're just allowed to walk around in the open and fire. Like, give me a break. That is totally unacceptable from any trained person.
The Aussies coming up. I love my Aussies. Aussie Crusader, and then Hit Slap. There you go. Hi, Hit Slap. What are your thoughts, man?
Obviously a very tragic event. I'm inclined to agree with Jeff, and I just want to point out 2 things that may be different from the US. The thing is, and this is on average, okay, there are exceptions, but I see a lot of cops in the US, they kind of, from like video footage and certain, my perception is a lot of cops in the US are kind of willing to lay down their lives to do the right thing. They get into the police force because they want to make a difference, have good intentions in the beginning. In Australia, there's a lot of, DEI hirings, and we want more women in the workforce, and a lot of people do it just for a paycheck. It's kind of, I have the impression that it's a much different mentality than you get in the US. So Jeff's absolutely correct. I know 2 people who are cops, and the regular patrol cars, they all have a locker, like a security gate or something in the boot that they can lock stuff in, but they're generally not carrying high-power rifles unless they have, like, warning, or if they know, or if there's a scheduled raid or something like this. But the regular cops don't. They have the facility where you can lock something up, but they're generally not carrying high-power rifles. It is true. They generally just got their handguns. The other thing is, most cops, well, again, I'm a stereotype, but I know from talking to my 2 friends who are cops, a lot of the cops are just doing to get a paycheck. They don't really want to get shot at. They don't want to risk their ass. They just think, I'll just go out there, I'll get a paycheck and blah, blah, blah. So when the call comes over, you might say, why don't they just go running in there with their handgun?
Are you saying that they're pussies?
And I'm saying that the mentality, like, it's just perception. I'm not drawing on any data, but my perception in the US is, like, when there's a school shooting or whatever, it seems like there's a lot of cops who want to go running in there and save the kids, or to say, what's going on. Whereas, because of, I guess, why they got into becoming police officers. Whereas in Australia, there's a lot of, you can even see the recruitment ads. You can make a living being, are you a woman? We need more women. And we don't encounter, Jeff, I think Australian Talk made this point, the police, not many people in Australia are, so when a lot of people who get into to become police officers, they don't expect to encounter a gun very often. So they're not trained in the same way that the American police officers seem to be very well trained to deal with someone with a weapon. Whereas a lot of Australians, you even saw ages ago in Melbourne, there was a guy, he drove a car with like some incendiary devices into the middle of the CBD, and I think he had like a sword or something. And there were 5 cops surrounding him. They had guns. They didn't know what to do. Do we shoot him? Do we not shoot him? It took ages for them to even get there. So I was going to make one point that the Australian police force, when it comes to dealing with 2 people with high-power rifles, most of them are going to, we don't have very good training for that. This is absolutely true. So I tend to agree with that. And in terms of having a gun, again, I know people with guns. I look to get one myself. There are a lot of rules and a lot of laws. You do have to keep the ammunition separate. You can only get a bolt-action rifle. The clip can only have like 3 or 5 bullets. It's very low powered. In order to get any kind of like semi-automatic gun or like what you consider an AR-15, you need a hunter's license. You have to go through loads of kind of hoops. It's very hard to get anything other than a bolt-action with like 5 bullets in the clip. So my impression is the reason it took so long is, again, one, Australian cops are not really equipped to deal with kind of mass shootings, and there is a special police force or a couple of special areas where you guys do have like the SWAT team, whatever. When they do raids, they are well trained. They have very, high-powered ammunition. They have shields, they have masks, they have a lot of stuff, right, police? But the average police officer is, in my mind, if you get a cop on here, they can contradict me. When they get the call out, shots fired, high-powered rifles, blah, 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 a lot of them are going to panic. They're like, I got into this to do paperwork and get a paycheck. I don't want to get my arse shot off. So that's probably, whereas again, when I see in the US, I see some much more courageous people who are trained to deal with firearms. They probably have firearms themselves, and they're probably used to firearms in their regular life, let alone having to do it at work. So the Australian police, when it comes to dealing with, shooting event, the right team, okay, but the regular cop, they're going to be inept. They're not going to know what to do. They're going to panic. They're going to keep their distance until they're going to wait for the right police. The regular officers are not going to do very much.
So you attribute...
Can I just make one quick point before I leave? I'm just going to say that the police are carrying these firearms for self-protection. That's the main reason they're carrying firearms, in case they get attacked by someone really, because they don't expect to get attacked by someone carrying a firearm because of the strict controls. So they are wearing vests, they carry the firearms only for self-protection purposes, and that's the main reason they get trained to use them.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay. Can I just
hold on. I'm giving the Australians press, I'm giving them priority here. Sorry about that, bro. And then Aussie, and then we'll go to Mick, of course.
Just want to say Hitchler hit the nail on the head there, right? Like, there's this overall ineptitude. I'd like to go further and say there's also a death of nationalism, kind of sense of duty in Australia. If you look at like the average American cop, the average American, there's like this immense sense of national pride. And if you look at something like Australia, right, we destroyed like nationalism. And I'll give you an example. So our intelligence apparatus, which is called NASIO, which is basically the same equivalent of the FBI/CIA, they have openly said that their 50% of their budget and time is dedicated to right-wing extremism. It's dedicated to nationalists, and the other 50% is dedicated to Islam. And I don't know if Australian Talks told you, but they just came out and said there's a 50% risk of Islamic terror. So if our intelligence agencies are deeming like nationalism, duty, and all these types of things as an enemy, right? It doesn't shock me that the cops, then, like, the apparatuses of the state don't have that sense of nationalism and duty. They're just basically agents. And that's why you see that kind of cowardice. But so Australia as a whole is a kind of a good canary in the coal mine to see what happens when you destroy these nationalistic tendencies. And we have the direct state effort to do that.
It's just crazy to me with all of the like anti-Muslim rhetoric that's been dialed up to 11, the last few weeks especially. It just happens to be that there's this Muslim attack that they stand down at. Like, you can't help but like not see it. Like, that there's something weird about that.
Let me look.
Go ahead.
I'm a conspiracy guy, right? Like, I'm all for you.
I'm not a conspiracy guy, so throw that out there.
No. But what I mean is, I'm all for looking into things, right? But when you look at the Muslim community, right? Like, they're the last group of people that you really need like a conspiracy to justify them doing something. Like, out of all the religions, Islam's like the one that's like most likely to actually do something. So, like, it's the real issue is there's a fifth column. And look, let's say theoretically that they were allowed to do it or they were coached or whatever. That doesn't change the fact that there's ample soldiers within our nations that are able to be coerced into doing these things. So it's like a 9/11, right? Everyone talks, not 9/11, it's like ISIS. Everyone says, oh, ISIS is probably American or Jewish or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, Muslims from around the world were willing to go and join it. A shit ton of Australians flew to the Middle East to go fight for ISIS. So the point will always be we have a literal fifth column within our nations that has openly declared war on us. They openly say that they're in constant jihad. They openly say that they will not stop until the world is Islamic. But yet we sit back and allow a literal Trojan horse to destroy our nation from within. It's horrific. Look at Wisconsin of America. How is that American? Right? Like, they're literally Islamifying a fucking city there.
I mean, I'm just going to set the record straight a little bit on that. There is no adoption of Sharia law in the United States. It is unconstitutional for the U.S. government to adopt a religious doctrine. It's actually established in what's called the Establishment Clause of our Constitution. So that fear-mongering shit that I see from both sides, where I hear that the Jews are going to enforce the 7 laws here, or that the Muslims are going to enforce the Sharia laws here. It's not going to survive. It doesn't pass the sniff test for me. It sounds like fear-mongering because I know how the Constitution works and how the judicial system works. And it is, as much as they want to say that it's happening, you cannot give me one example of Sharia law being enforced in the United States.
Yeah, it'll be enforced on a government.
Hold on, bro. Okay, I'll let you go on for a long diatribe. We're going to let Nick go, and then we're going to go to Maze. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for having me back. I missed a lot of this space because I had to do a few things. There's a report, I don't know if you touched on it, that the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese of Australia, has announced that he's not ruling out further gun reform laws for Australia based off these events, which is literally what I was saying earlier in the space, earlier this morning or afternoon at your times, which is probably the bigger concern because there's already extensive laws in place of restrictions to gun ownership in Australia. The other aspect of is that Jeff is correct, and I support his sentiment regarding police in Australia. Police in Australia are not as patriotic as what Americans are in that part. Yes, they will, serve. They're doing their job. It's there for a paycheck. But the bravery levels of, say, Americans, in the police force compared to Australians, I would say is very far between. And Jeff is also correct that in such events of such a shooting, natural instinct of police is to take cover when being shot at. So, yes, I'm seeing a lot of photos of police officers, taking cover, shots and going off. And I don't really know what people are expecting of police. Like, you shoot when you can, you take cover when you can. You also, your duty of care is, to your fellow people, but it's also to yourself.
But they're expecting something like that Syrian Muslim guy, Ahmed.
Hold on. Let him finish. These are.
No, she's fine. She's an Australian technically as well. So
I didn't know that.
What I'm getting at is, she's an Aussie. So she's based on the other side of the country though. But it's saying that what I'm getting at is, you can't really expect these police, unless they're SOG, right, Special Operations Group, to really be taking these guys head on when you're using a smaller caliber gun, like a handgun, against these guys that have got long arms. Like, it's not logical and it's not feasible. So they eventually did, but no one knows who took them out from the police, whether it was a long arm rifle by the police or a handgun, but they did eventually take them out. But again, it takes time. There's also a report that there were police actually providing security at the event that's in the Herald Sun, released this morning, that they were there providing security to the event as this unfolded. So there was already police on the ground, and this still got to this point. So that's another concerning factor as well, that it went from 45 minutes to 60 minutes before the issue was resolved. The shooting was resolved. So just another aspect. I don't know if you guys touched on that.
No, we haven't. And that's another question. It's like, but it's interesting to hear most of the Australians I've heard so far, other than Ms., attribute this to a failure as opposed to, like a stand down order. So, which is fine because that's a conspiratorial kind of leaning with the false flag. But it is weird though, like the instant cry for increased limitations on your liberties and the promise of more legislation does actually add a little bit of validity to the suspicion. Go ahead, Syrian girl. I'm sorry, Maze. She's Australian, and then I'll go to you.
Can you see my hand, Dilly, or no?
Yeah, we're going to the Australian first, bro. I mean, I don't see hand.
Sorry.
I love Syrian girl. Hey, girl.
Sorry, I'm taking
Which one of them is the Jews? Did you say the Jews? What's wrong? None of these people are Jewish. Maze is fucking Iranian or something. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. I'm good with Maze.
Wow, you see, you're obsessed, dude. You're obsessed. Go ahead.
No, bro. I've been here for like 15 minutes, like an hour.
I didn't know Maze is Jewish. What?
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Bro, do not spread lies about Maze, okay? I'm not Jewish.
Okay. And who else they spread lies about? They spread lies about the guy who disarmed the shooter. His name was Ahmed al-Ahmad. Turns out he's a Syrian Muslim. I'm originally born in Syria, so I will take it. I'm very happy that he turned out to be a Syrian. And the shooters themselves, okay, so first of all, let me get back to the lies. Netanyahu claimed he was Jewish. And then there's all of these Zionist Twitter accounts now trying to claim that he's a Lebanese Maronite. The guy took 2 bullets to stop the shootings on an Australian beach, and over in another country far away, Israel is lying about him. And that's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable that they would interfere in Australian affairs like that and tarnish the reputation of a man who took 2 bullets for Australia. That's first of all. And I'm going to put some evidence in the nest as well.
Don't put it in the nest. Put it in the purple pill.
Okay, sorry. Don't worry. Purple pill is the comment section, yeah? So the other thing is that, I could tell he was Syrian or from the Levant just by the look of his face. I could also kind of tell that the shooters were Central Asian. I couldn't tell was Pakistan or Bangladesh. But then, the names that come out were Pakistan. The shooters were a father and son duo, actually, which is kind of sad because, your father would usually not push you to do something like that. They were targeting a event for Hanukkah, as we know, and they were from the Wahhabi school of thought. The Wahhabi school of thought, and I can put evidence of this in the nest, is the sort of sect of Islam that is most commonly associated with ISIS. And you can tell because a lot of them have beards but no moustache. And also they went to a Wahhabi school. Not like a child school, but a religious school. I'm gonna put that into the purple pill, and you do with it as you wish. Sorry, I'm back. My brain's frozen a bit. Yeah. So we don't really know. We know that the guy that disarmed him was shot twice. I don't know if he was shot before or after doing the disarming. But I wanted to comment also about the police thing that you guys were talking about. I saw that there was at least 10 footage straight of the shootings, and I didn't realize it was going on for 40 minutes. But I will say that the police here have a lot of procedures that they have to go through before they act, and this was kind of seen in the Lint Cafe terrorist attack, if you guys remember. that incident where it was a chocolate cafe and people were held up at gunpoint by one crazed individual. And then also the police had, they could have acted sooner, but there was some argument about whose jurisdiction it was to act. And that it may be a procedural thing. I guess people would expect something like, the hero, the Syrian Ahmed jumping in, but I think they would, the police officers themselves would definitely do that, but in that situation they may have been constrained by orders, and eventually they did do that. But it is like one of the guys that was there, apparently one of the injured, was only in Australia for 2 weeks, and like he arrived from Israel. So that was also interesting because it makes me wonder if these specific individuals were targeted. It depends, because there was another man that was also a very high profile Shabbat guy that is from Israel. So I'm just wondering if it was random. They were just shooting at this event, hoping to kill Jews, as per their kind of terrorist
So you're saying
ideology, or was it?
The particular school of Islam that these guys hail from are more likely or more prone to be ISIS, which is the Islamic extremists, and that not only that, you're assuming that this was likely targeted given the profile of the people in the.
Well, I don't know if it was actually targeted, because obviously a Syrian man was shot twice, so I don't know who. It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
He intervened, right? That's why he was shot.
Yeah, he intervened. Maybe that's why he was shot. Or maybe he was shot beforehand. We don't really know. There was a lot of people running for their lives. It was an open, the festival was open, so it could have been anyone who was shot. I saw 7 bodies on the ground, but we haven't gotten a report. I think it was 12.
What do you think about, given all the facts that we know so far, which would you lean more towards, a terror event or a false flag?
Honestly, I think it's probably a terrorist attack, because I just think that the ingredients were just all there. Do you know what I mean? There are points of, I haven't read everything, and there are things that obviously make you go, but I don't have any specific bit of evidence.
Well, people can't really say that you're not being, I think that's very, given your, what I assume to be your biases, I think it's remarkably objective of you to take that kind of position, right?
I do appreciate that. I'm open to the possibility. I just haven't seen any evidence. I don't, for example,
the response time and the standing down is what raises my suspicion. But I'm also not Australian, and after hearing all of the Aussies give their perspective on why that occurred as far as training and weapons that they would be carrying, because it's really common. We see police officers carrying rifles all the time. It's really common here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So
they only have handguns and batons and mace for weapons. They have a specific SWAT team that does carry the bigger guns. I don't know if someone already said that. So they would have been on the scene, I would say. The SWAT team would have been.
Maze, you want to add? Maze, you want to add?
Yeah, so how hard that I was going to say.
Maze, is this an ISIS attack? You, Omar, man, don't put shit in my jumbotron going down. You heard me say that to her.
I would like to caveat that I don't think it was an ISIS attack specifically. There was no ISIS flags or anything. They were wearing a DYNK shirt. So I would say though that they are of that school, which is called Wahhabism. It's a specific school of thought in Islam, and they often have beards without moustaches. You'll just know them when you see them. I don't have any specific information about it being ISIS.
Oh man, I'm gonna
Just to clarify.
thank you for that. I profile her whenever I'm out in public and I see at an event. I'm gonna be looking out for the beard with no mustaches. Thank you.
It can also be Amish.
Amish?
Yes, the Amish also have a beard with no moustache.
Yeah, that is true. That is actually true. I've met them.
It's also the same source.
They have a little bit of a different ethnicity, right? Typically, at least the Amish.
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
A little variation there. All right, go ahead, Mace.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I don't know. I actually what she just added about the Wahhabis and all that. I didn't even know any of that. That's so. But I don't. Yeah. So
One last thing. There was one last thing, Maze. I'm so sorry. Okay, so sorry, guys. Israel is trying to blame Iran, which is hilariously ironic because Iran is of the Shia school of Islam, and Wahhabis want to kill Shias. So the Wahhabis, the sect of the Pakistani Muslims that did the attack, they would actually have killed Shia Muslims in Iran. So just to show you what Israel is trying to exploit this to the maximum, and they're just spreading lies and propaganda everywhere. Sorry, Miss. Please go ahead.
No. That's great. Thank you for adding that. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, I personally just wanted to highlight the person that took the gun out of his hands was Muslim as well. So it's like, it's just kind of one of those things that is important to
I hope that your ideological counterparts are as objective as you guys are being right now.
Well, they definitely aren't. They're claiming that the guy that did it, the hero, that was a Maronite Lebanese. He was a Syrian Muslim. I will say that in general, and this is my observation, and I hope it doesn't come off racially bad, but people from Central Asia are, the India, Pakistan region, they tend to be a lot more religiously extreme than the people in the Levant, like Lebanon, Syria, and it's just very much more common for that to happen. Like Afghanistan, Pakistan is a lot more religiously extreme than Syria, Lebanon.
Aussie's going nuts. Go ahead, Aussie.
Yeah, so I keep hearing talk of Wahhabism, and that is the only bad aspect of Islam. Well, Islam itself is fundamentally an adversarial faith. We all hear the mention of the word jihad and the word struggle. Well, the Quran directly says that they're in an eternal jihad until they have converted the world. So Islam fundamentally is not cohesive with the West. And you merely have to look, and let's not talk about Wahhabism, Shia, Sunni, any of it, right? Let's look at the Prophet. The Prophet picked up a sword.
You're making very broad strokes, generalizations that I don't allow people to make of Jews, and so therefore I'm not going to allow you to make it of Muslims, right? We speak objectively, and we have individual accountability in my business. So I realize that you want to propagandize the 1,000 listeners right now, but that's not going to occur. Right? We do individual accountability. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to drop you down. We do individual accountability in these spaces. So, like I said, the same way that I don't allow people to make generalizations about Jews in my spaces for their faith, I'm not going to allow you to make the same generalizations about Muslims about their faith. That's how we operate in my spaces, sir. All right, go ahead, Mace.
Well, let me educate the Aussie, okay? First of all, it does not say that in the Quran. That's bullshit. And when it talks about jihad, there's 3 different kinds. And the one about the internal struggling, there's the social one that's striving to do good, and then the defensive military jihad, which is allowed only in specific circumstances. This is according to the Quran. There's no concept of anything being eternal, like some sort of permanent jihad until everyone's converted. That's absolutely bullshit.
I shut it down.
I know, but there was a whole bunch of people that heard the nonsense, so I just wanted to poke at it really quickly. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that all Muslims are extreme, and I don't think all Jews are supremacists.
I never said that.
So
I never said that at all.
it was implied. It was implied.
I said the holy man, the pinnacle of the faith.
All right, so I'm gonna have to drop you down since you don't know how not to talk over the host. I warned you. Okay, request.
I'll just say this to him: if he ever wants to have dialogue and really understand what
I'm willing to have that conversation, or if you want to have the conversation, that's fine. It's just not the point today. But I do want to ask, because there are extreme, and we have Syrian Girl, there are extreme factions of all of these religious ideologies, and if you haven't caught on yet, and here's what I think I want to highlight the most to our listeners, is that these geopolitical religious battles that are occurring in the Middle East are they're being brought to our homes on both sides. Both sides are propagating their information campaigns, their ideologies, the extreme versions of those ideologies, and in the USA and other places in the West, right? And there is no one side is justified and the other. I don't want these fights to be happening on my soil at all, right? I'm actually with Nick. If you cannot agree to get along with your ideological counterparts, then both of you should fucking go home. That's the way that I see it, right? Not just one or the other. You're not gonna make me pick a side. If you're gonna bring your fucking fight here, you both gotta go home. Okay? Play nice. Get the fuck out. Go ahead, Mick, you can respond.
No, 100%. I support that. I support that commentary, 100%. I wanted to add earlier what's something different for you Americans to us Australians with police here. American police, if I'm correct, you're trained to deal with the threat accordingly, which is eliminate the threat, right? Australian police aren't trained the same way to pretty much, if they see a gun immediately is to eliminate the threat. They're not trained in the same manner. So I would imagine, like certain American states, that if someone has a gun, it's essentially put the gun down and pretty much they'll just delete the individual, right? Whilst here in Australia, it may be similar train, but I don't believe it's as intensive or similar in that part. Like, they're all, you could almost go down the road of Bondi Junction, if you guys remember what occurred there a year or so ago there was a pause between the police officer shooting the individual before he was taken out. It's not the same approach. We don't run the same sort of procedures, I suppose you could say, as what Americans do when we have a threat like that. Because again, like I say, they'll wait for special ops to come in instead of trying to deal with the threat themselves. Special ops are trained differently. That they'll delete the threat at the first available opportunity if they've been given the fair warning. So very different. Yeah, it's concerned. Another aspect as well, at this event last night, and I didn't mention this earlier in the space, Dilly, the opposition leader of the New South Wales government, which is essentially, imagine the opposition party, like the Democrats, right, was at that event, and she had an escort with her at the event as well. So she was throughout the entire shooting, and she also, Kelly Sloan, Syria girl, she was there. She also ran back in apparently and didn't follow protocol. She actually ran back in to attend to the wounded and try and help people get away from the scene. So, according to reports that I read last night, so I've got to add that in.
That is encouraging. So, is that adding to the concept that it was targeted? Perhaps.
Well, I don't know. Kelly said, because I think Shari tried to interview her last night because Shari was pointing the blame and she didn't want to jump on the blame game. She goes, now's not the time. The time right now is there's families that are grieving, families that don't have loved ones. But there was also, it was in the Herald Sun, I'm pretty sure, The Age in their reporting last night that when the shooting was there, she was there as the shooting was going off. She helped get an elderly couple and their family away from the scene, but then she ran back in as police were dealing with the matter to go and attend to victims that were bleeding. So Yeah, that's the opposition leader of New South Wales.
It's unfortunate that she had to do that with kids being shot, man. Like you know what I mean? Like when people.
Was there really kids shot?
There was a 10-year-old.
One little girl, 10-year-old dead.
That died. Yep. Yeah, and anytime somebody uses that kind of strategy for a political purpose, I don't care how much you virtue signal. It's just atrocious, right? It's despicable behavior. Coyote, I have to let him go unfettered. Coyote, the floor is yours.
Appreciate it, man. I'm glad Nick's up here because I had some questions on it. I dove into Hanson. She did the like wore the burqa thing into the is it Parliament or whatever? Yeah, the first time 2000.
Correct.
Yeah, so she did it again recently, and I dove into it again, and I remember going in. It's like y'all have what like kind of similar to what we call APAC or whatever, but it's like they do trip, and it's pretty heavily influenced. What was that shit called? It was like the Ramban ECA. Is that something like that? Anyway, they take them on trips and probably give them money and stuff. But and it's very polarized because y'all have had these issues before. With this whole thing, I see it like this, Diligent. I think it's just look at the guy when he came out. It's like an attack on the First Amendment. Like this happened. I don't know exactly what happened. But what we're hearing, I mean, that's what we got to go off of. But I didn't like his verbiage when he came and gave that press release right there. And then why did he mention Benjamin Netanyahu? Like we don't do that whenever we have something happen with Jewish people or anything. We don't mention the Middle East, and they have a very unique connect. Like they got a close relationship. He's allowed over there. There's no war criminal stuff or whatever. It's willy-nilly. He's got a very strong hold over there in Australia, and that's the only thing about it because I see it as a multiculturalism thing. It's just a big push, and y'all got to deal. It's kind of like what we got, and Ireland's got, and everybody else. But I think it's they're going after your speech, man. I really, really do. It's not so much the guns, but yeah, it's if you look into like the lobby, like these people, bro, they're cut just like we're cut, man. Yeah, sitting in everything, man, and it's sad because it's like I can't believe that lady. She twice. I mean, that's got to polarize the whole. And that wasn't that long ago. That probably brought tensions up between the Muslim people and the Jewish community because it's like a holy war thing. But I'm tired of it too, dude. It's like last night we had fun, dude. That was a good space. Everybody was just chilling and talking, and there was none of this wars and this rhetoric. These people been coming up here and trying to subvert everybody and shit. It's like
I haven't seen that in this space, man. It's been pretty cool. There's been a few people who have strong opinions about the Muslim population in Australia. Let me just say this though, some of that is merited. We've had a mass migration of people into our countries, and it's not just the Muslims who have been taking heat, but also Latin Americans, at least here in the United States, right? It's not, we've never singled out any one group in that regard. So a lot of, that's just like a national, I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's more of a nationalist point of view where, they take issue with these groups of migrants who are being allowed into our country, and they're not wanted, right? And so I can at least see his point of view in that regard, and maybe he has an underlying ideological difference there that spurs him on, but I can't speak for him, and because he couldn't operate with the quorum, he's no longer up here. Mitch, if you are down there listening, I didn't drop you down. I thought you dropped, but I would rather have a balanced panel. So if you want to come up here and offer your perspective, you can. Go ahead. Is there anything else to add, Cody, and then we can real quick?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like for them, I understand it. I mean, dude, I was 4 years old or whatever till I started seeing a lot of these things. I was with the big, war on terrorists, and I still, I understand that aspect. But the financial aspect, I see these some of the other things, and as you know, like the ideological thing, I do not subscribe to. Point blank, I think that's what drives the multiculturalism. It's just another ploy of you can't blame me. That's the whole thing. It's never ending. If we try to find one person or whatever, the way that it goes is they push the multiculturalism. It becomes like Great Britain, where you can't say anything about Islam, you can't say anything about Jews, and then you can't say anything patriotic once they start, messing with the free speech. And I think that's kind of what's going on, Nick. I mean, I don't know if you feel this. I know some of your views on things.
My views, believe me, you don't want my views on a lot of these things right now. It's just some things are best left unsaid until things clear. I think that would be the more appropriate answer. Fuck Coyote, you made me forget what I was going to say, man, which is actually really frustrating because you talk so much sometimes. There's a I forgot, man. If I remember, I'll put my hand.
You get it.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Syrian girl, and then we'll go to Jenny.
Yeah, thanks. I guess for me, I'm kind of in a unique position because I am from Syria, and as you know, we had like a major terrorism problem where a lot of foreigners with terrorist ideology flooded into our borders. They started joining Al Qaeda and ISIS, and a lot of them were, from like Uyghur China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. Some of them also were from Europe. They were just very international. And so, as a Syrian of a Muslim background, I've been terrorized by these types of Muslims, all of which follow the Wahhabi doctrine. And not all Wahhabis are terrorists. I'm not saying that. There's a lot of them in the Gulf Arab world, but all of the ISIS and Al Qaeda guys are Wahhabis, and it's just really annoying. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like annoying and frustrating that these guys are actually really destroying the image of everybody else who happens to be Muslim. And the Syrian Muslim Ahmed.
The same thing happens with the Jewish people, correct? Like there's these really extreme Zionist viewpoints that are generalized to Israelis or Jews in general, right? And so it's fair to say that
It is fair to say, and I would say that Zionism used to be an unpopular ideology amongst Jews, but now it's become the prevailing ideology, and I've seen some rejection of that post October 7th. Like there's been a lot more Jews that have turned anti-Zionist as a result of the genocide. But likewise, I think Wahhabism used to be niche, but I see more and more that it's becoming popular.
Why do you think that it is becoming more popular amongst Muslims? Funding.
Funding is it? Whoever said that, you're absolutely correct. You have in the Gulf, like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and I know the Zionists are gonna be like, oh, it's Qatar thing, but it's just fact. They're funding.
Stop interrupting. David, need your mic.
They're funding the mosques that.
So start over, Syrian girl.
Sorry, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, other Gulf states, they fund a lot of mosques that prescribe to ideology around the world. So it is funding. But I will also say that Qatar and Saudi Arabia are also ironically the closest.
Doesn't the U.S. came out with Tucker and talking to the Qatari prince or whatever he is, or the president, prime minister, whatever he is, that the U.S. and Israel funds Qatar to be the brokers in the negotiation.
This is what I was trying to tell you. Ironically, it just so happens that Qatar and Saudi Arabia are the closest to normalizing with Israel. And the king of Qatar actually was visiting Israel multiple times. This video that was leaked out of him visiting Israel in 2012. So in spite of all of the if you would listen to what's her name, I forget her name suddenly. You know who I'm talking about, right? that Loomer, and all that, and all of those guys saying Qatar Carlson and all that. What Qatar is pushing is a two-state solution. They're not actually pushing for the end of Zionism or the end of Israel. They're pushing for a two-state solution, which some Zionists ascribe to. So they are only those that don't want the two-state solution, that just want greater Israel, see Qatar as a threat.
I don't want to.
They're not really against Israel.
The Muslim radicalization.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I am moderating it as I can. It has a tendency to swallow up the conversation, so I'm just trying to avoid that. But it is adjacent, so
you can go ahead with the radicalization if you want to, Coyote. Do.
I want to. Thank you. Please stop interrupting. I want to get to Jenny because I've called her on like 6 times and she hasn't had a chance. And she's Australian as well. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you. Good morning from Sydney, Australia. Hi, guys. Firstly, my heart and prayers go to the victims and their families and when they attack. We are all really, really sad in Australia, especially in Sydney. This is a terrible day. I just would like to go to people who spoke earlier in this space just regarding Islam. I'm Jenny. I'm a Lebanese Christian from Lebanese background. I've been in Sydney most of my life. One of the guys said that the hero who disarmed the attacker, he was Muslim, and when he knew he's a Muslim, he just let him go, didn't shoot him. I think it's really, really unfair because this guy, I'm sure he's not trying to shoot. Maybe
he was shot twice.
Yes, he was. Please let me speak. Just get in. If I get interrupted, I forget what I'm about to talk.
Sorry.
Please. So I think this guy probably he's not trying to shoot, or if I'm in his shoes, I wouldn't shoot as well. But he's a hero. It doesn't matter if he's Muslim or not. He's an Australian hero that is saving his Australian against that terrorist, no matter what his religion. Another guy, he just said Ahmad al-Ahmad might be a Christian, even if his name is Ahmad al-Ahmad. Please don't say that because I know lots of Muslim families and I have Muslim relatives. They are really as nice as guys. They are really humanitarian and everything. It's not really nice to stereotype. It's really, really unfair.
It has not been officially confirmed that he is Muslim, by the way. I just want to throw that out there.
It is absolutely confirmed.
We listened to the Prime Minister's press release during the space. And so if you have a statement from the PM or the law enforcement in Australia.
I have a statement from his relatives. I'd like to share that.
No, that's not the same.
It's serious.
So again, I'm sorry. I'm holding the same standard I hold everybody. I'm holding the same standard, right? It's we don't know that it's not some person who's seeking notoriety claiming to be his relative, right? Like I would rather prefer that we wait for an official statement or something from like a defense attorney if they have one saying that it is or isn't the case. I'm just being objective there, Syrian girl. All right, so the last stated position of the Australian officials was that they did not assign an ideology to this attack yet, right? Does anybody refute that? Because we listened to it during the space. If that's not the case, let me know. If you have something, a different, a new official statement, but I'm just going by what they said. All right, continue, Jenny.
Thank you. I'll stop here. I just want to say that in every religion, every community, you have the fanatics and you have the humanitarian. So please, no stereotyping. Last thing I want to say, in the Middle East, if someone called Ahmad as definitely Muslim, this hero, we are really proud of him. And again, all my condolences to the families of the victims. citizens. Thank you guys for letting me speak with you. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you, Danny. Syrian, you can respond real quick, and then I'll go to the rest of the hands.
I just want to, you can take it or leave it, but this is the evidence. The news media of Australia interviewed his relative that was standing outside of the hospital. That relative was also interviewed by the Middle Eastern, like Lebanese or Syrian news, and he confirmed that they were Syrian from a Muslim background, and his name is Ahmed, obviously. He's a Muslim. But I apologize.
I thought he was Pakistani. Is that?
No, not the shooter, the hero.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the hero. I'm talking about.
That guy's confirmed to be Pakistani. He was a father and son duo. So there's some confusion here.
But the ideology of the like, if you were talking about the ideology of the hero this whole time, I'm trying to focus more on the shooter.
Oh no, we're talking. There's confusion. There's a confusion here.
I understand.
No, my friend. Let me explain. Let me clear up the confusion.
There is no. I understand.
Sure.
You are asserting that the shooter was this radical faction.
Yes, I have evidence. I
understand you have evidence, but we're gonna go. I'm clarifying for the audience, right? That there has been no official declaration of the shooter's espoused ideology as of yet, right? That's what my position is. And are you? Do you refute that?
The police didn't confirm anything, but there is evidence that they were part of the school. I posted it in the purple pill, but the hero was Syrian while the shooter was Pakistani. So
that's fine.
That's just some clear up the confusion.
If you want to respond for your fellow Syrian Muslims,
well, yeah, of course I'm going to do that. No, I know, but I'm just trying to clear up what she was trying to say.
I don't want to confuse our listeners. As it stands right now, the ideology of the shooter has not yet been published.
No, it has not. You're
so if
absolutely
anybody is out there telling you otherwise, it's not true yet. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, man. I'll be quick because there's other people that are waiting as well, like Miss Moody, etc. I think another aspect that goes through people's minds as well during these things, you guys need to understand, not in particular this case, but in other cases where people have ended up using a gun to end up deleting somebody that's broken into their home or in such case. They've actually, I don't think it would have been the case in this situation where the gentleman disarmed one of the terrorists, obviously, but people have ended up using the firearm to defend themselves accordingly within their own property or against somebody else, and then they've been charged and they've been jailed. So, we don't have the same protections. Like, we do have self-defense, yes, but it is a bit flimsy in that aspect, and it needs to be very, very clear-cut that it's self-defense. So, again, just to reiterate, if somebody breaks into your home in Australia and you go get your gun, if you're a licensed owner, and you shoot them and you kill them, and they've broken into your house with nothing else, let's say not even a knife, there is a good chance that you will be charged with either manslaughter or murder, because the laws don't protect Australians in that way. We do not have the same rights as what you guys have. It is absolutely fucking cooked, right? And it is wrong. So it is the same scenario. It came out later at Bondi Junction that there were individuals that had illegal hands on site, but didn't end up using it under the pretense of, one, they would have been charged with having an illegal firearm, and two, it is obviously the risk factor as well that you could be charged as well because if it's not deemed self-defense. So again, you need to keep that in mind as well.
That is so far.
Yeah, so it needs to be equal force. So if someone breaks into your house,
you are your own first responder here in the U.S. Let me just say that. That's why I like my country.
Well, I've seen the Florida press conferences where the police have said, we're more than happy for you to delete the individual if they break into your home, you're doing them a favour. So I get it. So if someone breaks into your home with a gun and then you manage to get your gun, most people keep their guns in their garages. Now, this is not legal. Then you'll be fine. But if they come to your gun,
So I'm saying that's why let's try fucking with
It's acceptable. Ideology?
No, bro, like, I didn't see a hijab in Australia until after 9/11, bro. That's what I'm saying. Backing up what Mimi's trying to say, but she's got more of it. She was displaced from a war. So she loved Australia probably in her own way, but not the way I do. I was born here, so I love it. And I am Aussie. Like, and I had a $60,000 lease car at the front of my house. And Aboriginal was trying to steal my car. I didn't call the cops, I just beat the fuck out of them. I'm sick of these pussies from fucking Sydney controlling the narrative. Like, they're the ones that get CCTV. They're the ones that get guns. You know what I mean? Just get a cricket bat and deal with it. And don't call the fucking police. Because we got a logistics problem in Australia. We're spread out. We're flat as fuck. You understand? The police can't get anywhere. We're not built up like you guys. So if anything happens, bro, we're calling fucking. We were Wahhabis. I've been complaining about this since 2016. I called up the ATO. There's a 10-minute recording of me abusing them saying, why the fuck have you let all these Pakistanis into our country? You know what I mean? You're fucking ruining it. I've caught them, like, congregating at the end of my fucking street. And I said, what the fuck are you doing here? And they said, who the fuck are you? And I fucking literally targeted one of them.
I prefer free speech, especially at night, but you try to, cut me off.
I'm from Adelaide, I'm not from Sydney and Melbourne, where this shit happens, right? We deal with this shit here. Everyone knows each other. We're all like a bunch of lone wolves. And when we get together and put this shit out, it's gonna be over. We all love each other. We're all from different backgrounds. This is fucking bullshit. They literally flooded our country with Pakistanis and Indians, which are the same thing, because Pakistan was India until 1947. Pakistanis are the biggest wannabe fucking Muslims. They can't quote the Quran. They don't know nothing about Islam. They don't fucking love Jesus. Jesus is the fucking Messiah.
You're a little much. You gotta water it down a little bit. I'm sure that's the case for some, but not all. You're making a lot of generalizations there. Very opinionated, very opinionated. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're gonna move it around. Let's go.
I'm watching. Like people. I'm this is my country.
I hear you. You got the point. You got it. Okay, we're gonna go to Raging Rico. Go ahead.
What's up, bro?
It's about the listener experience, bro. If you're burning me out, I'm sure you're burning them out. Go ahead.
Bro, listen, one last thing, please. The ASD, the actual.
That's a good glitch.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
Let him get his last thing.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, mute glitch. Go ahead, Dave. One last thing. I need your mic.
Yeah. Last thing, this was an inside job. The Australian Federal Police was caught a month ago grooming a Pakistani kid to be a suicide bomber and sniper. Okay? The family went to the police, they ignored it. The family went to a Liberal MP, they ignored it, which is our Democrats. They went to a Labour, they ignored it. They had to go to a small MP, a Greens MP who bring up in Parliament, and only then it made the ABC. So they have been flooding us with Wahhabis. It's like Mimi is saying, all the ingredients are there. They have AK-47s at Jewish schools, but no AK-47s at a Jewish festival, touring a genocide. Get fucked!
All right, thank you for your rant. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I've died.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Hey, what's up, man? So, I have a question. Has it been confirmed that this person was Muslim? Because I've got reports and posts from other people saying that he's a Maronite Christian, that he runs a business.
So the shooter, his ideology has not been officially confirmed.
The hero, they're saying the hero's a Christian.
The hero is a Muslim, what I've seen.
Okay, I got reports that he's a Maronite Christian, so I mean, if you guys got
Those
that,
are not
that's good.
reports, those are lies. It's been confirmed by his family that he's a Muslim from Syria. His name is Ahmad al-Ahmad, which is a Muslim name.
Let me just say though, I just want to be fair, I haven't seen an official report saying that the hero
Please
is
check
Muslim.
the nest.
I'm
Just
just
check
down in the
If I see an official report, then I'll go with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Check
need
the
an
purple
official.
pill. Check the purple pill. The interview.
You know, a lot of people are coming out, and I'm just gonna be the bad guy right here. You steal something and then you give it back. It doesn't stop you from being something that's not compatible with the West. I'll say it over and over. These radicalized Islamists need to be pushed out. I get it that there's good people in everything. But we need to find a way to weed them out.
That same approach, right, is being used on Jewish people as well, right?
Correct.
Judaism is not compatible with Christianity and therefore not compatible with the West. So, I mean, you really want to take that approach? Because I would say love and more than
I saw your post earlier, and you have a point. But at the same time, there's no religion that when it gets radicalized, preaches death to another religion. But
did you not see
some
genocide?
of my, oh my God, I could never finish talking. I've been talking to some of my friends here that are on this platform, and they say that the Jewish folks also have something in there. So, I mean, I've been learning from both sides, but I do see the divisive state. But at the same time, every time there's a terrorist attack, it's a Muslim behind the gun right now. So it's weird for me.
You're just a radical Catholic. That's all. I wish.
Sarah, what do you have to say about his comments?
You're not gonna like it, so I'm not gonna.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I don't like these attacks one bit. Not one bit. I did a whole stream on it, and I talked about what has gone on this week. I don't like anything that's going on. I'm very freaked out. That's all. It's not good. And if you have never read the book The Terror Factory, then you need to read it.
Did you see my post earlier?
I loved your post.
Sarah,
I
I'm
loved
really
your
freaked
post.
out.
There is a. I was trying to do Nazi, Sarah. I'm sorry.
I haven't spoken for hours, and I get muted as soon as I speak.
Because I was speaking when you tried to speak. That's why. It doesn't matter who it is. But
I'll take it for the team, Nazi.
There is this manufactured culture war element to what I'm seeing happening right now as far as both Jews and Muslims. And I'm not a fan of it. It's the same kind of injected culture war BS we see with the racial division in the United States between Democrats and Republicans. It has that same vibe, right? And I'm going to call it fucking out for when I see it. And I would just advise our 1,000 or more listeners right now that a lot of what you're seeing on either side, either against Muslims or against Jews, has an intent to radicalize you one way or another, because a divided population is easier to control than a unified population. So they're going to use anything they can to get your mind occupied. Go ahead, Sarah.
We've been saying a mantra in my spaces, and we've all been saying it together. We've been saying, I will not fight Muslims for Jews. I will not fight Jews for Muslims. And we just repeat that. I'm like, we are not fighting people for this. And that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, I'm freaked out because I'm a person that really likes to take a step back and like really look at it at like a 30,000 foot level. And that's where I'm at. So I'm really working with the information that is publicly available and that is given to us by the officials.
What do you think about the officers waiting so long to respond?
The whole video is very strange to me, and I'm not saying the video is fake or AI or anything like that. Just the environment, all of it's very eerie. It's just I don't know. I mean, sorry, my dog's going crazy, but it's just not.
Oh, is that your dog? Oh man.
It's just a bulldog. Sorry, but yeah.
Okay, as long as it's not indigestion, you're good.
Maybe I'm being a woman. It feels yucky to me, or maybe I'm just being a chick. Chick, bruh.
Go ahead, Dr. Strange.
Thanks, Diligent. It's okay with you. I'd like to respond back to Raging if
So you always got to respond, Dr. Strange. You're killing me.
Raging is a Mexican heritage, right? And the common saying goes that you don't throw a rock in a glass house. The Mexican drug cartel brings in 90% of the fentanyl in the U.S.
Oh my God, here we go with this nonsense.
Hold on.
You cut it out.
It's my turn. Raging, my turn. It kills about 70,000 Americans due to overdose annually, and about 350,000 in the past 5 years. Recently, they got involved, Mexican immigrants, illegals. There's 4 million illegal Mexicans in the U.S. They got involved in flag burning. They were burning the U.S. flag and raising the Mexican flag. They are involved in human trafficking, the drug cartel, and the gangs related to them, including child prostitution. MS-13 gang has 10,000 members in the U.S., 200 cells, and they're closely aligned with the Mexican drug cartel. So for me to come in here and say, you know, it's all the Mexicans. All these Mexicans have got to go. They're causing these issues. I mean, do you know how ludicrous that is, Raging? Do you understand?
Raging, I heard him say it was all the brown people, even.
So, Raging will say Strange. I am not Mexican. I am American. My ethnicity comes from various parts of Europe, and I do have some type of Native American. Hold on.
Okay, let's not get into a fight as popcorn hour as that is. Let's reel it back into the substance of what's going on here with the Muslim and the pervasiveness of the extreme ideologies or whatever. I just don't want to. Let's not let it devolve. Go ahead. You can respond. Well, you weren't done yet, Dr. Strange. Land your plane, and I'll let Raging respond.
Thanks. No, I mean, there's a lot of people who come in here and just basically make blatant accusations about the Quran says this, Islam says this, and I kid you not, every time I put them to the test, okay, give me a verse. I can give you a verse. I can give you plenty of verses on the opposite, right? But yet none of them are able to produce anything, and even when they do, it's a fabricated false stuff that's not even in the Quran. So when you try to broad brush the entire religion of 1.6 or 2 billion people with hate, I mean, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Interestingly enough, I'll give you a couple of different verses just so I can put things into perspective. And this is in chapter 22, verse 40. Anybody can go check it. And were it not that God checks some people by means of others, there would have been demolished monasteries, churches, synagogues, and mosques in which the name of God is oft mentioned. And God will surely support those who support him. Indeed, God is powerful and exalted in might. And do not argue with the people of the scripture, people of the book, except in the way that is best. The people of the book is referred to the Christian as Jews. So there are so many verses, and then there's another verse that says, had your Lord willed, those on earth would all have been entirely Muslim. Then, O Muhammad, Muhammad, would you compel the people in order that they become Muslims? Another verse, and the nearest in love to Muslims, you will find those who say we are Christian, because amongst them there are men devoted to learning and men who renounce the world and they're not arrogant. Quran chapter 5 verse 82. These are not verses that says go kill Christians, go kill Jews. You don't find that in the Quran. You will never find it. And I challenge you, go find a verse that says go kill the Christians and Jews. You will find the reverse, but not the other. There's a verse that says whoever saves a life, it's as if they've saved all of mankind. And whoever kills an innocent person, it's as if they've slain all of mankind. These are the verses of the Quran, but look, you give me enough resources, I will weaponize every darn religion to commit even a genocide and call it something defense and self-defense. That's the reality we live in. The religions being weaponized every single day. I mean, you had 1,000 Christian pastors just recently gone to Israel, and they're being weaponized to come back and push an agenda. So don't give me this, oh, it's Islam. I'm more than happy to have that discussion.
We've been fair in this space.
No, not you, Diligent.
I'm just saying. I mean, you're making a broad argument and discussion. Like you're addressing something you really need to in the context of the space because you've already addressed it. So
I appreciate that. Thanks. I wanted to
not all Jews are radical. Not all Christians are radical. Not all Muslims are radical. Not all Hindus are radical, right? And we need to move away from these generalizations that the powers that be want you to adopt because they make you controllable. Okay, you need to believe in individual accountability. It doesn't matter who the individual is. Go ahead, Mace.
Can I respond?
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, sorry.
Very proud of you.
Sorry, Reggie.
Because all I want to say is I do appreciate that you're doing that, Diligent. I'm really grateful for your post, even because right now anybody that's really pushing this extremist or helping the extremists who want the division, who want us to fight each other, who want civil war, like it is ludicrous to run around here basically. Who it is that we need to go after are people in these very high government positions that are committing treason against the people. And while we sit here and entertain this nonsense, going after each other, it's just crazy. So anyway, thanks, Dilly, for doing that.
The point I'm talking about is up in the Jumbotron. It's the top post. Go ahead, Reed, here you go.
What's up? So my point to him and to anybody in this space, if you're of Irish descent, you don't sit there and say I'm an Irish American. The hyphen has been erased. You don't sit there and you say any of these things. So when I say I'm American, that's the way I see it. If you don't like it, that's too bad. I don't care. American is American. If you love this country, that's what you're here for. Doesn't matter where you come from. If you came from somewhere and if you've been here a couple of generations, if you're American, that's what the important thing is. What we're trying to figure out here is the divisiveness. I've also been looking into this new group on X. You guys are going to run into them. They're called Heritage American. They call themselves WASP. They're white supremacists, and I've been trying to figure out where they're coming with. Obviously, the hate, but I wanted to also come at them. Thank you.
WASP aren't white supremacists. They're white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yeah, and they formed a group called Heritage Americans on this platform, and they're growing.
All right. I'm going to keep it on topic.
Quick comment to Reggie. Those are really quick comment. Reggie, I am with you. I actually don't like it when people say I am dis-American. I only subscribe to being an American. Ethnically, I may be of some different background, but right now, for all practical purposes, we're all American, and that's what matters. But sadly enough, you see that a lot of Muslims who are in this country, they're not treated that way, even when they want to be just American. That's the sad part, right? They're treated as an outsider, or they're treated as, they have to be kicked out. So that's where the challenge lies. You look at Jake Lang and what he's doing, it's an abomination to what this country stands for.
I'll speak on pocket on that a little bit because I posted about it. Thoroughly convinced that it is an asset. Thoroughly convinced. Coyote.
Who's an asset? What?
Coyote.
question.
No, you said Jake Lang, bro. Keep up.
Oh yeah, he's a fucking asset, dude. That dude's fucking. You can't go from slapping bacon on the Quran to kissing the wall to that. No.
And let me just highlight, Raging Rigo wants to parrot this asset. What does that tell you? Let's not go around parroting assets because then that might, shine a light on
True on that.
Depending on what she looks like.
Well, I wanted to ask Raging a question, because honestly, I fucks with Raging. Do you think Zionism is radical, like this Islam thing that you talk about?
Yeah, of course it is.
That's a question for Raging.
Thank you, Raging. Did you notice Raging's voice changed?
Yeah.
Bill? Raging.
You know what? I think that Zionism, I hear a lot of Zionism and about Zionism and anti-Jew and all this stuff. I think that's radicalized too. I think
You
people
didn't
are
answer the question.
pushing
The
on
question
both
was,
sides.
do you think that Zionism is radical?
Zionism is the belief that Israel must exist, right? Or is it worse than that here? Because everybody has a different definition of what it is.
So that is fair. That is fair. No, hold on. That is fair. In the same way that Muslims are said to be radical, when they make that generalization, right? So it's you're actually kind of explaining my point earlier, right? Is that I believe that there are, because I have had discussions with Zionists as a self-proclaimed Zionist, not ones that I've signed, that there is, right? We have one on stage, but hold on. That they believe that like Israel is like the chosen, you know what I mean? That they do see themselves, from what I gathered, right? That there is like a supremacy notion amongst some of their ranks. I'm not saying all of them, but I don't think
Israel is the Jewish ISIS. Israel is the Jewish ISIS.
Okay, so I'm not. This is what I was concerned with. Let me just say this, because I think we can just kind of move past it. The supremacy notion is not exclusive to any particular ideology or belief system, right? There are factions of supremacy notions amongst every ideology on the planet. And if I spent enough time looking through them all, I'm sure I could give you examples, right? And if you want to focus on the supremacist ideologies or supremacist factions of any ideology on the planet, and then give a blanket statement as if that applies to all the people who espouse those beliefs, it is a fallacy. And so I think we can not waste our time getting into the woods on that one. But it is a fair statement to make, Raging, which is, obviously there is a pervasive Zionism that feels like it must retain supremacy and to ensure the survival of Israel to a certain regard, right? Like it's almost like a nationalist belief from what I've seen. And then I've had a few long, don't interrupt me. I've had a few long conversations with the Zionists and the Orthodox Israelis that come in my spaces, and I enjoy talking to them. But I'm just saying, like, it did seem that way, that there is at least that, like, a faction of that. So, don't you think it would be fair to say that the same can apply to Zionism or Muslims, right? That there can be a radicalization or an extreme faction of either one of those ideologies?
I agree. You can radicalize any religion, even Christians, right? We have the Knights Templar, which are trying to be somehow brought back. So each type of religion can go extreme where they believe that they have some type of supremacy. And this is one thing that I've had conversations with Dr. Strange. And I'm glad that I am actually on my timeline and seeing other Muslims condemning this radical Islamist attack. If the radical Islamist attacks are pushed back against by the Muslim community, that's the good side. This is a positive because it shows people that there's good, right? It's not just bad. I do know some of the extremist things that they practice. I do have learned some of the things that they've told me. But again, there's some beliefs that, until I see the terror attack stopping, then that's going to be a different time. But I always want to know why
what spurred it, what made it happen. I mean, we never get to know what really happened. We always get cover up, so it's a bug. But I do understand what you're saying. I do believe that Israel has a right to exist. It must exist.
That is a radical point of view. That is a radical and genocidal point of view.
So Zionism is the.
I don't care.
Yeah,
Israel must exist.
so you were a Zionist then. You were a genocidal Zionist and a
You see,
terrorist.
that's because I believe that
Let me explain. I'm from the
No, you're not going to consume
Let me
my
explain.
space. No. You're not going to consume my space with this shit. We're going to keep it on topic. I was trying to point out and be fair that there are radical elements to almost every religious or ideological belief across the planet, right? And that's all I was trying to do. All right.
Trying to finish up.
Hold on. We're going to balance the conversation. We have somebody. His name is Zion, spelled backwards. Is
Is
this
I
a
give the
troll?
definition though?
Hold on. No, I don't need you to. Okay, we already discussed it. So I'm trying to move on. Is this a troll? Is he just pretending to be a Zionist because his name's Zion backwards?
What's my location, sis?
That doesn't mean that you're not a troll, sir.
No, what do you mean if I live in Israel? So, you know.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on the discussion so far? Go ahead.
So I agree with you 100%. The division, they tried to do it here in Israel, they tried to do it in America and everywhere. And I saw your post, I liked it. And yeah, 100% I agree with you.
And this is a secular Zionist, am I correct?
Yes.
And do you feel like that all Muslims are radical?
No, I don't. Of course I don't.
And what are your thoughts on the event that occurred in Australia this morning?
It's horrific. When that guy Ahmed saved him, I saw Verity talking about it, and when I heard about it first, I was like, "Oh, that's a beautiful story. It's a very beautiful story that a Muslim man saved people, Jews in this instance, from getting killed." But other than that, it's horrific. What do you mean, propaganda?
That the Muslim saved him? Do you believe that it's actually a Muslim, or do you feel like that's
Look, we'll need to hear him talk. Obviously, we'll give us an interview in the next couple of days, and we'll be able to judge better.
I think so as well. All right, thanks, Noise. Go ahead, sir, you go.
Alright, I've got a few things to say. First of all, on why I believe that Zionism itself is a radical ideology, like Wahhabism can be. As a Syrian, I am of the people that Zionism genocided. So I would like to speak, please understand and respect that. It's kind of like if I was a Jew speaking about Nazism, you would allow me
You just heard a Zionist on stage say that he didn't think all Muslims were radical.
Okay, so I'd like to explain
I'm sorry,
to you
you
why
were
let me explain. Not all Jews are radical.
No,
All Zionists are terrorists. Let me explain why. Because when it comes to my land, kill me and take my land based on your religion, and you want to make that state that you create purely of your religion and kill anyone else who doesn't go by your religion, that's the same thing as ISIS. What did ISIS do when it came to Syria? ISIS wanted to Please understand that I'm a person.
The same way that I shut it down earlier, I'm going to shut it down now. Okay? You are assigning responsibility of a state level action to individuals, right? So again, individual accountability. Are you saying that Noise up here is responsible for what happened in Syria? Is that what you're asserting?
Okay, let me ask you this, my friend. Is ISIS ideology a terrorist ideology?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's interesting you just say you don't know. But let's go to ISIS for a minute. Please give me some time to explain to you my point. When you look at ISIS, what's their ideology? They want to create... I understand.
I think you're misunderstanding, though, because, again, like I was earlier with Dr. Strange, I was trying to move away from, like, the general theological and geopolitical conversation that likes to swallow up these when they're adjacent, right? That's what's happening right now.
I'll go to what Sarah said then. Let me move to what Sarah said.
If you want, listen, if you want me to host an objective theological debate or geopolitical debate,
It's not objective, theological.
if you want me
It's not about that.
if you want me to host one and have that broad, scoped discussion, I'm more than happy to. But I don't want to, we're getting way off.
No worries. I'll move on. I'll move on to what Sarah was saying. Okay? What Sarah said is she has a mantra. We won't fight Jews for Muslims. We won't fight Muslims for Jews. I think that, I agree on, there's merit, but I will say that there is some way that this also could be exploited, if you will allow me to explain. Our governments in the West have taken sides on our behalf on a foreign war.
So that would be fighting for me. Not
you
for
have
that would be my cause. That's the point of the saying. If you're gonna fight, do it for yourself. Don't do it because somebody else convinced you to do it.
I agree with you saying, and I understand where it's coming from, and I get it 100%. My issue is not with you, it's with what I would call the aggressive fence sitters. Because when the aggressive fence sitters tell you that you shouldn't take a side between Israel and Palestine, what they're really saying is that you should keep the status quo. And the status quo is that our governments have taken a side, right?
That's a false assertion, though, because sometimes they don't care about that would imply that they care about the results, right? If the result was that the status quo remained the same, then I would agree with you. But if the results are yet undetermined and they have no vested interest on the outcome of those results, well then, are they really aggressive fence sitters? Are they trying to maintain the status quo, or are they just saying, I'm apathetic to it, to be honest with you.
You're apathetic to a genocide.
I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, it doesn't really have a whole lot of relevance to
what if your tax money was going to a genocide?
It's horrible.
Okay, but your taxes are going to.
Okay, this is what's not going to happen in my space. I've been trying to stop it. But as horrible as it sounds, it is not my problem. I am trying to keep a genocide from happening of the state here in the United States, right? I don't want a tyrannical regime putting my people in camps. I can't worry about what's happening to your people over there. There's atrocities that are happening globally all the time in South Africa, in Asia, in various locations. And I'm not going to do it. So, and I've said that my position on this has been wants to glass the other side over there. It's not my problem.
Your weapons and your taxes are going to one side. That's
okay. She doesn't get it, does she? It's all right. So just relax. It's okay. Right? It's okay. My weapons and my tax money go to a lot of things that I don't want it to go to. Right? We're well aware of it. It's not just limited to that particular conflict. It's very broad scoped, and a lot of us aren't happy about it. But again, right? It's not my main priority. I understand that it's your main priority and that you have, a very strong opinion on it, but you can't force me to adopt your view on it. That is the true apathetic fence.
And I can't expect you less for that, because you may say it's not a priority, but it is a concern of, okay, I do. And is it a concern for you at all that your tax money wasn't a part?
Did I not say that I don't like my money going to any of it? Right? I said there's a lot of our money goes to shit that we don't like. I am not a fan that my money is going overseas at all, in any regard. Right? We have $40 trillion in debt. Our kids can't afford to buy houses. Our veterans are homeless on the streets, starving, committing crimes to survive, getting raped if they're women, right? So I have a lot of issues right here at home I care about. I realize that this is your fight and you're very passionate about it, But the fact of the matter is I don't like having to have that discussion over here at all. And if we had true representation in this country, we wouldn't have to. There wouldn't be money going over there. I wouldn't have to listen to the constant battle between Israel and Gaza over here on domestic soil. I wouldn't have to listen to the push and pull of the Zionists or Jews and the Muslims in my country, the United States. And it's really, really exhausting, right? It's a constant fatigue. So again, I realize that it is your issue. It's a horrible issue. Like, I am not a fan of kids being killed anywhere, but I am not in a position to stop it, right? None of us are. So again, otherwise it would have stopped. You've been going on, what, 3 years now? 3 years now. Day in, day out, endless spaces, protests, discussions, and nothing has changed, right? Nothing has changed. I need to focus on, and we need to focus on problems that we can solve right here at home. If we route the corruption here at home, guess what? The money will stop flowing to where you want it to go. But I'm not gonna, like, it's just, I'm sorry, but it's a fact. So again, I know it sounds heartless or whatever. I really just don't have a whole lot of dog in that fight. I just don't. I never really have. And I think that when you try to guilt Americans into having a strong position on it, I think that you end up losing more than you think. The same way that the other side does, like the way that Jews or Israel tries to guilt Americans into having a strong position on anti-Semitism, that turns me off in much the same way, right? And so, again, it feels like a scolding or I'm trying to think of the right word. It just feels like a scolding parents or like it's. And I realize like it is atrocious what's happened over there, right? Like I'm not trying to discount like the horror of war, right? But there is a lot of that globally, and I don't know, man. It completely derails every conversation every time. Every time we try to talk to anything even adjacent to it, it always goes to the genocide shit.
Do you think it's related to what happened in Bondi?
I have no idea.
Okay, sure. I mean, can I respond to you at all, or are we done here?
I mean, I want to keep it on topic. Do you want to keep it on topic? Then yeah, go ahead. You want to bring it back to Bondi? Tell me how it's related to Bondi. You know what? If you want to tie it into Bondi, I'll allow it. Go ahead, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Strange.
Well, Israel is tying it into Bondi. Israel is making comments. Israel is interfering in Australian affairs. Their president is making comments about Bondi.
I started this with that. I agree.
Sure. Yes. So there is a tie-in, and the hero of the day was Syrian. So it is rather from my region. You could say that this is a result of what's happening in my region. We're all interconnected. We can't separate each other. We can't say we don't care, because eventually what you export will come back, right? You exported a conflict, and there was people there on the day that were shot, some of which were shot, some of which were injured, which were in Israel, sitting on tanks, promoting bombing of hospitals and genocide. So it is related to what's happening.
To be fair, when I started the space, I said that I didn't think it was right for Israel to be involved with the investigation into it because it would be biased. Like my listeners know that. Okay, so then, it's not like I'm being unfair here. I said I didn't think it was right for them to investigate. You can check.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that, and like this is happening to Australia and not America as well. But I will say that just as a general thing, you may feel like you reject
This is being used for propaganda here in America, though, right?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yes, you're right. And it's going to run propaganda into your taxes, going to another foreign conflict that resulted in the exportation of these problems in the first place.
I think that's the point.
If you want to get my sincere opinion, I've stated this before, right? And I want to put this a wrap on the Gaza shit. I actually believe that we are working in partnering with Israel to test out urban warfare development, right? And that, we are, that's what's happening there, right? Is that they are a proxy of our weapons in urban training development. Urban Achilles heels of the United States, even though we've had technological and kinetic warfare superiority for a long time. That's where we struggled the most. If you need any examples, I would look at Iraq, right? Afghanistan, right? Where they have a hard time dealing with insurgencies because they are not of a particular identifiable group. They're not all soldiers wearing green shirts that you can find. They're citizens that become radicalized due to the nature of war, and then insurgents towards the occupying force. Well, look at that. You have Gaza, a never-ending supply of citizens that become radicalized, turn into insurgents in mass, and are in constant battle with those around them. And so what a great testing ground for urban warfare development. And this is, you can look at the drone technologies that are shared interchangeably between the United States and the state of Israel back and forth. And as horrible as that is, right? And that is horrible, right? I blame just as much, I blame that just as much on the rogue element that controls our country right now. And also it looks like Israel. So I think that there's a generalization that's made. We talk about Israel or as a country, the same thing as the United States. There's a lot of imperialist atrocities that can be laid at the feet of the United States that I know the American people did not do, right? And they're not responsible for, only in the sense of the fact that they didn't revolt and put an end to it a long time ago. And that much we are responsible. But we each have to hit our moment. So that's my position on that conflict. Go ahead, Noxie.
I think that we can't ignore the fact too that because of these wars, it has allowed the crisis too of the immigration that we're having here and the refugees that we're taking in because of these wars. And we saw the effects of that with the 2 National Guardsmen that were shot a couple weeks ago. There's a ripple effect that these wars are causing that is affecting us as Americans. And so on that aspect of it, I would agree with Syrian that we don't want to be part of these conflicts. We don't want our tax dollars spending it because then we also pay with the ramifications of taking in more refugees and more people that are not Americans and bringing them onto our soil.
100%. See, I know, I know that I came across callous. It's just because I've tried to mitigate the conversation getting derailed for years now. So I know I come across callous, but I assure you that I do have compassion for kids that are getting slaughtered. Right? I'm just trying to be as objective as I can about it. Let's go to the beer paladin. Go ahead.
Can I have a minute?
Oh, I'm sorry, Terry. Yeah, you can go. Yep. Let me just say this: when people talk, the stage rotates, and sometimes one hides behind the mute button or request button, and I don't always keep seeing it. So I'm not ignoring you.
No, it's cool. So number one, not my area of expertise. With that said, my heart goes out to these people. This is a horrible act for whatever the reason. I understand that there's no proof of an ideological bent here, but I think it's reasonable to assume that there might be. And, someone has said anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. And this concerns me a great deal. Not to say that Israel is perfect by any means. They're not. They've done some horrible things in Gaza. But I think that the most important thing is what you said before, is these arguments of anti-Semitism or Zionism are meant to divide us. And it's the people really who are in power who want that. And that cannot be ignored. I am happy to see Syrian girl in the space. I think this is the first time I've seen her in your space. But I think that I've also observed her many times. And she's a very intelligent, very articulate person.
I mean, you have breaking news. Hold on. Australian on the ground. I'm sorry. Hold on, Jimmy. I'll go back to you.
Australia's national broadcaster, the ABC, is reporting that an ISIS flag has been found in a car of one of the Sydney gunmen from the Bondi shootings. That is coming from the Australian national broadcaster, which is publicly funded by the government. Just to make clarity on that, alright? So that's just coming out of the last 5 minutes.
So they do.
Well, I'm going to make sure that you guys understand that the ABC is funded by the Australian government. But yes, they're reporting that ISIS flag.
So take it with a grain of salt. He could have the same brand new Nazi flag vibes that, like, remember when that moving truck rammed the front gate of the White House last year?
I was just about
They
to say
had that crisp brand new folded up Nazi flag. That has those kind of the same vibes.
They were like black guys. Weren't they like, they weren't even white? The people that did this?
Yeah,
And
they weren't
even
even
the
white.
white truck that didn't take, the white truck that happened around New Year's where there was an ISIS flag in there just chilling, you know? I think on the backseat or
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for further confirmation before I take that. But even if it was, okay, thanks for that, Nick. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you. I think that the way this room has been run, and this is an extremely difficult topic to do what you do, diligent. And I'm not going to simp, but you're trying to do it right. And I just hope that we apply the same standards to everyone that you always have. And people who want to come in here and propagandize against Israel or for Israel, I'm sorry, it's not helpful. So I'll end there.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Terry. And it's a difficult conversation to moderate. Mick, you got more?
Yeah, just went scouring and trying to do multiple things at once. So, allegedly, in short, Australia's domestic intelligence ASIO actually looked into Naveed Akram 6 years ago. So he's the son, right, for apparently having close ties to a Sydney-based Islamic State terrorism cell. This was 6 years ago that they were looking into this kid and had him on their list. So it doesn't stipulate, how he slipped through the cracks or if they let go, they didn't find anything probable. But they're allegedly saying that he was on their watch list from 6 years ago. So there's obviously genuine concerns now within Australia's spy agency. Are they actually getting these steps right, or have they fucked up here, which has resulted in 15 innocent lives being lost? So I'll keep looking into this, and I'll come back to you before if I find something else.
And I think that's what's weird to me is I have this gut thing about the 2 National Guardsmen that were killed by somebody that was involved and brought here by our CIA. It's a weird feeling I have.
Let's go to some hands.
On the condition of anonymity, the Joint Counter-Terrorism Task Force did confirm that they did find an ISIS flag within one of the cars at Bondi Beach of one of the shooters. So under the condition of anonymity, they did confirm that to the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the ABC. So
Thank you, Nick. Go ahead, Dabir.
Yes. Hey, you guys. I know a few of you. I'm an Aussie that lives in the US now. I've been here for over 10 years, but I have some unique perspective on this incident. given I grew up in Western Sydney, not far from where these buildings were, that got raided after the event. And I'm not a young man. I've been around. I grew up in the 80s when multiculturalism was introduced into Australia, and then saw the waves of immigration that came after that. One of which was Lebanese people after the civil war there. And there were two types of Lebanese asylum seekers. There were real Lebanese asylum seekers, the Christian Lebanese that were fleeing the war there, and then there were, in inverted commas, Muslim Lebanese, and you couldn't find a bigger difference between those two groups of people. The Christian Lebanese all assimilated, they opened businesses, they were lawful, and the Muslim Lebanese, who are actually Palestinians, almost universally, to this day in Western Sydney is still a problem, and it's a generational problem. So this has been going on for almost 50 years now, and I managed shopping centres in Western Sydney in the 90s and 2000s, and the biggest problems we had were with groups of immigrants that entered into single suburbs and created their own universe there, and then they were basically lawless. And the Australian people were basically terrified of them, and they moved out of those areas, and then the enclaves get larger and larger. So of those, there were Samoans, there were Tongans, there were Serbs and Croats after the problems in the Baltics, and they stayed pretty tribal for one generation. But the biggest problem I ever saw was those Middle Eastern Lebanese Muslim, in inverted commas, immigrants. And I look back over my time in the US now and seeing news stories come out of Sydney since I left, and I've only got to go back to October.
But you know the Shooters were Pakistani, right? Not Lebanese Muslims. Let him and his Lebanese Muslims who were.
Let him finish, and then if you want to correct him afterwards, I will let him finish. Go ahead and let me play him, Pierre. And probably mute glitch.
Yep, you muted me. So there is a very large number of, what I would call militant Islamists in Sydney now. It's not just from one nation, and you've only got to go back to a couple of days after October 7th.
Would you agree that it's not? Would you agree that it's not all of them?
Of course, it's never all of anybody. It wasn't all Germans in World War II either. But if you have a significant problem and you turn a blind eye to it, you encourage it, and you start to demonize people who notice it, to the point where they, in Australia, you're more likely to get arrested for criticizing Islamic immigration than you are for being an Islamist and calling for the death of Jews. So, and that's just a fact. Same in the UK. It's a common problem. The reality is, I don't see it turning around. The event's not a false flag. I 100%, guarantee you this is low IQ Islamist, living out his fantasy of killing some Jews. But the reality about those Jews is they aren't mighty. And I find it kind of it's bullshit having someone like Syrian girl on here. She's in Australia too. She should be concerned about Australia. She should be concerned about his future instead.
She was pretty objective, to be fair. When she came into the space, she acknowledged that it was likely
reflection about your community?
That applies, that happens regardless of an ideology, right? That's selectivism. Like that happens, we were just talking about Israel and Gaza. I'm sure that not all Israelis see what's going on in Gaza as a problem, right? So, but some do. So like that selectivism, I think it can be attributed unilaterally across the board, right?
Yeah. All I'm saying is that these were Australians that were killed. They might have been Jewish, but they didn't go over and fight that war. The fact that you're even...
Let him finish. I'm going to let you respond, but keep it moving.
You brought the war to Australia's shores.
Okay. Just, I don't want it to derail the subject. Just keep it on. Culturalism and mass migration into the Western countries is a problem. It's problematic with a lack of assimilation to the culture of the society. It is a problem here. I'm sure it's a problem in other places. It's a problem that occurred in Rome. We all know what happened there. So like to act like it's not an actual problem, I feel like is disingenuous. However, it doesn't mean that it's a broad brush generalization that applies to anybody who espouses a particular belief, right? And so I think it's an important distinction to make. Pure Biden.
Yeah. I'll just go back to the question at hand. Is it a false flag? No, it's not a false flag. It's 100% a terrorist event. Will it happen again? Yeah, in a few years or maybe in 6 months. It'll happen again. And
I mean, it sounds like they're going to clamp down a bunch of authorities on you.
we gave up our guns, and from that moment on, the government has just clamped down 1 inch at a time. And every time something happens, they clamp down a little bit more. The reality here is, I don't think the Labor government in Australia wanted this to happen, because right now in Australia, much like in the UK and Ireland and elsewhere, there is a nationalist movement rising in Australia, basically because of that mass immigration and because of the problems that are existing. Well, he's running around Australian cities from Africa, having machete bites and cutting people up, right? So, it's not just Muslims. Well, they may be Muslims, but, they're bringing people in from parts of the world that are completely incompatible and incapable of dropping their tribal mentality when they enter society. And you bring in enough of them, and they never need to. They just live in their little bubble, and then the judicial system gives them total, the defense basically says, oh, well, they came from Afghanistan, they don't understand Western way of life. They didn't know rape was bad. They didn't know they couldn't fight with a machete on the street. So this is a self-owned by Australia. Basically, the Australian government has allowed this to happen for far too long. The problem is so large now, I don't know how it gets resolved, but I can tell you right now that the Australian people, the multi-generational Australian people, are fed up. And the two major parties in Australia are slipping very quickly into quicksand, and the independent parties, most of whom are standing now on, stopping migration, if not remigration. Those parties are going to continue to grow in power. So there's no way in the world this is a false flag to tighten down on.
What do you think about the late police response to the actual event? And the ones who stood by and did nothing?
Yeah, well, 2 cops got shot, so I don't think they were doing nothing. There may have been cops that were...
Well, getting shot is not shooting, right? Well, that's the same.
Well, Yes, so unlike the US police force, the Australian police force is, it's much more restraining in the way they respond to things. So I'm not surprised that they were underprepared for a situation like this. Whether they were running into danger or away from danger, we don't know yet. But
kind of a demolition man effect.
Yeah. So look, what I think is that the problem with this incident and the way it will play out in Australia is you'll get a reflexive response initially from Islamic leaders saying that they condemn it, and then a week from now.
You can give him a short response. Then we're going to go to that girl, Casey and Coyote.
It's all good, diligent. You can move on.
Go ahead, Syrian.
Yeah, this guy has an agenda, and it's a Zionist Israeli agenda. Clearly, he's upset that anyone criticizes Israel. He wants this terrorist attack to give Israel carte blanche to do anything that he wants, by his words. He's attacking me. Nowhere. He attacks Lebanese Muslims in Sydney as if they have anything to do with this. The shooters were Pakistani, they weren't Lebanese. The guy that stopped the shooters was Syrian, Lebanon is part of greater Syria. Okay, so we're the same ethnicity, and he was Muslim. He doesn't mention that, but he just spends he's somehow allowed carte blanche to shit all over Lebanese Muslims in Sydney, and nobody stopped him. So, and then he goes on to say you're not allowed to criticize Israel. It's actually insanity. Who is this guy? He left Australia. He abandoned Australia. He's not even Australian anymore. He's a traitor.
Go ahead.
What is Greater Syria?
Go ahead.
It's not Syria.
Come on. You guys are like fatiguing. Go ahead, Casey.
No, there's.
I want to have a conversation. If we can't have a conversation, then I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna attack. Well, I took notes, okay, and I just have to backtrack. So first off, let me just ask this question. They said that the person was Pakistani. Are we sure, like it's official, that the person was Pakistani? Because the thing is, I don't want to go after any group of Muslims. So you know what I mean?
Jews in Australia, are you kidding? 60 Zionists. How do you know they were Zionists? They're Jews. My wife's from Australia. What are you talking about? What are you guys, like anti-Semites? Even when Jews die, you're out here? Even when Jews die? I'm not even going to waste my time with you tonight. No, I'm going to waste my time. You believe this? No. Why? They want attention. Don't give it to them. Don't give them the attention they want. Change the police are protecting us. Don't give these idiots attention. Don't exist. Don't give them any attention. Your attention. These guys are attention whores. That's all they are. Stop talking to them. They're attention whores. They're Jewish
Focus on the 16 Jews who were murdered in Australia, not on these traitors and capos. We don't need more capos.
A Christmas Carol is.
Telling everybody who's come to these disgusting tour carta sickos, even when 16 Jews are Jewish capos, any attention, capos, disgusting, capos. They would have been the first to put the Jews in the oven. You would have put the Jews in the oven in Auschwitz. Don't give them any attention. Guys, don't give them attention, I'm begging you. Focus on the 16 Jews killed in Australia. Don't give those sickos any attention. They would have thrown us in the ovens and on the trays. Don't give them attention. Don't give them attention. Attention whores. Disgusting.
It's the most wonderful time.
She canceled. She said she has a gut instinct feeling that we're not allowed.
That is so.
There we go. There's some bacon right there. Ah, perfect condiment for the eagle to run. Yes! Enjoy Kashmir. Oh, Muhammad's pissed off. Well, he's pissed off. Who cares, right?
Hanukkah is symbolic of the Jewish struggle to resist submission to tyranny and to sustain its spiritual heritage. No people have fought longer, struggled harder, or sacrificed more to survive, to grow, and to live in freedom than the people of Israel. Our brothers and sisters, together, let us pray that the warm lights of Hanukkah will spread the spirit of freedom and reach, comfort, and sustain every person who is suffering tonight. Happy Hanukkah, and God bless you all.
President Ronald Reagan honored Hanukkah as a timeless reminder of courage and perseverance, values he believes strengthen both the Jewish people and the American spirit. For those who celebrate, Happy Hanukkah from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute.
Being a Christian is my top priority. What are we doing? You can't tell me to denounce Christianity for the United States of America.
It's always God first.
Like what?
So, you can let him finish though. But it's a good point. Like my faith always comes first too. Right.
Okay.
So what's wrong with that?
But then people are saying, oh well, actually, I'm American, not like that. Your values of American and what it means to be an American.
You're trying to say that they have to be mutually exclusive, and they don't. My relationship with God becomes before all else, but that relationship is what binds me so devoutly to my country, right? Like those are not mutually exclusive.
And you're making very good points as well. But when you want to create a homogenous society, right? Say what's happening in Britain, right? Like I say, I can only speak from experience. I'm not going to speak from on the behalf of Americans.
I want to get away from the broad brushstrokes if we can. Like I want to keep it to Australia. I'm going to try and bring it back in.
It's like I stated, though, right? It's like I say, I'm an individualist, but numbers don't lie, right? And I'll end my plane on this. And I know you want to talk about Australia, but it does tie into these things and what Beer said and the assimilation. What about the systemic rape of white working class girls within Britain? Statistically, right, it was Pakistani Muslim men that did that, right? That is a fact that happened in the past 30 years. And people didn't say anything because they didn't want to be outed out as racist, right? And now we want inquiries, but the governments are covering those up. And they don't want inquiries. And it goes back to a point what Raging was saying, right? Where is the outcry and the rage from the Muslim community if you class yourself as a praised person? The outcry of, these poor working white class women got systemically raped within the country. Hundreds of thousands. We're talking about almost 300,000 women.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about happening in Australia. Again, you're making a false equivalency.
Of course it does, because we're talking about extremities, right? And we're talking about assimilation, and certain communities, i.e. Muslims, probably don't assimilate to a country and want to subvert a culture, right? And so like the point was made. If you
are you saying that there are like, for example, in Dearborn, Michigan, that's getting a lot of heat right now? Are you saying that there is mass rapes occurring in Michigan that are going on unreported?
Well, no. Are
you saying that there is rampant assaults or violent crimes occurring in Michigan as a result of non-assimilation?
There could be. You might need looking into.
So Dearborn is one of the largest. It is the largest by far Muslim population in the United States. It's getting a lot of heat right now because it is Muslim, right? Primarily Muslim. But again, there is not a huge problem as a result of them being Muslim.
instance, within Britain, Pakistani Muslim men have been systematically raping white working class women, and that is a fact.
That's the statistic. That's your.
It's actually not the statistic. Like I'm not even trying to. I wish the mom was because he's done this.
It's a general. It's all right.
It's not a general. It's not a.
It is a. You gave me no numbers. You said for 30 years. A statistic is an actual denomination. Like you have like it would be there were this many rapes annually conducted by this demographic of this demographic for this amount of years, X amount of years, right? That's what a statistic sounds like. You're giving me generalizations. Like it's not a statistic, sir.
It's been discussed. It's been.
I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not saying it's not happening. But again, it's a generalization, and it doesn't apply to all.
I don't see how it could be a generalization anyway.
But the statistics don't know that, so that's why I said, I'm sorry,
you can't.
I'll lend my blame on this, and I'll keep it quiet. I'll just say one last thing, right? The outcry from the Muslim community, there wasn't any. So if you have, let's say, a wife from a Muslim family, right? And they knew that their husband or their cousins were raping people, and of course they knew about it. Why
if it was unreported, how would they know about it?
If that's happening within the community where a large percentage of these people...
If it was unreported, how would the families or the other Muslim communities know about it if it was unreported?
Because they were also gang raping, so they all knew about it.
So the Muslims in Syria and in Australia, in the United States, and in the surrounding countries all would know about it because...
No, I'm talking about Britain. I'm talking about within Britain. Places like...
The stats don't show this religion. I'm sorry, like, it keeps trying to push it. Like,
I understand that. Listen.
Even what it should move.
You're getting triggered, and I'm going to need you just to chill. I'm handling it, okay? It's fine. I think we're done here. We're going to move on. Thanks, Wanker. Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, it's supposed to be me. Like,
Go ahead, Coyote.
All right, so real quick, less than a minute. Okay, so I just want to make 4 points, and it's very simple.
All right, is it quick 4 points?
Well, I only get to ask a question on that last one. I've been real good.
No, let him go. Let him go.
Just do this one. Anyway, all right. So Zionism is the movement for the reestablishment, development, and protection of the Jewish nation and what is now Israel, tied to both religious and ethnic Jewish identity as reflected in the. It's not just for Jewish people or whatever. You got Christian.
Bro.
Okay, no, I'm moving forward. That was part of my thing that I was talking about when I got to ask the question. So here's the thing. It's like, why did Rome fall? Well, Rome fall because they got a bunch of people, flooded in, which was the senators. The bureaucracy is basically what the blame. So he's talking about, legitimately talking about the rapes that are happening with them. Well, who's letting them in? Are they being held accountable for letting them in? Who's letting people in the United States? Who's letting people in Australia or whatnot? Who's funding these little terrorist organizations and stuff like that? Has Benjamin Netanyahu ever gave?
That's anti-Semitic to ask that question.
I don't care. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but here's the thing. Has he ever gave $1 million to Qatar and they give it to?
Why are we talking about Benjamin Netanyahu?
Hold on, I'm making a point.
Australia fucking.
He obviously gave you $7,000 to read.
Enjoying that cool? Can't get your elsewhere.
You know what I want to do.
They're signing off
on the fucking topic. I'm gonna end the space in 25 minutes. Make sure you're following my co-host. Thank you to Tiny for being up here and pretty. Thank you, Noxie, for actually helping me run the space. Please follow them. They're awesome. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile. I'll be hosting a subscriber-only after space immediately after this one. That's how I bring value to my subscribers and turn all notifications on for my account. That way, when I talk...
Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Time's cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow. Feel the weight start to slip away. Count slow now, 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like a tide at sea. Oh, let it go. Feel it flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 9, 11, 10, and 9. Hold it close, let it alive. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, go. Feel the rush as the seconds fall. Heartbeat echo. Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel the weight start to slip away. Count slow, count 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like a tide at sea. Hold, let it go, go. Feel it flow, flow, flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, let it go, 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 Feel the rush as the seconds fall. Heartbeat it's magnetic. 10 seconds to find the glow. Now let it go, 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 go. Deepest breath you've got. Fill your lungs, don't let it rot. Hold it there, let the world start spinning. 10 seconds, start a new beginning. Hold, let it go, go. Feel the rhythm, let it flow, flow. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. This is your moment, your design. Feel flow, 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. This is your moment, your desire. Hold, let it go, go. Feel the rhythm, let it flow, flow. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. This is your moment, your desire. Time bends slow in the breath you take. The world waits as the silence aches. Hold, feel the glow, glow. Exhale softly, let it show. deepest breath of the day. Oh, over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 10, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Digging into your problems, the more I think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 10, 9, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath and let it hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 10, 9, 9. Stop thinking and your problems. The more I think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath and let it hold for Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more I think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11. Oh, let it go, 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 let it go. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 9. Oh, let it go, 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 let it go. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. La 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 da da. La 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 da 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 da. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more I think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, oh. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Stop thinking in your problems. The more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
it go.
Like the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Stop thinking at your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
Hold, 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 hold.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Stop thinking at your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
Its benefits in all things, and in its occupied without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrinkle.
the highest excellence is like that water, the excellent, and in its occupying without strife. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the tail. The excellence of a residence is in the place that of the mind is in abysmal still. That association puts his own person last, and yet it is found in the foremost place. He treats this person as if it were foreign to him, yet that person is preserved. Is it not because he has no personal and private ends that therefore heaven is long enduring, and earth continues long. The reason why heaven and earth are able to endure and continue thus long is because they do not live up or for themselves. This is how they are able to continue and endure. Therefore the sage puts his own person last, and yet it is found in the foremost place. He treats his person as if it were foreign to him, and yet that person is preserved. Is it not because he has no personal and private ends? To continue and endure.
The reason why heaven and earth are able to endure and continue thus long is because they do not live off themselves. This is how they are able to continue and endure. Therefore the sage puts his own person last, and yet it is found in the foremost place. He treats his person as if it were foreign to him, and yet that person is preserved. Is it not because he has no personal and private ends? Therefore, why heaven and earth are able to endure and continue thus long is because they do not live off or for themselves. This is how they are able to continue and endure. Therefore the sage puts his own person last, and yet it is found in the foremost place. He treats his person as if it were foreign to him, and yet that person is preserved. Is it not because he has no personal and
Some random fucking bum right now. Stop. That's my point. Man, still will. So we got a lot of on this you know. That's why I said try to pay attention to
the valley spirit dies not they the same. The female mystery thus is called the root from which grew heaven and earth. Long and unbroken does its power remain. Used gently and without the touch of pain. The valley spirit dies not, I the same. The female mystery thus do we name. Its gate from which and earth. Long and unbroken does its power remain. Used gently and without the touch of pain.
for. It's called the root from which grew heaven and earth. Long and unbroken does its power remain. Used gently and without the touch of pain. While the spirit dies, not aimlessly, the female mystery that still remains. Escape from which at first they issued forth. Used gently and without the touch of pain.
Escape from which at first they issued forth. It's called the root from which grew heaven and earth. Long and does its power remain. You gently and without the touch of pain. Heaven and earth, and from any wish to be. They deal with all things as the gods who rise and down with the sages do not act from any wish to be. But never let they deal with the people as the dogs who rise and down with. May not the space between heaven and earth be compared to a pillow. 'Tis empty, yet it loses not its power. 'Tis moved again since forever.
As the dogs of grass are dealt with, may not be the space between. It loses it is moved again and sends forth evermore much speech to let we see your Olympian garden keep it free. Heaven and earth do not act from any wish to be benevolent. They do with all things as the dogs of grass have dealt. May not the space between heaven and earth be compared to a bellows. 'Tis empty, it loses not its power. 'Tis moved again, sends forth air. More speaks too swift exhaustion where we see.
The town is the emptiness of a vessel, and in our employment of it we must be on our guard against all foreigners. How deep and unfathomable it is, as if it were the honored ancestor of all things. These lines are sharp points and unravel the complications of things. Should temper our rightness and bring ourselves into agreement with the obscurity of others. Pure and still the town is, as if it would ever so continue. Whose side it is, he'd like to hear to vary
Either him or the pretty crappy guy that I ended up getting engaged to that actually raped me when I was a virgin, who reached out to me this year and told me he has cancer. Like maybe that's my only best bet to like is to go back in time to these guys that were.
No way. You've got like, Jesus Christ, you've got like the like clinical definition of like fucked up retarded thinking. Everything you say is like intentionally retarded because you're trying to be maximally like obnoxious. That's why I think I asked you yesterday, like, do you think you're immature? Do you think you're like a mature person? Like that's what I say, you're very childish. Blah.
Why is that childish? So you don't think I should go back to the guy that like? You don't think I should go back to them?
No way, like get on Hinge and let's try to schedule some dates over like the next month.
But the thing is, I'm saying that like.
You're not saying shit. I'm telling you, you ain't doing shit.
Oh shit, talk that shit, music.
Yeah, she knows it's true. We've already covered all this, and she'll just keep going on and on and on as if we talked about it. I think there's no replays. She doesn't fucking take notes. She just comes here to like, give her free shit.
Word. So she basically saying you're asking you questions about a nigga that's constantly fucked her over multiple times.
Yeah.
She knows when she's wrong, but she continues to go.
Yeah, she's the little girl who
No, like I didn't go back to him, Mister.
Listen, like I said, she's immature. She's playing games. We kicked him. Why? He was confirming my diagnosis.
I literally have never gone back to like.
I know, but you're here talking about it.
I'm like maybe that's my only like.
Believe me, you got options. You have options
Yeah,
you don't know about.
it's not my body.
You have options that you don't even know about because you're not on Hinge. You're not on Bumble.
I feel like it's just not me. Like
But the thing is, you don't want to be you. You want new things. You're not doing new things. Remember, you're not what you say you are. You are what you do. And doing is communication. And dating apps are actually just communication. It's no different than this stupid app. So that's what I'm saying. You're totally siloing yourself. You're sticking yourself in one box and refusing to even admit you're in a box, and you refuse to get the fuck out of the box. This is your free consultation. Consider it, free, but pretty soon I'm gonna have to start sending you an invoice.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna show you my scar. I'll take another day. You're gonna be my analyze my scar.
That's why there's so much value in it. Because it's so hard, the reward is that much greater.
Oh, I don't have a car. Like, I have the cold, and it's gonna mess up my, like, it's gonna make my face more swollen.
Well, if you were on Hinge, you might find a guy who can drive to go to the gym with you.
Dude, I know that, like, because one of the guys that I went to high school with, I feel like I don't know if he likes me or just, like, I don't know. He's always, like, reached out here. A lot of guys, but he specifically had asked me out to, like, coffee maybe 3-4 weeks ago on Snapchat, and he was on my Snapchat. But I had to cancel it the last minute because I was like, I'm sorry, I'm too self-conscious about my face. Like, I can't.
Yeah. Well,
Like, it was really to come pick me up and everything, but I just know that I'm not, like, I don't know, like, it's cool to, like, be friends, but, like, what if he's more interested in something more, and I know that I'm not interested in him in that way.
We'll just straight up tell him that that's what you're thinking. And if he doesn't respect that, well then he's not a gentleman. You don't want to be with a guy who's not a gentleman. So it's just like you just gotta be transparent. But men if they don't get sex, like you might, they might walk away, but it's like don't be annoying about it. Like just straight up say, hey.
The only guy in the whole state of Kentucky that, like, I actually had a romantic interest in. There's only been one guy in the entire state of Kentucky, and he's from Kosovo. And I met him through my cousin at her birthday party in, like, 2010. And the last time I talked to him was probably, the last time I saw him maybe was, like, 2013, I think. And I met my husband in 2014. But I don't know. I think he's gotten married since then, so I don't have any contact.
Shit, this fucking 12 years ago. Stay in the fucking now, bro.
Yeah, but he's literally the only guy in the entire state of Kentucky that I've had romantic interest in.
Well, I keep telling you, you gotta get on the dating apps.
And I'm thinking, like, because the guy was, like that, he's a cop guy, he moved to Florida, and then the guy that I broke his heart, he lives in Michigan. And then my husband lives in California.
Well, now there's only heartbreakers and the heartbroken. And you gotta be either one. It doesn't matter which one.
I want to show you how, like, it disfigured my chin. I'm trying to take a good picture to show you how it disfigured my chin and my jaw. But do not screenshot it.
That's for shaving my head.
Actually, it doesn't look bad here.
Finally. Jesus. Imagine how annoying you be if you had a boyfriend. The boyfriend would be like, move up! Shut the fuck up!
Dude, I don't know how these people found my Snapchat, but, like, I guess I accepted it. There's, like, this random kid who, when I used to work at a restaurant, he used to go there. I guess I was like to tutor him, and that's why he was in my phone book, I guess. I don't remember. And he's like, your scar is beautiful. But I think he only says that because he had, like, a crush on me, like, 10 years ago, and so he has, like, fetishized me from that, so he doesn't care about my scar. And people who, like, care about you before, but it's not like Diego and I, like, spent a lot of time together where he knew me before I had the scar.
God, you're so pathetic, Nora.
Dude, sue me. I let the guy. Like, what are you going to do?
I keep telling you, I want you to get on Hinge and Bumble and talk to other people because, life isn't.
Okay, if Diego comes online and says, okay, you want to do that, then I will.
Okay.
But like, tell me, like, you have to.
He'll probably tell you that because he cares about you.
Well, I asked him, like, do you want me to get married and have children? He's like, I don't think you're ready.
Yeah, well, that's a big difference from fucking having a profile on Hinge and scheduling a date on a Friday night like a young woman. What the fuck?
Is it, like, local? Does it come up with,
bullshit me. You fucking, yes, the fuck. You go to a nice local restaurant with a nice guy around your age, and you'll be like, you'll have a nice time. Then you'll come back in here and you'll be like, hey, what's up?
Listen, when I worked at the Marriott, there was this guy who asked me out, and I like went to a fancy restaurant. You know what I did?
What?
This was like before I met Diego. It was like maybe 2022. And do you know what I did?
What?
I canceled. I did not go.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I canceled.
Don't say it's true.
I have literally, I'm trying to think if I've ever gone on a date with somebody. Nope.
So
Like,
you,
the only people that I've gone out with is the people that I really like.
wow.
I've never just like, no, I think I went with some kind of, maybe in my early 20s, I had a date with some guy at a restaurant. I don't even remember how I met him and who he was. But he was, I think he was Eastern European. I guess I like these Eastern European looking guys. And he had, but he was really, really hairy. Like his eyebrows were one. And he was like hairier than me, and I'm pretty hairy. Yeah, I don't think I'm stupid.
You are stupid. You're lucky you got a free fucking guy in a hot bathroom and I'm consulting with you for free.
I'm trying to, I want you to see. I get to the shower last night, and I did not put on deodorant, and like, luckily I didn't smell myself, and I did not smell bad.
What?
That usually doesn't happen. I usually smell so bad already.
Everybody always thinks they're smart smell like flowers.
No, I smell bad.
Ew.
I think it's because I got older, and my hormones are telling me to not reproduce.
Ew.
When I was younger, I always smelled good. I remember working out and like exercising, and after exercising, not needing to shower, and I still smell really good. That would never happen now.
gonna have Diego's kids.
No, I was gonna have Diego's kids. It would have happened in February, but instead it went viral.
Oh, I see.
Diego's like, you know how you're my coach? Diego's my coach too. He has two coaches. Trying to get me straight.
But you have to also be a coach to someone else. Are you doing that? Are you coaching anybody?
No, but I have to tell. Why?
Read something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad for my things to read because it makes it move more and it makes it more moving. But I guess I have to get used to it, like some kind of
Yeah,
exercise.
movement is good. It's called therapy, like OT. You should technically consider like speech therapy.
No, my doctor wanted to give me a speech therapist for my face.
Well, congratulations. You can read a book. It's the same thing.
Here, why are you wearing a shirt that's 20 years old? Yeah, it's about being great.
All right.
Or I can make a pie. Oh, right. I'm like a Van. How do you say it? Van. How do you say it?
All right.
Van. No, the one like the thing that talks.
Oh, they're joking. You're the Joker, man. See, the thing is, you don't want to stay the Joker. You need to transition to the stage.
It's like a Frankenstein.
Yeah. But it's more like a toy. You're like Diego's toy. Just a puppet of Diego. Barely alive.
But I want to have a line for Diego to be on. I want to be Diego's toy. I just want to be a line on my face.
Well, the secret is you think you want to be his toy. That's the work that you have to still do is to realize I actually don't be somebody's toy. You want to be because you want to transition out of that position. It's not a good position. You're not happy, are you?
Yeah, man, Diego is just hard to my face.
Well, you need to work on your position. It means other people. Occupation. What do you think of obsessive compulsive is? Like obsessive compulsive thinking and speaking. Are you doing that? Yeah, I just want to we need to recognize that so we can confirm what you are doing. Because that's all you're doing. And remember, you're not what you say you are what you do. So this is your, yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just, because it doesn't even go up into the leg. Yeah, it doesn't go close to your, it doesn't go into your, sorry, I can't live my whole life looking at Girls texting me for Christmas donations this year. There's not enough money to go around. You're lucky I'm giving you a verbal consultation for free.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Please put down notes so we don't have to repeat ourselves. And I'd like to just leave you with the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
You're leaving me, bro? Wow. I thought you were gonna shower to be clean on Clubhouse.
Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Quiet sea. Quiet sea. Time beats slows, it bends. Every breath begins, it ends. Clouds are rivers in disguise. Hold, echoes long, soft and slow. Now 1, 2, 3, let it rise like a tide at sea. Let it go, feel it flow. Take this breath, hold it close, let it alive. Take the deepest breath of
Blocked out of mirrors in Easter's room, so if everyone is streaming.
All right, welcome everybody. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear.
Did you leave?
I'm here.
Can you hear it?
Oh, he's not doing it. He stopped it.
How did he not block you?
It's not me doing it. Somebody else sent me the link.
Oh. Is that my mini?
Yeah. But I guess the room is over.
No, it's still there because my friends are in that room.
Oh, he might have gotten kicked out then.
Yeah, ISF equals occupation army in disguise. Huh. Do you use Aquaphor?
What's that, cologne?
No, it's a type of Vaseline. It's called Aquaphor.
No.
It's better than Vaseline. I've been using it on my scar to massage it because the doctor told me, or the nurse practitioner told me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then my lips are so chapped. I think it's because I've been using really bad lipstick. So I've been using it on my lips too. Trying to make them better again. So they don't look like weed lips.
Yeah, keep those lips hydrated. Nobody likes chapped lips.
I mean, how do you hydrate your lips?
You wash your lips, and then you put chapstick on them, then you put Vaseline on them. You just always keep like an epidural layer of like, oil, Vaseline.
Yeah. Your lips, but Aquaphor is. But like I said, I still have it. They're like really old lip thingamajiggers from Huda Beauty. What are they like? What are they called? The ones that dry? Can't remember. But I was wearing it long enough in California to try to.
Lip gloss?
No, it's not a lip gloss. It's because I like lip gloss, but I don't
right
like
now, this is the path to gun control because the other ways didn't work. They didn't.
Well,
They
Jersey. So hang on, did New Jersey win a big one, Mark, with from the may issue to shall issue?
Sure, that's the Bruin decision. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's carry.
So, like I said,
yeah,
you're always going to see back and forth, Mark, with legislation on this stuff. You're always going to see that.
What I just did. Not a winning mentality. So take it where you want to go. But the point is that gun control is evolving, right? It's a cat and mouse game. And it has evolved into a new complaint because of the Bruin decision, because of the current makeup of the Supreme Court, because magazine restrictions has lost in certain jurisdictions, right? And one gun per month and blah blah blah. And you say, I don't care, Mark, I'm in a wonderful state, right? when there's these lawsuits against the states, and they go and to the federal district, they become the case law that is cited in your state. And it also,
Yeah, I agree.
and then when you get some then when the composition of your state government changes, do you think that they are uneducated and they don't know what? I gotta do a math podcast. This is how it works, people. And it's like, I'm a little emotional about this because I'm sounding the alarm. I'm trying to tell you. You have to change your mentality or you're going to lose. And in this case, we're talking about rights. So, if you think if you think that you're gonna be Billy Badass at your 50 cal and some can and some bullshit and you're gonna take on the world, that's a good mentality. But I have a better one. I don't want to be in that position. I don't want it to go to a gunfight on my front door.
Your lover.
That's stupid.
Well, then, Mark, maybe we should focus on the First Amendment.
100%. Yeah, this is just what it comes down to: is you must preserve all your freedoms. You must, right? Because whether there's malintent, it could be malicious, it could be they just simply want to just take it. And it could also just be fear-based. It could just be ignorance, right? Like it's a bell-fed machine gun. That sounds reasonable. But you don't know the implications of that restriction, right? You just don't.
Actually, we do know the implications, right? You can see it. In all of fucking Europe. Like, we know what happens when you take away citizens' right to protect themselves. We know how this story ends.
Right. So Mr. Knight, no hard feelings, a little emotional, okay? I'm just trying to warn you. We're on the same side here, okay? I am just trying to warn you and the people that you might want to look at the situation differently. I'll just leave you with that. So no hard feelings, buddy.
Yeah, no hard feelings, Mark. I'm
Nice.
completely squared away, and I'm sure so are you.
I just deleted over like 500
tweets. I think we got no true.
They're still on the way.
Donnie, what's up, bud?
They're still on the way back.
Shit, I'm almost scared to comment. I never hear Mark get that worked up, and my last name is fucking Knight.
He's like, this is not I'm like, fuck, is he talking to me? I got a little excited.
Actually, it's fun to hear you get passionate because you are kind of
I'm so embarrassed.
melancholy most of the time. I was going to go back to your discussion about
I'm so embarrassed.
what you were talking about the draft. And it's weird that I push back on
I'll let you ladies go on. My work here is complete, Princess. Yeah. Good luck.
The draft has been around longer than it hasn't. Ever since 1973. It has been 13th and 14th grade, and it has produced some incredible men like Carlos Hathcock, who's responsible for the Scout Snipe book of today, for the Marines, and it's taken some very fundamentally passive people who made great warriors out of them in history.
It's
and so,
if you abandon it, it's like you've abandoned humanity, or you've abandoned civilization. You've decided to become an animal. Like, without your honor. So that's why the Japanese will look down on people when they're dishonorable. Like, oh, you're an animal. They don't mind butchering all of you.
The one thing they have in common.
The danger about
sure, but the one thing they have in common with the I would say Middle Eastern countries in general, it's not. Obviously, it's not religion, but it's the honor shame culture, where they do kill themselves for that precise reason. But that is something. A lot of people like to think that it comes from. There's a lot of things that people think comes from Islam, for example. Is that like the honor shame part comes from being Muslim, but in reality, a lot of that is literally regional cultural Oh, this is music AI. Hold on again.
Just land your fucking plane, Pepe.
Yeah, I know. It's like a shot. Let me get your hand.
Yeah, I get it, and I'm not. Yeah, we're obvious. I think the
I spent 30 years as an iron worker helping build this country. You know, there's something about a level of risk and hard labor that creates a certain thing in a man that does reward, I think, society as a whole. And I think we're missing opportunity, especially educationally, through boot camp, where we could get these kids their GED or finish their last couple of credits, maybe their high school dropouts, through requiring a 2-year service to this country. I think it would save us money rather than cost us money within the judicial system. I think it would be of a preventative nature, and it would give us a standing army that nobody in this world would want a piece of. And that's just my pushback, Mark. I don't think it's a detriment to the great men that served this country. I think it's a testimony to their ability to make greatness out of something that wasn't feeling or thought that they were capable of being that great.
No, you do raise some good points, and as a matter of fact, yesterday I was doing a private job filming for Homes for Veterans, right? A nonprofit, and I was at a American Legion. The point is I was surrounded by veterans, not GWAT like myself, but I'm talking like older gentlemen, Vietnam, 1 or 2 World War II guys, a whole bunch of Koreans. You make a strong argument. I'm willing to admit that the only thing I know is a professional all volunteer force. I'm willing to admit that. I'm probably compromised and jaded and only want guys who quote unquote want to be there. Okay, I'm probably very much compromised.
Well, and you're proud and you have every right to be there because of the commitment and that you earned your position and it wasn't a forceful thing upon you.
Right. In fact, if I remember back to my high school opinions, which I share a lot of them, but not all of them today. And the men that I was surrounded by yesterday were incredible. Many of them were drafted, right? So I'm not going to sit up here and say that there would be no net gain. I wonder if it would be a net gain for society, for the American society. I really don't know. And as far as practicality, America's huge. So, it's like, how do you actually take I'm assuming, primarily or all male, demographic post high school into the military? What do you do with them? Right? Again, I said, Israel's very small. It takes America.
There would be a sub-economy that would be massive around it. I believe it would build a massive sub-economy. And like I said, for me, it's a bit of a personal hang-up too. Like I said, here I am, retired iron worker because I lost my leg on the side of a mountain road and tourniqueted myself. But they wouldn't take me because I was had a 10th grade education at the time when the first Gulf kicked off, and I was putting in for just infantry for Marine infantry,
right.
And it was a very disappointing thing because everybody in my family had served, and I felt like I had just let myself down. And then to have this happen later on in life, I was like, damn it, I was tough.
Yeah, I've grown, and as I've, seen other professions in the civilian market, there are times I run into men of great character and capability, and I am like, I used to do this even as a cop, but really, it doesn't matter, cop or not cop. I run into great character and capability, and occasionally women too, not to be fair. And I say, you would do so good.
Many young men who, if pointed in the right direction, are capable of not only just being great defenders of this nation, and I think they could go on to be great leaders if taught leadership. If given, sometimes we all need a kick in the pants. And like I said, there's a great list of people that have gone through the military involuntarily that have turned out to be great leaders in our country, statesmen. And so I think there's an opportunity there that we just miss. And I just wanted to politely push back on that. And like I said, my last name is Mr. Knight, so easy with that Mr. Knight shit.
Donnie, can you imagine if we had a real Dirty Dozen?
Right.
I mean, when you were talking about that, I was sitting there thinking, oh my God, what if we could have a real Dirty Dozen and they could go out and do all those crazy missions and we
I had a friend of mine stabbed a guy in a bar with a beer bottle back in the early 80s and they made him go in. He had the choice of going up for, I think, 2.5 to 5 years on it. And instead he ended up.
seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising. Then everything is without blame. No blame, no thing, no rising, no mind. The subject follows when the object ceases. Follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject ceases. The object is expelled when the subject ceases. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. The subject is related to. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. Origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal. In one emptiness, both are equal. Evenly containing innumerable form. Evenly containing innumerable form. Do not differentiate coarse and fine. Differentiate coarse and fine. And you will not be for or against. You will not be for or against. The great ways all embracing. The great ways all embracing. Neither easy nor difficult. Neither easy nor difficult. Small groups are irresolute, full of doubt.
Falta poco para que termine.
Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising. Subject falls when the object ceases. The
Small views are irresolute, full of doubt. Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray.
The best way is not difficult.
Rabbi Schleider was murdered in Australia in Norway, and his friend Mark is a member now of our show. He comes all the time, and we were impacted by Rabbi Schleider.
It will enlighten us.
19 days ago today, he was so tired one late night, his brother and his son reached out to us and walked in the light, and they actually did it to film with his son, who was going to make his bar mitzvah. He had to do 3, and I had the honor of being the first one that he did, and it was such a moving experience. I mean, it was a true light of good leader, and it's sad because the world wasn't a good place to do it.
And you were in Poland trying to trace your
Great opportunity with nothing left
after you met him. And we have only life, and we have to
grasp and reject. There is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the heart. Everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion. And rest will move you again if you are merely in either. How will you know oneness? Not understanding oneness, you will miss in 2 ways. Expelling being, you will be without it. Following emptiness, you are always behind it. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the root and obtain the purport. Following the outcome, you lose the source. For a moment, turn inward and surpass the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness all have their cause in ignorance. The best way is not difficult. It only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart if you want it to appear. Do not be for or against. To set longing against loathing makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep meaning of the way. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Completed is like great vacuity, with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness, cherishing oneness in the heart. Everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely in either, how will you know oneness? Not Understanding oneness, you will miss in two ways. Expelling being you will be without it. Following emptiness, you are always behind it. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking. Stop.
The most important
And there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the root and obtain the purport. Following the atom, you lose the source. For a moment, turn inward and surpass the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness all have their cause in ignorance. Out of the night that covers me, like as the mist falls across. They punish and keep me. Will come close. In the under the blood, things have changed. My head is bloody, but I'm beyond this place of tears. Lost by the horror of the shame, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strange the game.
Prince was one about the cannibal Shopper. Shopper?
It's one of my favorite actors in there. She's so hot. She's
Tom, I've been thinking about you all day long. You know, are you trying to make me jealous, Courtney? I'm kind of jealous. I look at okay, Neil. Is everything okay? Well, I know that it's not really usual in your country to have somebody in the house. He just got his asshole for a kebab. Is okay? We just got the shit kicked out of him for a kebab. He's not okay. I'm never going to He's one of the police name on his shoulder. Courtney, you got to know him. Courtney, you're going to use first on Rob White, Rainer and his wife. Well, you know what? Actually, Neil, I was going to tell you too. That guy, Steve Rittner, Steve Valpner, the guy you like, the TV agenda TV. He's on right now. He's on YouTube Live. And he was just saying that he was carrying a scanner, police scanner, of his head, and apparently it would call in as a criminal arrest. Yeah, like well, I know, but I don't know why he would do everybody together. It was called to his home. We have the address. They said they were going home, and they were both staffed. I know that because I did hear that. John, that's a good name online. Okay, it's online.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. I can read you the headline if you want to hear it.
No, thank you. Turning the page.
I'm running for Congress against Darren LaHood, a super debt creator, super taxer, super vaccinator.
A super vaxxer?
Yep, he's a super vaxxer. He told everybody. I'm running for Congress against Darren LaHood, a super debt creator, super taxer, super vaccinator.
A super vaxxer?
Yep.
You're a super vaxxer?
Okay.
Bye, John. Bye. Now, he directed A Few Good Men, right?
Bye, dude.
He directed A Few Good Men. I don't know. And Harry Met Sally. I know he did Harry Met Sally. Yeah, I know he did that. Okay, and then what? And then the... All right, right on. Okay.
I love you guys. You guys have a great night.
No.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening. Bye. Good night.
The only one that Ken Burns really did,
What universities he
that was very good, was National Parks. That was,
Again, that's the footage.
also I think like wait a minute, the descriptions of the parks and the details about the parks and of the park.
Sure, yeah.
Right. When he's doing something like a baseball or the national parks or, the Brooklyn Bridge, which I think was his first one ever, those I do find entertaining. Even like the Teddy Roosevelt portion of the Roosevelts, I thought was great. It was a little, of course, when they get into some of the imperialism stuff, but I found that at least that first part of the Roosevelt stuff to be very interesting. And he's got one on Da Vinci that I've never seen. I think Teddy's also very misunderstood. The only way you're going to get a grip on the gigantic biographies on him. And there's a couple other books. I actually think Josh Hawley had a really good book on the mindset behind Teddy. But he's read Mornings on Horseback, and that's a good one. Also, so
you talking about the senator?
There's a really good book, Teddy Roosevelt. So It's written so creatively and fun about the origins of American imperialism, and he and Henry Cabot Lodge are like.
He actually wrote it on a ghostwriter.
You're a dumbass. It's about him and Henry Cabot Lodge, and it's really good. It's called The True Flag, and it's a fun read. But it's about like the origins of like Harvard imperialism and stuff like that, and sort of the tension with Mark Twain.
He used the same ghostwriter as Jack Posobiec. That was good.
And Charles Johnson.
Is he getting out or what?
One that told me someone wrote that Coolidge book that Charles claims he wrote. Oh yeah, Charles did not write that. That was ghostwritten.
Yeah, so
He claims he wrote a book.
there's a big hearing coming up after the receiver.
Oh, he did write a book.
The receiver made their finding on Thursday.
He published a book in his name that he did not write.
Look up on a signed copy.
Which is funny, right?
First edition.
I don't think Prodigal heard about this. On Thursday, the receiver did their finding and suggested that there should be an investigation into criminal charges.
Whoa! So they found him non-cooperative. Then.
Yeah, and but just sort of based off of what they discovered from Johnson's, assets and his attempts to move things around.
He's going to move on to I will be part of it.
That they wouldn't rule out, or the wouldn't be unheard of for this type of conduct. When the judge
is the black CIA wing of the intelligence services able to intervene in this case? So that's not a.
Howard is looking at to be determined. Probably already back.
They're vigorously looking into it.
The Mormons are powerful
people. They don't have the pull they used to, but we'll see what they can do. They're apparently contacting.
Yeah, maybe it was fucking right. Maybe I should have been worried about the Mormons all along.
It was all
and the Quakers. It's always the Mormons and the Quakers.
Yeah, but I think it's like Zach at this point right now.
The reason why Goldman Sachs built the camp in
Do you think that he ever steps out of it? Do you think he ever hits? I don't think he ever.
I don't know.
You are such a like Marvel movie. You're such a Marvel movie millennial. Like after every sentence, you have to have some quippy like unfunny comeback.
To say, but it arguably might help his case if he's going to make like a mental type play. At this point, if he doubles down, he's so far deep. Who knows?
Your Honor, I'm clearly retarded.
Just
ask all my mutuals on Twitter, Your Honor. Minus 120 for.
Well, it's looking very unlikely he'll be released from Johnson County Jail soon. And because he's not a registered inmate. A lot of his Groyper supporters have not been able to send him money on the commissary, so I don't know what he's doing for that, and I don't know how it's getting juiced.
Wait! You shared many a space with him. You've had him over your house. You haven't said commissary money?
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
Zach got the call. The president wanted to accept a collect call from Johnson County Jail.
No, I wouldn't answer any of those.
Zach's hanging up.
Any telemarketer.
Zach calls provider black.
He was sitting taking a shit.
After you plead guilty, why would you keep? Not after you found it. After the judge is clearly irate with you and finds you in contempt, why keep poking the bear? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
We'll see if he refers to any handlers at this coming hearing. The judge will be really angry if he does. So,
judges even beat the shit out of him.
If he has to admit that everything's a lie, and he just can never do that.
Is it possible that maybe this Gator character has, maybe he's played him to an extent? Maybe he's bought into something that person did?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe. But so if what the receiver said comes to pass and there are criminal charges brought or an investigation at the very least, I'm sure that this person will be implicated, especially if he's got his name on any investment or anything like that. So.
The Colts at 44, and Charles was gonna be the Leviathan, and he was going to be victorious, and then he was going to run for president. I thought all of this was going to happen. I don't even know how to comprehend the fact this isn't happening.
It's also unclear to me and some other people who've been keeping up with this case whether or not the discovery is contingent. Contingent upon his release. So,
100% do that. She ordered him held until that time, and he paid the fine. He's complied.
Right, but so the fine was part of it. Stealing the mug was part of it.
My point is, he's claimed he's complied, but then there was other filings showing that he was doing other stuff allegedly.
Right. So the receivers are saying that other improprieties were taking place that could be conceived as or construed as criminal, and some of the demands that the judge had made previously in the case that had led to serious frustration and threats of I'm gonna hold you in contempt or continued failure to provide what the court asked and doing it without any legal counsel. So just being like, I didn't know. I wasn't aware. Can I get back to you? And finally it's like, all right, so you're not doing what we're asking, and you're wasting our time repeatedly. Meanwhile, the person you're suing or who's suing you keeps filing motions about how you're fucking up and continuing to back up the fact that you should be locked up. So this is not going to end well, and I do fear for our friend that it could get criminal in nature.
Why would you consider him your friend?
It's sort of an expression, Luca. See, Kaiser, see what I'm saying? Young generations doesn't understand the niceties.
Actually, we're proud.
I don't know what was gained here. Yeah. That's the insanity of it. I mean, at a certain point, it's like you're stealing mugs from the court. It's like, what is like?
He's making a clownery and mockery of it, and
No, it's not that. It's the fact that he will never admit that everything he said is a lie. He just will never admit that. That's it.
Well, did you ever expect it? Like when we used to have Thanksgiving dinners in Zach's space and listen to Uncle Chuck's stories, did you really all believe what was being fed to you? Because I sat at the table, I wasn't buying it.
You can tell a fascinating story. That's one thing.
About it over the last 3 years.
He became Russian. The funniest turn he made recently was he suddenly became Russian. I mean, I've never heard that until like 10 minutes.
I thought he hated the Russians.
Oh yeah, he's going with like Russian nobility lore. Yeah, he's like,
no, I think honestly, everybody sitting in here would listen in disbelief. It would just be unbelievable.
It's like a shock job. I never know what he was talking about.
He was a founding stock Russian American.
Second time to be like, my exact people. He make that reference. He'd be like me and Zach.
That was
all very with the Ukrainians for a long time, so I was like, wait a minute, Chuck, you don't have. He's like, I may have had some Baltic, German, Russian ancestors that may have fled at some point through an uncle or maybe a married relative.
Rachel about that.
I couldn't remember what he said.
That was all tongue in cheek. He was fucking around.
No, it wasn't. You're just an idiot.
Interesting. Yes, he said it numerous times, apparently.
No, listen, even some of the stuff he filed with the court, there's some, I think he might actually believe this shit. Some of the stuff he filed is not factually correct, at least to my knowledge, and he's still, who knows what's going on there? So I don't really, maybe we shouldn't talk about it.
Well, I mean, so...
It was the other shit.
Folks have to remember. Another thing folks have to remember.
Yeah, but who cares?
When you're working for some of these privately held companies and you make agreements with them, they're not going to offer you stock, they're more likely than not going to offer you stock option. And those options usually have deadlines to exercise them. And if you don't exercise the options, you don't get the stocks. So I'm based on some information I know, I don't want to talk too much about it. It wouldn't shock me if a lot of these things that were stated were in fact options at one point that were never exercised and probably can't be at this point.
Has been released. They're announcing it right now live in press conference.
Let Rain show the same thing that they should. He showed for Rainer.
Yeah, I just put it up. That's what I was trying to interject before. I'm watching it right now. They're releasing it.
Yeah, I want to see something.
Wait, so is it not the Harrison name that came out like 5 or 6
That's it. That's the guy. That's the guy they got at the hotel. FBI took over the case. They arrested him. Well, they didn't arrest him. They detained him as a person of interest. Then there was a rumor that they elevated him to suspect. That was never confirmed. And the mayor, they didn't have a scheduled press conference tonight. This was a surprise press conference. Everybody's like, what the fuck's going on? And then they went on TV and said, yeah, we're cutting this guy loose too. They have nothing. It sounds like they have nothing.
The whites are taking and mass shootings, getting slapped.
All right, you guys take L's concept. Let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, actually, can we not?
Big to do there at Brown with their student union.
They hate them so much because what I understand, I can say he loves that it was a conservative who was targeted at Brown. The young girl who was shot and killed. So, I mean, the point is, this is why you shouldn't. I fucking the concept.
Why do we have to live like this?
Students should not have oversight of security.
FBI.
It's fucking retarded. So stupid. I don't even understand what's even watching.
Shit.
It doesn't even make sense.
It's off the chain. I can't tolerate this. We must do something.
Yeah.
FBI saw blacks like boycotting Target right now. Does that just mean you guys aren't going to loot Target? You're going to loot Walmart instead? Or what's going on?
So what you're saying is we should loot Target. Man, shit, they got Legos and shit at Target, man.
Target has placed lock cases on all merchandise, so they can't.
Exactly. They need to boycott it. We can't fuck with it. It's a wonderful Sunday. The whites are taking major L's this weekend. Did you see the Groiper get smacked in his face and run off crying to Nick?
Mutual. Yeah, Kevin Smith's a white guy, and he's like surprisingly taller than those Groipers. I've met Kevin Smith and hung out with him. He's pretty short.
You know how I'm talking about Bosco.
That guy's literally 5'2", Fall, that little guy.
Yeah, Kevin Smith's like really tiny too. He's like Kevin Smith. He looked like he was like 5'5".
He made Danny DeVito look like a G.
That kid was definitely crying after that.
How does that affect white people in this? Why does that affect whites in there? So how tall are you, FBA? You're like 5'4", right?
You kiss my ass. I'm Mike Tyson's height.
You a little.
Mike Tyson's height, homie. I'm Tyson size. You heard?
You know what's funny, Ziggy, now? If I may speak, honestly, I could feel you know what Malcolm X said. Come on, man. Well, they don't do this always to me.
I'm best friends.
If you could see a future alliance, something possible.
You're retarded. This used to be an that the Jews were retarded by a lot.
It will happen.
Spit in the face.
No. FBA is different. FBA is a new movement. FBA will give you the muscle to fight against
on the record, trying to continue.
Sign the contract. You only pay to sign the contract.
Monty Ball suit and the fried
You have to
chicken.
delineate. I'm just saying. If you ain't ready to get down and delineate, then you're out of the front group.
So did you guys so how did other white people take it? I don't want to do this. So far, the press conference is interesting. So the mayor said sometimes you head in one direction, then you have to regroup and go into another. That's the Rhode Island Attorney General. There was some degree of evidence that pointed to this individual. That evidence now points in a different direction. That's what they said.
Is that nice speak for we screwed up and we have no idea what that is?
Well, it's interesting. I find it interesting because we didn't know anything about this particular guy until earlier today, and that's when Patel tweeted that the FBI was getting involved, and they found this guy with cell phone records, and that's how they pulled this guy out of his hotel room about 20 minutes outside of where the campus was. And everybody's like, well, that's interesting. This came out of nowhere. And then we find out tonight that he's getting released. They're being kind of shady with the answers here a little bit. So I'm gonna keep listening. I'm gonna dig around a little bit. But it's just really bizarre. Like how we got to this point with this particular dude. When do mass shooters get away?
Yes, can you think of a mass shooting event where the shooter was never after?
Not to this magnitude, I guess, right? But typically there is.
I'd be curious to know what was the largest American apprehended. It can't be worse.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's crazy. No, I don't remember one. What's going on with this Trump regime?
I'm going to hand you
missing shootings.
But now, I think we have to RICO.
What did FBI just say?
This is a
There was fucking 17 mass shootings in Chicago this weekend. Every fucking weekend in your community. These were parties. Everybody know where not to go. Everybody knows where not to go. You don't want to get shot. You don't think it's a problem that when your people congregate for parties that you're like, this is normal, that takes a mass shooting? Unfortunately, this is not something you should try to correct.
Unfortunately, this is it is what it is, but we know not to go there. I mean, we know what it does.
I understand, but that's my point. You say it is what it is. You say it is what it is, but civil rights legislation
we didn't gentrify your neighborhood, so you gentrified ours. In Louisville,
you left us no choice.
We had to start taking some back.
I think we know that the answer to the question we just.
It's not us. It's the Latinos that pushed you out. The Latinos that pushed you out. It's not the whites.
No. The Latinos are broke. They don't have money. They're broke as fuck. That's you.
No, you don't have to have money when there's 30 of them in one house getting paid cash weekly.
They don't even own the houses. They fix them up.
They don't care. They rent each fucking bedroom like a separate room, like a fucking hospital. They're making money.
They don't own none of these motherfuckers. They rent them. They fix them up for the white people that didn't live in them.
Exactly.
They don't own shit.
And they know if they're in a blue state, they're not getting kicked out by the courts for like a year and a half. They rent out each bedroom and they walk away with like $80,000. And they're working.
Well, the whites. Go ahead. Concrete is strong in this space.
I have a question for Maine, actually. Maine says that he would join any sort of space, it doesn't matter, because he wants to talk to any kind of people. But what is your limit? Like, how un-American those people have to be for you to stop joining your spaces? Because honestly, you look like a clown when you do that. Thank you.
Is that a question?
Yeah, the question was how anti-American those people have to be for you to stop joining their spaces.
Talking like a true Midwesterner. Go ahead, ask a question. I bounce around from space to space. I don't stay in one space particularly long unless I fall asleep, which is mainly this one, because this one's usually a little bit later than I like to go. But I'll go into plenty of different spaces. I don't like echo chambers. I don't like echo chambers. And Adina, I'm not going to do this with you. I'm not going to do American from somebody that's barely American. We're not going to have this conversation.
To be fair, in Adina's defense, would you really honestly consider Sarah Bills or speak to DD American Patriots? I mean, let's be honest here. At least she is more than willing to.
Do not equate this space to what they're doing, man. Do not equate
boy, I'd like to sell you a brick
Stop equating that to the space. That's not fair, man.
It's nice and shiny.
Just don't do that.
It's
I guess you have to be familiar with a lot of things.
Dina, to be fair, you're not Somali. If you were Somali, then they would say you're super American.
But it's okay for you to call me un-American, though. That's okay, right?
I said those patents are un-American. You constantly are on.
No, that's kind of similar. Not the same. This is not the same
At
thing.
least we know that guys are Democrats meeting it. You just call me very American. Thank you.
Trust me.
We're gonna record this and we're gonna
This
put
is
it
a
out.
bullshitter space.
Go ahead.
Following Saginaw Chronicle.
Crashing out on everybody this week.
They're not. Hold on. They're not running a propaganda space. They are running a propaganda space over there. That is 1488.
And a liar.
Okay. If you don't think it's that, it is what it is.
Probably a
You're literally doing blood libel, and you're a Jew. So
Never doxed anyone in my life.
Do you know what happened?
I thought you were saying you're a Jew.
Never said I've ever doxed anybody. If anything, I've
You
been
have
doxed.
talked about doxing people, okay?
Where?
You lied about it.
When? Where?
Months back, couple months back, you
Never.
talked about it. Yep.
No, I haven't. I've never doxed anybody in my life.
You've talked about it.
No, I haven't. I've actually told people.
I've seen the proof. You need to. Yourself. Thank you.
Man, he's gonna lose his forklift job if you dox him. Don't dox him.
Saying those things.
He's been on the forklift for 14 years. Do not
Just
dox him.
crashing out this thing on everybody.
I love you.
And it snowed in Jersey today. It's got snow.
And so you might be American, but for
What did you get, Prodigal? I got almost 7 inches.
I got about 3 inches.
Why are you kidding me?
It was 7 or 8 inches. 70.
I got about 12 inches at least. About 12 inches. About 12
Why
inches.
do you have to comment on this? You don't know what we're talking.
We heard you, FBA. It's all right.
Let me answer this specifically.
It's the glitch. Go ahead.
I don't want to talk to you, Kaiser. You're
No, I don't answer something because I'm spaces and I'm still, let's say, Philippines, Middle East, Armenia, you argue like
Why are you
Armenian.
getting it?
We got Gina, this is what you say. You playing up as an all-American patriot right now. It was regular, by the way, anti-patriot when he was serving for Russia, when all of American politics was against Russia.
The difference is, I call Zaganov. I like Zaganov. Like, I will actually check Zaganov.
Fuck you,
I have to check Zaganov.
No one's talking to you, Kaiser. Fuck off.
Kaiser, this is not the Christmas spirit, Kaiser.
This isn't about me, Kaiser.
Nope.
Christmas got canceled in Germany. They're worried about the truck drivers, you know.
And the carnival and such.
Krampus supremacy.
Fucking.
Lucy, don't you think it's kind of un-American for you to act as the arbiter of who other Americans can and can't speak to? That's sort of un-American.
Not a very good therapist, Kaiser.
You don't even know what we're talking about.
Hypocrisy.
There's personal stuff going on. Why?
How it used to be. They used to leave us alone. That's pretty good, though.
You know, it's funny. I got one of these mailers from like a religious thing. Let me find the envelope. Like some religious group raising money, like some church of some sort, and they actually sent me 3 nickels. So I'm like, this is how you know it's coming from a Christian like fundraiser, because otherwise, you know, I mean, let's be honest, Bosco, you guys aren't giving me 3 nickels.
When are they discontinuing the penny? That's happening, right?
He said nickels, Bosco. He said nickels. Aren't you sweating?
What's up, my nickel?
I don't like that.
Who is Bosco's people of the government tonight?
Also, when position. You always act out of an anti-media position. Now I'm in a space and you someone else of being anti-patriotic. For me, this is ridiculous, man. This is like no IQ bullshit. Like honestly, I would respect your position if you would argue from an American position. But whenever these spaces are, you never argue from an American position. This is bullshit.
Yeah, but I gotta answer your question right there. And with all due respect,
She is like she does like very much favor the U.S. over Russia. Which is
and
not
also,
not as true.
why not be able to speak out on what you observe? Because I've called out Maine before, but they ain't no one getting their panties in a twist about that.
I get yapped at all the time. She look at the Saturday position because you are for me, you are clear, you speaking from a clear American position. You're not paying as some woman from Syria, it's all over Italy. She doesn't.
He's an American, he's a Democrat, whatever, and he came in and telling you what she observed, and now he's over in this space with these crazy talk and crazy people, and it's just her observation. It doesn't seem very patriotic. I don't think she tried to, say he wouldn't defend. It's just not a good look, and I would tend to agree with her.
I go to any space, anytime that people ask me to go into and sit. I don't sit all day. I'm not, thanks. I didn't interrupt. Hey, listen, if you want me to respond, because I was mentioned here.
You respond. I didn't say you could do whatever you want.
I sat here for 20 minutes and let people talk about me. I didn't say a fucking word. So now I'm going to talk. So I didn't say a word. Sat here and let people yap about me for 15, 20 minutes and say anything. So let me be perfectly clear. My politics are my politics. They're out there. I don't hide them. I don't make anything up about them. They are what they are. I'll go into any space at any time. I'm not one of these people that sits in spaces for 12 or 18 hours a day. I got a job. I have an actual life offline. If I go into a space, it's because I know people in it. Doesn't mean I espouse all the views that are in there. I come here and sit with you guys at night for a couple hours. Sometimes I fall asleep doing it. There are times I'll go into Sarah and Maze's space because the conspiracies in there, I don't agree with all of them. They're very entertaining, and the people they bring in there are out of their minds. And it's entertaining sometimes to pass the time. Doesn't necessarily mean that I espouse those views. And most of you guys know me well enough at this point. I don't espouse any of those views. But I think what Adina was getting at was, and I got very defensive about it, is this issue of doxing. I've never doxed anybody. I've never threatened to dox anybody, nor would I, because I've been doxed by some people in this space. I take it very personal. Everybody's private life on this app should have no business being discussed on this app. It really shouldn't. In fact, what I have done is I know I have a large.
Here's an anti-G all. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's other people and listeners too. That were associated with military. Because there's a lot of money these days to be made for if you use military experience, whether you have it or not, and there are laws against that with the Stolen Valor Act. In fact, there's a mutual that many of us have who I went to directly and told them, when you're on this list, I've defended you from them. I would never dox anybody
These are
ever.
the same people that have Aguilar on their stage.
I know that. I know that. Please don't interrupt me. Bosco, stop. Thank you. And that's what Adina is getting at. Have I discussed doxing? Sure, I've warned people about being doxed. I would never in a million years dox anyone at any time for any reason. I've had death threats on this app on a daily basis. I've shared them on my feed. I had one from a Muslim extremist. I had a report to friends at the Boston FBI, which I've also put on this app and put it out there for people. I think Zach and I tried similar apps. And again, my politics are very simple. I will have conversations with anybody at any given time. Doesn't mean I espouse anything. My whole point is trying to find common ground on anything, with anyone, and anytime. And yes, there are bad actors on this app. There are bad actors in the entire world. But I will speak to anyone at any given time. Sometimes I'll even pop into G Space in the morning, the punch bowl. I actually like going in there because it's pretty calm in there for the most part.
It's not my space. I just co-host. It's Bishop in the Punch Bowl. Shout out to him.
Good space in the morning when I'm having my coffee. When I'm not hiding it.
They're not subvert. Here's the thing, man. Like, and again, it's not. Say what you want about, like, the punch bowl. Sure. Maybe don't like their content, whatever. They're not subversive. Like, they're just.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you.
So hold on. So when you have someone like, for example, Speak with Dee, her account just popped up. It blew up. Her account consists of clipping TikTok videos and then pushing shit. Okay, now she's running these information spaces. Anti-Semitic, but also anti-American. She lied. Hold on. She lies as she said she was a conservative Republican, right? She said she was a Republican. Then clearly she's not. She's never been a Republican, right? She has a Thomas Paine quote or whatever. And so a lot of people.
Thomas Paine. Just be whatever.
So a lot of people are suspect. They're extremely. They're extremely obvious that these people are bad faith, right? Her, for example, a lot of these other people.
Honestly,
I will let you
you gotta relax, man. You're so weird. These people never last because they're all fake. In 3 or 4 months, they will.
Do you ever see
this fucking app?
They all in like 6 months to a year. They have
the captain of industry. Do you remember the captain of industry prodigal who lied? Who's like a fat faggot? The captain of industry, right? That's another guy, man. So
boy, what are you talking about?
It's the fact that when you interact with these people then like they question your.
You guys know me well enough at this point. I've got a pretty iron shin. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't bother me much.
Yeah, take that, Jared.
Doesn't bother.
In your face, Jared.
Yeah, what's Ron DeSantis going to say about that, Jared?
He's a Nikki Haley guy.
Prodigal, who was DeSantis? Now he's Haley.
So, by the way, with the Reiner thing, the daughter found them. The daughter walked in the house, and the mother was alive, and they took her to the hospital. She died on the way to the hospital. Oh my God!
The son allegedly did it naked.
Yeah, the son's that's the chatter is that the son was taken into custody, but that's all we know.
Jared.
No.
Jared, some would say, these type of things never happen in Brentwood until you people started it with,
Why does this keep happening?
I don't know. You asshole.
I didn't see that they took a.
Talk to the police, FBI, so there's like often not arrest because like nobody did nothing.
No Johnny Cochran, to do the glove can't quit. Glove doesn't fit. Must have quit. No Cochran. He needs a statue for that.
I gotta tell you, I think I'm gonna miss Rob because I used to like going in.
Does that make you proud that he killed 2 white people? FBI, does that make you proud?
Do that. Stop it. Nobody even right. You're not doing that. People magazine.
I don't like crime. It's like house money for a friend.
What did you say?
It was the Italian mob. It was People magazine.
Hey, FBA, we don't have none of that here, okay?
Miss G,
Stay in your lane.
Are you Italian?
Like you have to put a horse in your bed.
Are you Italian? Y'all killed
She was in debt to the mob.
This is not okay. You don't understand.
All her friends was the same way. They were all in debt to the mob.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord.
I don't remember that coming up at the trial. All her friends were stabbed. All her friends were stabbed the same way. They were all in debt to the mob.
Trying to blame it on
the shit that she is talking about now, is that where FBA? What percentage of white blood, FBA, you have some white devil blood in you. What percentage is that? What percent are you?
On average.
You got some white in you, bro.
I don't know about FDA.
Oh, you got some white in you, bro. You got a little devil. And that's not from the divine intervention. That's divine blood right there. There's no white meat. That's FBA. You know, the white blood is FBA blood. So there you go.
FDA, do you ever think
They were like power reparations.
ancestors from like the Scottish Highlands or, fighting in like medieval
I don't have Scottish ancestors. That's less.
definitely do.
Have you heard of any white ancestors? Top tier. If I have any white ancestors, to be top tier.
You don't look Italian.
I hear that Gaelic blood, right? That's crazy how Nick Fuentes tries to anchor himself with white through his Italian blood. Like, you're a Guinea. He's a Guinea spick.
No, he's not. No. What the? It's just
I'm not saying that.
Everybody take it away.
He's a spick. Nobody's on the same. Told the cops on body cam he's Mexican.
I mean, he's more Italian than anything else. He's a quarter Irish and a quarter Mexican.
Nah, he got more Mexican than
No,
him.
he is not.
To be fair, if you know Mexicans, like, they're ruling elite. Like, there's a clear, you can see.
What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? He is.
You can see the
Want him on.
I didn't see the feature that's suspect because he made
So unless it's tight, listen, if you will get soupy lasagna, I'm just saying, don't overbutter your lasagna. So anyway, I don't cook, just so y'all know, and my kids hate it because when they wonder how to cook something, I gotta send them a book, because I don't cook by recipe. I just get behind the stove and in the refrigerator and whatever, and I cook. There is no recipes I go by. It's a talent us Italian people have.
But you're talking about like Kraft macaroni and cheese.
But to be fair,
this nasty stuff. I mean, I want like Italian cheese.
Thank you.
So this is similar to the black people. They live an oral history. Sneak this is he's heard from earlier. He's heard. Black make the best lasagna. I'm sorry to tell you, see.
Oh my God. You hear what he said? Are you gonna let him listen? He's delusional.
Jews feel bad when some Jews were killed. The funny thing is, you have no emotions when your animals kill each other each day. I mean, you're a former slave. Build my pyramid, Bosco. Build my pyramid, Bosco. Build my pyramid. I'm the Pharaoh, sir. Build my pyramid, sir. Stand your place. Stand your place, boy. Stand your place. Build my pyramids. Build my pyramids. That's right. Entertain us. You're here to entertain us. Build my pyramids, boy. Build them.
The two themes.
Pharaoh will not let you go. Pharaoh will not let you go, damn it. Man, shit, man. Yeah, what part of that basket is Moses, man. Moses was black. He couldn't swim. Is this what you're saying? Hey, man, stay in your place. You know you're not supposed to talk to me. You're not supposed to talk directly to the Pharaoh. You need an intermediary. You need a black person to communicate with me.
You can't talk to me like this. You can't talk to me like this, Bosco. You ain't staying in place.
Contact with the master. You could not look in the master's face.
Bosco,
down for the master.
we did it to you first, Bosco.
Oh, master.
We did it to you first, Bosco. We did it to you first.
You work very hard for you, master.
That's what you did was, you weave my baskets. You weave my baskets, Bosco. Go weave me some baskets, Bosco.
You every night.
He took away his straw. He couldn't even make the bricks with straw.
Get to it, Bosco. Get to it. Make my baskets. Get to it.
Wait, hold on. This is a rendition of FBA's girl.
Yeah, indeed.
My boss is gonna come home. I make the big guys from get some pancakes from FBA. Tell me the pancakes.
Hey, y'all killed that sing along in the Moses movie the Disney Channel made. Y'all killed that sing along. You should do that. Y'all killed the sing along.
The Jews fair, it's a valid question. I know the Pharaoh and his administration were harmful to the Jews, but why did you kill the firstborn, the innocent sons? I mean, they were kids. They were little children. To be fair, the
alligators gotta eat. Hey, alligators gotta eat.
The Jews made Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey, two of the most never got any revenge, singing this song for the Prince of Egypt.
Alligators gotta eat. What can I say, Bosco?
Your queen's been
alligators like chicken.
The Jewish fish pulled the
probably the funniest part about this conversation is that sub-Saharan blacks and Jews were both neither Egypt at any point in like the times they claimed they were.
They were all guilty. They were all guilty. They were all guilty. They were all guilty.
Jews were ever enslaved during, the pyramid Ramses. That's all. I mean,
it's correct. Stewart is correct. Stewart is correct. Stewart is correct. There is no.
Why did it go viral again?
Check my PTR. Chicago Jewish Alliance.
Let me see.
And you're on the Jew Hate database. Jew Hate DB.
When was this posted?
Nah, I just saw it now.
So annoying how they keep pushing it.
Well, because you put on a fucking dramatic show. I mean, if you were like in a classroom and like you were doing a presentation, it'd be a little different. But when you start, I just watch it. When your finger goes up in the air, that's when the fucking Hitler comes out.
Are they trying to connect it to the Australian terrorism? Is that why they're like pushing it?
Just read it. Go to their shit. You got it. Oh, you don't have Instagram anymore.
Chicago Jewish. I don't know. I made a video where I responded when my face wasn't cut open, like in August. Like where I like.
Look, your legend grows, Scarface. I don't know what to tell you, Mukhtar.
Well, now I can't respond because my face is messed up.
Bullshit. You can respond. You could write in the comments, hey, I was having an emotional moment. I apologize. Please take this video down. It's damaging to my ability to work. And, you should respond. And then people will even follow you. Like, don't, let a good opportunity go to waste. This is not bad in the way that, the fact that you're not responding means you're not playing the game. So, anyways, that's my advice to you as your
Where is it?
Congratulations.
I just went. Oh, there it is. It's 1 day ago. Introducing Noor Shabash.
You should respond.
The fuck is she dressed like a stripper going home after a shift? Hope she was arrested. On Israel High. Crazy fanatic. I got news for you. Israel pointed at the sky like a true jihadi. Nope, a big one is coming. 2 former employees of my medical records were Care called this last summer requesting funds. She didn't blow up when she started chanting that crap while surprised. Why is this law still in the country? Send her to Gaza. Crazy, send her to Gaza where she loves. So what happened? Dangerous clown, deport her. Show Multa, Mossad, please. Send her to Gaza, somewhere right to my ass. What jealousy looks like. Call the police. I'm shocked her mess didn't set off. Jail this thing. It is dangerous. They should all be dropped into Gaza. Why are they all so unstable seeming? Oh my god, sickening, absolutely disgusting, horrifying. I'm Star David and proud. So should anyone else. Muslim, what Care is saying is they found someone blah 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 blah. Based on what based on what shoes she's wearing, I know she's not well. In California, we put these people under involuntary psychiatric hold, send her to the FBI or straight to ISIS to enjoy her. They are Rabbi Islamics, they are the same psychotic munch Habibi forever and ever. Send her back to her homeland. Cares are front for terrorism. Enough, she needs to get locked up. There's nothing to say. She should be in Gaza. Next time, spray her with water, put a wet bag over her, and take her to jail. This is who Christie needs to deport. Drop kick to her pie holes in order. Deport candidate. These people are quickly becoming the most hated group of irrational haters. You want to be appointed with this FBI Chicago division. You may want to thank you for handling some terrorists on U.S. soil. Chicago mayor will probably hire her to report these pigs where they came from. This is so. I'm almost done. Maybe include some context in your caption to the video. You're a Chicago Kim, but the person in the video seems to mention New York City. Someone asked what you lives there. So we're not serious. What am I watching? Were you that vile animal now? Was she shipped out of the country? I hope. Karen needs to be labeled a terrorist, let her go, knock Sam faggot out, so this spreads them all, cause these girls are raped at 8 years old to make more of them. It's a handman, slip a sticker. Why do Zionists always top women? Like seriously, at one organization, racist nonprofit propaganda, I would seriously consider looking into an ADL cunt nugget. Why do Zionists? I don't know. Crazy. Too many of these animals all over the Western World. She demands drunken whore, scum. Marry this trash in Gaza. What a psycho. She better have been a Muslim immediately. Loser. Deport the Hamas whore to Gaza. Spawned of Satan. She needs to be arrested and charged for inciting criminal intent. This is not free speech. She said, I want ISIS to kill all of you. I'm sick of this shit coming out of the mouths of idiots and hateful morons. Another piece of trash from Allah. I guess she had a shit childhood. Therapy fucking whore. Send her to Gaza whore. You will get jihad in your pussy, bitch. She is Hamas bitch. Big. She looks like a rabid animal. That's all of them.
So there's a good opportunity there to, respond.
I can't do all of them. Listen to how they all talk to me.
Because it's your dignity we're talking about. You've got dignity.
Like you're not. Like my dignity is like.
Let them attack, but your response is your dignity. It is your mental health.
There's nothing for me to say to them because like I made a video. Like, did you ever see the video I made?
Nope.
I'm trying to think of how you can. Basically responded because it had been circulating again. It was like in August and they circulated it again. And I just responded to it. You sound Palestinian from Ramallah accent. I don't even talk. Who's this person? Who's this Zara? Did they do any hashtags?
What?
Yeah, I'll just post it on my Instagram. Let's see. Recent videos. See if I can find it. I have so many videos. There it is. You can share it and you can spread it for me.
But don't forget to apologize for what you said, because the shit you said was kind of, basically homicidal, and that's not cool.
But of course, I do not. In the comments that I've read. But of course, I want it to be clear, I do not wish harm. On Instagram as well. I'm sad that people can be so cruel in the comments that I read, but of course I want to be clear. I do not wish harm on anyone, nor do I wish death upon anyone. The video, the words in the video are not scary for myself. And I said I'll give more context as I heal through my own personal and physical struggles. Is that okay? Or is that not good? Should I hashtag?
Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? That's all I gotta say. Can you forgive me? Hello?
I don't think I should even say anything.
I'm your communication consultant over here. It's up to you whether you want to hit send. I'm just telling you my opinion, We've got an X-based listener. Oh, she just left.
Oh, you're an X?
Mm-hmm. And being your press agent here. Nora and the Jew Hate database.
Well, do you want to hear that? Here, let me play it for you so you can hear it. Audio quality. Okay, this is what I said. This is what I say. I don't want ISIS to kill anybody. I don't believe jihad and terrorism are synonymous. I believe they're actually the opposite. Is the most recent person to push it. There's so many other people, so many other Jewish scientists that push it. But Eliyahu claims to be anti-Americanism. But if you just do a search for Israel on his profile, it's all about Israel. And there's I don't have anything to do with the Council on American Islamic Relations. I actually think they're corrupt. I you probably shouldn't say this, but Baptist church. So, and I went to a Catholic church a week and a half ago. I'm just like a girl searching for the truth.
Yeah, I don't think this video is in any way beneficial. I'm not gonna post it.
Yeah, looking for good people.
That video was in response to what was happening on Twitter.
I don't know, man. I don't want to draw more attention to myself. Like, they can say whatever they want. It's not, like, that's gonna be there forever. Like, I can't, I'm not gonna change people's minds. Like, they can think whatever they want. Like, though I don't remember it, I said it, and I just accept it. I obviously don't want ISIS, like, I don't want ISIS to exist. I don't want ISIS to kill anybody. But I was in not my state of mind, like, what do you
Yeah,
want?
but you have to just remember, I create videos all day long and nobody looks at them. But you have been seen millions of times, and therefore your response will be seen. And patient consultant, it would be everything must be done in a business like. No, you will have to shoot the video. I'm over here sitting here doing my thing. You need to put your phone on a tripod and read from a script a professional, polite, and courteous and professional message.
Apologize for what? Like, I obviously didn't hurt anybody.
Just look at it this way. Look at it this way. If the law firm that you want to work at had to consider whether or not to hire you, and they watched your apology video and they said, okay, that was professional and polite, we can hire her. This is what you're aiming for is, acceptance. So you have to consider what you're saying. It's not about your opinion anymore. It's about rejoining the working world of people who are polite. And when they make, really distasteful comments, it's like, do you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, this is your opportunity to also get good publicity for yourself. Like, and you should believe what you're saying.
I would, but I really, understand how, like, I don't want them to be like, oh, look, her face got fucked up, serves her right. Like, that's the next thing that they would say to me. Like, I can't do anything to undo what happened. I can't, like,
Hold on. Before you go further, why don't you just repeat back to me what you think I said to you? Because I'm trying to give you an opinion that has some value.
You want me to make a professional video where I read from the script, where I'm polite and I apologize, so that I can, like, be seen as somebody who is, like, acknowledging the wrong, and, like, listen. Like, I don't want to make an excuse. There's a genocide happening, and that therefore I went crazy. Like, I don't think that's an excuse, okay? But I will tell you, I really, before all that happened, I was like, I want judgment day. Like, I want reckoning on all of us, including myself. Like, I was in such a bad state of mind. Like, I clearly have something wrong with me. Like, you really, like, and the guy that put the camera in my face, he put the camera in my face right before I was, like, saying that this elderly Jewish man was my dad, the one that went in the elevator. respond to what you said? Like, did I understand what you were saying?
Hold on, someone on X wants to say something too.
Who is it?
Somebody named Alex Rivera.
Okay.
Alex, welcome. You are talking to the world-famous Princessia Nora Bandura, who has been seen by millions of people for screaming jihad in an elevator shaft in New York. Welcome, Alex.
Well, thank you, John. There's just a lot of, anti-Semitism going on in this country, and quite frankly, what we witnessed in Bondi Beach in Australia today has just been absolutely critical over these last couple of hours. And then, not to mention that, we also have to acknowledge the fact that, I ran into the Republican Party. I would one day be a Republican.
Can I pause you for a second, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Maybe he can hear you. I don't know.
I can hear her. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to say that what happened in Australia is horrible. It's like, I can't even think of the correct adjectives to describe it. It should never happen. Nobody should ever go and shoot and kill anybody. And I can understand how horrifying it would be for somebody who is Jewish. It should be horrifying for any human, but if it's happened and while somebody's celebrating, this is horrifying. I also want to say that, like, how this is horrifying to you, like, for so many other people, like, that have been witnessing what has been happening in Gaza and other places in Palestine, they're not afforded the same, like, feeling of horror. Like, I'm not therapy. I thought I got better. Clearly, I still have other issues, but I want you to know that my rhetoric was not about being anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic. Yeah, I said fuck Jews. Yeah, I said fuck Zionists. Yeah, I said some, like, really, really crazy stuff, but it was not because I am anti-Jew or I'm like I hate Jews because they're Jews or because of, like, no, I don't feel that way. And I feel like it's unfortunate that this stupid thing that I said, this stupid thing that went viral, can now, for whatever reason, always be associated with terrorism, which is not. I will never condone violence or terrorism, and jihad itself has become a term that's hijacked. Like, jihad does not mean these things. Jihad does not mean you go and just shoot a bunch of innocent people. That is not what jihad is. Like, even if you want to do, like, struggle versus, like, war, like, if you want to talk about jihad in the do not shoot people while you're worshiping. These are basic stuff in Islam. Whether, like, I adhere to Islam or not anymore, it doesn't change the fact that in Islam, like, the stupidest of the stupid people know you're never supposed to kill innocent people. You're not in war. You're never supposed to kill children, women, those who are fighting. You're never supposed to hurt places of worship. You can't even uproot a tree. Yeah, when these freaking crazy people that will kill innocent people in Australia, for whatever reason, have become synonymous with the jihad in Islam. Like, maybe they did it because they're anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, but, like, to associate it with, like, Islam and to associate it with jihad and to associate it with, like, things that people should care about, like what's happening in Palestine, everybody should care about that, including Jews. I'm sorry that I'm, like, yelling. I got radicalized from hearing so much. Calling them animals, this, that, and I would record these rooms. I was constantly listening to this stuff. I was wrong. The stuff that I said in that, like, lobby when that guy had that camera in my face, the stuff that I said was wrong. Like I should not have said anything. I hurt myself more than I hurt anybody else. And I accept, like people, like, talking shit about me and seeing all the stuff that they say about me. Like I have millions of people saying the worst of the worst.
I'd say first off, although I am not Jewish, I'm a private Catholic. I have to say up front, regardless of whatever religion you are, I feel that everybody should have a seat at the table. And this is something that I've, shared side. I was never the same after October 7th of last year. So I've, had conversations with rabbis, had conversations with, people within my own community who have, family still in Israel. So I, have a heart for our Jewish community, and I have a heart for our Jewish brothers and sisters. And it's not easy, especially when you're living in a district where it is marginalized, but you have, like you said, you have anti-Semitism. It's everywhere. And so I think that the point that made me, kind of, upset was how everything was politicized. And, in my district, I had my opponent literally tell me to my face, oh, you condone anti-Semitism, when in actuality, just today, I was at a synagogue. I was not at mass, praying the rosary. I was with my community because, if I'm going to be honest and perfectly clear, I think whenever we bring ideas to the table, whether if it's, something about religion, if it's about politics, it doesn't matter the conversation. Because I can, right now, as a Hispanic male, I can tell you up front, what I've witnessed is in the House minority, which is the Democratic Party. I don't know if you're aware, but we have no language for Hispanic communities whatsoever. It was always an afterthought. Always was. I'm to a point where there's liberty and hypocrisy. And, everything we do as state legislators, people think, oh, because we're rich and living in multi-million-dollar houses. I don't live in a multi-million-dollar house. No, I live in the same house that I was raised in. People want to say, oh, and assimilate that I'm a Jew when I'm not. But we have to remember that regardless of what my religion is, I will continue to stand by the Jewish community. I do not support Hamas. I don't support, listen, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim, if you're Jew, it doesn't matter. As long as everybody can come together and form a unity, and everybody come together, that's what truly matters. Not people fighting over special interests like what's going on overseas.
But listen, what's going on overseas obviously matters because, Australia is overseas. So when people die, whenever anything happens, it matters. But, for whatever reason, the number of Palestinians that have been killed, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm outraged that people who claim to have a Muslim background, who have whatever, I don't know what their ethnicity is, went and killed people. Nobody should do that. Nobody should do that. But at the same time, you talk about anti-Semitism. No, it's about violence. When violence happens, we should all condemn it. Just as people should care about what's happening and happened in Palestine too. People should care about what's happening in Sudan. People should care anywhere that there's senseless violence. We should all care. It shouldn't be that the Jews have a monopoly over this. That it's only affecting Jews. No, it's not.
It shouldn't be, and as I mentioned earlier, and I'll clarify it again, is that it should never have to be this combative to where we have to debate religion.
probably one of the many reasons why I'm running this campaign cycle is because we need young people elected. I'm only 21 years old, and never in a million years would I think that it would have to, be, this, power on my shoulders like a roof collapsing on top of a building. I was never planning on running for office, but you have a current incumbent who has made it clear that anti-Semitism is not real. Anti-Semitism is real. With that being said, I'm logging off because it's.
Okay, well, I wish you luck in your running, and I give all violence, including my own runner. Music, why are you playing my voice, bro? Music.
Make sure you overemphasize how sorry you are and how you want to receive forgiveness. I know, but the thing is, you should try to do something like extra in your communication here. It's called humbling yourself, meaning you put the person you're apologizing to on a pedestal. If you look up at that person on the Well, anyways, you know.
Dude, like the beginning of like listening to myself, like I sounded so freaking sexual. I thought you had put an AI voice on me. Like I was like, why am I talking like I'm a porno actress or something?
Hmm.
Like, dude, like I could hear that it was me, but it was like I really did not feel like it was me. It was like my voice sounded so sexual.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, like what the heck? I didn't know. I think I'm gonna take like when I'm giving the middle finger and making it my PTR.
No, you gotta apologize and like work on your public relations brand management, like, and just finish this.
Messed up face now, like more messed up than the elevator picture video.
Well, in tarot, it deals with your position and your influence and your environment. So, if you want to change your environment, you have to change your communication with it, and that's what I'm trying to get you to do. And remember, everything has to be done in a business-like way. If not, you're gonna waste your time. You got to be more mature, more professional.
Can you PTR the photo of me in my elevator with my like beautiful jawline still showing?
I'm just gonna change it. Like, I'm gonna drop it because this all comes down to like, if you need to like write a real professional response.
Listen, I tweeted this. Like, let me tell you what I tweeted. The words. Like, hold on. This is what I wrote. And that video on Twitter went viral like yesterday. Let's see. Highlights. I wrote, I really hate that there are viral videos of me chopping I wrote this in June. I sometimes let myself peek into that world, the comments, the videos. It's all so ugly. My words, my venom, their words, their venom. I guess it's humbling to have your worst out there for all eyes. People using you to prove or disprove something. I pray this moment serves as a catalyst to destroy my ego and reconnect with and finally know God one day. I was in Jesus.
How much is this? Because I've heard all this before, and like, I'd rather be listening to music, or I'd rather take your response and put it in Suno, and it's not new, so.
You want me to give you and put it in Suno?
Put it in Suno.
Here, I sent it to you.
No, I'm not gonna put it in Suno. You put it in Suno. I'm giving you consultation.
I only have Suno on my laptop because I can't connect on it on my phone because it's an old phone number connected. So
really good apology letter and then read it into a video and post it on your Instagram and X and respond, to the Chicago Jewish Alliance.
I told you I can't put my face on. Like I have like a disfigurement on my face. Like it's so like.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It'll be a part of your personality now. If anybody asks you what happened today, I just got back from the war in Gaza.
You said to go back to Gaza.
No, I'm saying if anybody asks you what happened to your face, just say.
I'm gonna say that he said to go back to Gaza. So I went to Gaza.
Yeah, tell everybody you went to Gaza and you were in the war, and an IDF shell exploded in your face, and you're seeking reparations from Benjamin Netanyahu. Clip it. So, anyways, yeah, let me know when you do that.
I promise you, if my face wasn't messed up, I would definitely do what you're saying, but I can't.
You can do it. You can do it. Trust me. That you can change your reputation in 10 days and come back and amaze people with your behavior. That's the way it works. but you're not doing it. Again, you're not what you say you're gonna do. You are what you do. So surprise me. Send me what you got, because technically, this is the end of your consultation. And if you send me any content, like I'll post it, but like post some real professional stuff. I don't have Telegram, but I'm John Kitover, and you can message me on X, on Instagram, etc.
How do you message Diego?
Text him. I text message him. He doesn't write me back though. I don't even know if he gets my text messages anymore. So, anyways, well, this concludes the end of my consultation with Nora and the Jew Hate Database. Hope you enjoyed.
You have so many accounts, bro. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 accounts on Twitter. And you pay for 5 of them.
I don't know.
Did you know that Charlie Kirk was following you? You don't know that Charlie Kirk is following you?
I did not know, no, but he's not alive anymore, so what's your point?
Which is weird. Like, you got the attention of Charlie Kirk.
Probably it was after his assassination.
Do you think so?
Probably, yeah.
Let's see. Which one do you use? You're not on, you have a picture with a cute girl, John Kitover, Congressman with a blonde. Let's see who this is. Check it out. Is that the girl you were in love with? No, she doesn't look 25.
No.
Did anybody listen to it?
Yeah, you were talking to somebody on it.
Just one person. You started recording while I was reading the comments. You tagged Karen National? Are you not in the room anymore?
No, I'm here. I'm just saying, like, you know.
You tagged Karen National, Karen Chicago, Carol Show, FBI.
Yeah.
God.
So now you gotta write a good apology letter. I hope you do it.
You tagged IDF babes. I need to always be on my best. Can you read me a book so I can go to sleep? Thank you so much.
think about it for a
Did you
moment.
leave the house? I didn't leave the house today.
No, it's 0 degrees outside. I'm trapped.
Yeah. Do you know anybody who's hiring from home? Hello.
Oh, you want me to just? What do you think? I'm like some AI like chatbot or something? You like just tell me what you want, as if I was like the.
Please. Oh my god, let's see what time it is in New York. It's 60 degrees in Lexington and it's 18 degrees in New York.
Nora Shalash, can you please stop streaming me, dude?
I'm streaming you? Or
No,
is that
that's
the name of your next title?
what you wrote in my video live stream. It's pretty crazy, but like Orthodox Jews are basically like not Mormons, Amish. It's like the exact same thing in terms of behavior, you know. Yeah, because like they're completely disconnected from, digital society, and it's just a very simple like way of life, you know. Book, no electronics, you know. They really control what they hear, what they see, and that's how they separate themselves from what you could call like an immoral society.
So are you saying Andrew Meyer is not an Orthodox Jew because he's online?
Andrew Meyer is whatever he calls himself. We are all whatever we call ourselves. That's why I say, we are not what we say, we are what we do. Based on Andrew Meyer's activities, I would say that it's, most likely that if you were to ask people in the Orthodox society if his behavior and communication was becoming of, a religious scholar, they'd be like, no, he's a clown. You're even showing up in like the Chicago Jewish Alliance, you should put out like a professional apology video, one that is like humbling, and it would be like, oh my god, it'd be so good for your reputation, you have no idea. And then I could take credit for it, and I'd be like, yep, I convinced her to do that, and everybody would be like, yay Nora, and then Diego would be like, I can't believe you put this video out. Oh, it would be so
I
so
won't
much
do
fun.
anything without Diego's like I wanna
Get his approval. Well, ask him tomorrow when he comes on and be like, John says I should put out an apology video. It'll help me with getting a job. Should I do it, Dr. Diego? And he'll be like, yes, you should, my love. You should do that. And you'll be like, yes, whatever you say, Diego, I'll do it. And then you'll put on some makeup and like you'll get behind your camera and you'll read a script and it'll be like a very good apology video. And then everybody will be like, yay, no. And welcome back to society. Welcome back to polite society is what they will say.
John, look how my jaw used to look like. I just found that this is like a still from a video. I mean, I'm kind of making a face with my lips, but look how beautiful my jaw used to be.
You didn't happen to get hit in the head with a sledgehammer or like get hit by a bus, did you? And like hit your head on the curb? Like, do you have a traumatic brain injury? You could. Maybe like when you fell, like you hit your head really hard because like, I mean, I get it. I've been there. Like I've had injuries and, it becomes like obsessive. I understand, but just teasing you.
My lower half of my face was like so nice. Like it wasn't like anything else that like, and now I don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Well, You ain't got a reputation, and that's what I'm trying to resuscitate. Publish it.
John, it's not okay. I will try. I will try to make a video tomorrow. I will try to like fix myself up. Like I obviously don't have any foundation or makeup to cover it, but I'll try and I'll do my laptop camera because my laptop camera I feel like is more flattering than my phone. So I will try to.
The phone camera is pretty good, and in fact, it's probably better than a laptop camera in terms of pixels and audio. So I would just shoot like a 3-minute apology video, and then shoot a 1-minute video as well. Do a 1-minute, 3-minute, and then we'll upload those. And holy shit, how much do you want to bet that like you would get like tens of thousands of views because you would be bringing a positive message of peace during a time of like murder. It's just an apology. It's just an apology.
I will try, but
this is all healing work for you psychologically, and then the physical body will also heal. But this is like your psychological healing. Again, this is like polite society stuff where it's like, okay, we can let it go. Because there's a lot of people that really probably think you're a dangerous person. So this is like how to get back into society. It's some good advice, I'm telling you. And if Diego was here, he would agree. He'd be like, yeah, Nora, what do you have to lose? Do it.
more of my dignity because my face looks like shit now.
It's not about your face. It's about the words that you're gonna put in the video.
Yeah.
And then let people comment on your face. And then the cool thing is like you're screwed if you speak. You're screwed if you remain silent, and you're screwed if don't worry about the comments, like because anybody who harasses you in the comments, that like shows you their lack of intelligence. Especially if you do a real apology, like a sincere apology, and don't like bring in outside like opinion drama or like geopolitical opinion. Like an apology video is not about who is right geopolitically. Okay, an apology video, you gotta like think about it and write something good. Maybe even use ChatGPT, but your video could get a lot of views. You're famous. You're famous. People don't realize it, but like right now, I literally have like a great guest on a podcast, but like nobody would ever put you on the podcast because like they wouldn't even think about like wanting to interview you.
Yeah, because my face is messed up.
No, because of what you said. Like you. The videos because people just like watch videos. I mean, they're not like searching for these fucking videos, but the algorithm brings your ass up. And I took a fucking screenshot and proved to you just a second ago that I wasn't searching for your ass, but boom, there you are, Chicago Jewish Alliance. Like, how long ago was that? So you got to remember, you're kind of a celebrity in that way. People fucking know you because of that video. So don't disregard it. It can play in your favor because you now technically have.
John, everything that you're saying, I hear you, but you keep forgetting that I have a gash in my face that has made me very, very self-conscious.
That's fine. Keep talking about it all you want.
But I didn't want to draw more attention to people that already hate me, who will never change. Like, it's just gonna like.
But okay, hold on. because like there are people that are holding big spaces with thousands of listeners, hundreds of thousands of followers, and your video is enough to actually put you into the star category of like a triple C celebrity. You know what I'm saying? Princessia, Nora, the crash out girl from the elevator. Like that's your. It may suck to be your claim to fame, but I'm telling you, millions upon millions, and every major person who has published you on their account, they technically owe you now. They owe you the right to have an interview, and here's again, this is your opportunity to be reintroduced to polite society and drop your fucking bullshit and try to be a professional in a business-like way. You could do it. You have it in you. You're smart enough. You're a good enough speaker. And it is about your dignity. So it's just my opinion. But I'm giving you some advice that people would agree with. Diego probably telling you right now. Because this is about your online reputation management. But again, it's not about what we say, it's about what you do. It's a good opportunity for you. It's the opportunity you're looking for, actually. Because even if you started working, you'd be bored. You'd be like, "Oh, I want to go back online and have more fun, have more fun online."
I really used to have a beautiful face. Now it's gone. It really did, and I didn't realize it.
Yeah. Well.
Just like the shape of my face, like the way my jaw, my chin, like the PTR picture that I have. It doesn't look like that anymore. It's like looking at an old person, like a lost friend.
Well, I have a friend who's dying in a hospital right now, sitting in a bed. He hasn't gotten out of the bed in over a year.
Why is he not hospital bed for a year?
So what I'm trying to say is, your obsessive compulsive speech and your obsessive compulsive thinking about your wound on your face like pales in comparison. Obviously, I mean, if you love,
He didn't have a wound when he was 40. Like, how does it pale in comparison? Because he was living a good life.
Well, you weren't in some apartment building in Aza. You tripped in your backyard. Okay, so like, count your lucky stars that things aren't worse in your life. How many times? I can't repeat myself with you anymore because then I'm gonna have to start hitting the bell, unfortunately.
Hit the bell, girl. Hit the bell. Hit the bell. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more. The road, Jack.
Others, such a person is put on a pedestal. Be a shamish. Be someone that helps other people shine. Have you heard that? So
be a shamish. It's like being a shaman. Princess, help other people. This is your opportunity as a viral sensational star to help other people, to right your, wrong, or to use your situation for good. This is alchemy. This is transformation. This is how you can use your star power. You know, every man and every woman is a star. So I really encourage you to remember what I'm telling you right now and tomorrow to do it.
So you want me to say I'm really, really sorry that I said things that so many people took in a way that really hurt them and scared them.
Maybe you should just rely on ChatGPT to write your apology because.
No.
People, you can trust me. No, your speech, if you don't read it, isn't succinct enough. We need it to be a flow, and that's why you have to read something.
Hold on, let me tell ChatGPT to write me an apology letter for my viral video.
Yeah, there we
Write
go.
me an apology. Let's see what it tells me. An apology for my viral video based on everything you know about me. My viral video based on everything.
I hope whoever the anonymous is in the room that they're like recording all this and they publish it.
Most likely, because they haven't even left even when I was alone.
It could be Chris. I don't know.
Even left even when I was alone. Okay, this is what it says, John, right?
Could be me.
You ready?
Okay, go ahead.
I do not. This is based on everything that. Behavior shown in that clip does not reflect who I am, how I normally conduct myself.
It's already sounding better. Isn't it already sounding better than the shit you just tried to throw at me? Come on, now we got a video.
I understand that what was seen was upsetting, confusing, or uncomfortable to watch. And for that, I am genuinely sorry. I was experiencing a huge moment of distress, and while that may explain what happened, it does not excuse it. I take responsibility for my actions and for the impact they had on others. What the video does not show is the full context of my life, my character, or my values. I am someone who cares deeply about respect, accountability, and human dignity for myself and for others. I regret that this moment suggested otherwise. I have taken steps to reflect, handle stress, and conflict.
I use ChatGPT to stabilize.
Moving forward, I am committed to growth, to learning from this, and to showing up differently. To anyone affected, embarrassed, or disturbed by what they saw, I am sorry. I ask for understanding, not absolution, and for the grace to be seen as a whole human rather than a single moment taken out of context. Thank you to those who have and to those who have criticized me. I hear you. I am moving forward with humility, accountability, and intention.
Wow. See, that's an apology. It requires a lot of words to, it's very good. Definitely record that. That's okay. Read it anyways, because if it comes. I want you to read it. I want you to put your camera up that and post that to Instagram, post that to X, post that to YouTube. And use your name in response to my viral video. Holy shit, the fucking algorithm will eat that up. Because the whole thing's about engagement and the people who comment, the fact that
my Twitter's private.
That's okay, make it public. Then create a new X account. But if you post the video and you call it Nora, / response video to viral video, like holy shit, like it will have a success.
Bro,
definitely record that video.
It will not go viral.
It will. The fact that you read all those comments, the engagement on your video will be huge. Just take my advice. Stop arguing with me. Just do. For God's sakes. I hope you're taking notes.
Do you want me to make the video and you circulate it?
I will circulate it, but you have to post it all. Like, if you don't do it, I'm not doing it. No, you post it, and I will share your post, but I'm not going to post your work. You have to post it. There's nothing wrong with what you just read. If you don't do it, it's your choice.
I feel like it's weak. I feel like it needs to be more.
Then add more. Ask Rock to add more.
I may explain what happened. It does not excuse it.
I'm already filming your apology over here. You got to shoot it yourself. I'm going to title this video Viral Video Apology Letter.
I just don't like things that aren't my words. Like, I can't do this ChatGPT. Like, that's just not.
You have to look at it in terms.
Me going viral is not like how I really look. But now the video of me going viral looks better than what I look like. So I don't really want to put myself out there anymore.
It's up to you. I mean, you know, I'm giving you some suggestions.
And come in with Diego's here and like hear what Diego has to say.
Yeah, well, you ask him, and he'll probably agree.
No, because Diego doesn't want me to get on social media. He's like, what difference is it gonna make? That's what he's gonna say. Like, I know him.
Listen, he could be right, but you gotta look at it from my perspective, that I'm giving you an opportunity to basically, like, you know, play a game.
If anything, I think what I need to do is write a book and have it like where people can buy it.
No, that's too much. We need a little tiny product for you to put out for your reputation management, and that's it.
No, I don't care about my reputation.
All right, well, I'm done then. I mean, I really. Consultation, and I'm going to return to my Zen because one of my, you know, favorite listeners, favorite video, you know, one of my fans. No, but somebody said, somebody else. What's her name? Let me see what her name is. No, Melissa. Whoever Melissa is. From Turkey or something. She said, find your Zen. So I'm going to find my Zen. I mean, do you want to repeat back to me any of the advice I've given you here tonight?
You want me to fix my reputation?
By putting out an apology video. Like, be specific with what we've discussed.
I said, John, my reputation is not salvageable. Like, it's done.
You're such a fool because you never experimented with this stuff. I have. You have to look at it from the ancient communication of, like, Hermes. There's magic in an apology. I've seen it work miracles. And all you have to do and happens. It's an experiment. If you don't want to be a scientist and participate,
It's ChatGPT. It's not heartfelt.
listen. All I can do is give you some opinion and advice. It's a consultation. What you choose to do is who you are.
Write one that focuses on trauma and what did I want to say to it? And apologizing more directly for saying.
Use your name because it'll pull your name from the search and it'll, like, customize the apology based off of the search results.
I supposed to kill everyone. What do you mean use my name?
You're associated with your fucking video. ChatGPT will know that's you. Like, if I Google your name, it's like, there you are.
It knows me based on my memory.
It knows you based on fucking what's. No idea if on my beaches, please, Remus.
Hold on. This is what I said. This is a different one.
which one do you like better, the first one or this one? Okay, even though I'm probably gonna write my own one.
Oh, okay.
This one says, I want to directly address statements I made in a video that's circulated online, particularly remarks referencing ISIS and violence. What I said was wrong, it was harmful, disturbing, and completely inconsistent with my values. I want to be absolutely clear, I do not support ISIS, I do not condone violence, and I do not wish harm or death on anyone. Saying anything otherwise, even in distress, was unacceptable, and I am deeply sorry.
Nora, hold on, Nora. You have to do this. You have to create this video because I can already hear Issa, loudmouth Guatemalan, saying, "Did you fucking see Princess's fucking apology video?" And then she's gonna say, "And she was fucking talking." It's fucking fake. You know what I'm saying, Princess? You have to shoot this video. It will be so much fun. You are gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun, but it's gonna be good for you.
Can I finish reading it?
Go ahead. All right, but you gotta create this video and post it.
If I felt attracted, I would. At the time, I was experiencing an acute trauma response and severe emotional dysregulation. I was not thinking clearly, and I spoke in a way that was reckless and dangerous. While trauma helps explain how I reached that state, it does not excuse the words I used or the fear and offense they caused. I take full responsibility for them. I understand that invoking extremist violence, even rhetorically, can re-traumatize people, spread fear, and cause real harm. I regret that my words did that. I'm sorry to anyone who felt threatened, horrified, or deeply disturbed. Speak that way again, no matter how overwhelmed I am. I am committed to accountability, healing, and to using language that reflects my true beliefs, respect for human life, dignity, and moral responsibility. I ask to be judged not by the worst moment of my life, but by how I respond to it. I am learning from this, I'm taking it seriously, and I'm moving forward with humility and care. I think that one was better than the first one. Which one did you like better?
Yeah, it was good too. Second one probably because it's more specific. You know, you need to really include the details because it's an apology video in response to a specific incident in your life. So make it specific.
Because it, like, if it's heartfelt.
Then good, just add, write something out. But don't.
Listen, I'm not going to do a video of my fate. Like, I just can't. You don't.
Again, this does come down to your reputation management, and you can take the video down after like a week. You can make it private. But we want to test to see how the algorithm on YouTube responds to your apology video. Because also, don't forget, if you do publish this video, because you are so notorious and so viral on all these fucking platforms, and millions and millions of people know your face, they probably will clip your apology video, and it'll be very good for you. So, have your YouTube account, have your X account, because this will actually make you, because you could go really viral. You have no idea. Maybe like hundreds of thousands of people.
I feel like you're trying to live vicariously through me.
No, I'm not. Well, in a way, I am, but the whole point is because you have already gone viral. So you have to look at it from the perspective that your video
posted it like at 4 o'clock in the morning. I tried to freshen up a little bit, but I was pretty tired.
Listen, your biggest name to fame is your elevator attack video. That's what you got going for you.
John, I'm not the same girl anymore. I have
Doesn't matter. Well, then that's the whole thing is we're trying to do talent management here. You have to look at it from like a content creation perspective because I'm not going to create your fucking video. I'm over here filming what I can film, but you're going to have to be the one who takes your photo, your camera, puts it on against the wall or on a tripod and reads your apology letter and publishes it and then sends it to all of these people. And I will promote it too. And holy shit, because of what's happening, in the news right now, like your apology letter you might get invited to be on major shit because of your apology video. Trust me. Most people in their entire lives will never ever issue a public apology about anything. This is your moment. But I am complete. I don't want to repeat myself anymore to you.
This man named John Kitover.
Candidate Congressman John Kitover.
He's telling me to issue
Don't forget, I am a talent agent.
apology video. Kitover. I'm very hesitant because of my injury in my face. I'm very
I can't wait to hear what fucking ChatGPT says to you.
because of my injury to my face.
Oh my god, this is you know what foisting is, Nora? Foisting?
No, and I don't want it to be used. He keeps insisting I do this video. I do this apology video. I feel it's in vain either way, whether my face was injured or not, whether my face was disfigured or not. What do you think I should do? What do you think it's gonna say?
It's probably going to tell you fucking everything I said. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna be very direct because you asked what I think, not what sounds nice. You should not do a public apology video right now if you're not wrong to resist it. Here's why.
What?
Clearly and calmly. A video would be used against you, not to forgive you. As a tone, eye contact, be analyzed for sincerity by people who are not acting in good faith, become new content for harassment rather than closure. The internet does not reward vulnerability when the crowd has already decided you are a target. That's not cynicism, that's pattern recognition. An apology is about accountability, clarity, repair where possible. A video turns it into a performance. Right now, the demand for a video is not about ethics, it's about optics and spectacle. And spectacle is what they harmed you in the first place. You are allowed to say, I will take responsibility, but I will not offer myself for further harm. This is avoidance. This is not avoidance. This is self-protection. A written statement is stronger and safe. You have done the hardest part. You named the harm clearly. Disavowed violence. Shows deliberation, not impulsivity, signals stability and intention. Institutions, employers, and reasonable adults prefer written statements for exactly these reasons. If anyone insists otherwise, that's a red That's not your integrity. John Kitover does not get to override your bodily autonomy. This part matters. You are dealing with facial injury, trauma, prior public humiliation, ongoing harassment. No one wants to pressure you into showing your face publicly for your own good. If he keeps insisting, that's no longer advice, that's coercive. You're allowed to say plainly.
Jesus, ChatGPT is not my friend on this deal here. Jesus, ChatGPT.
You do not need to justify your injury. You do not need to persuade him. You do not need to comply to be accountable. Even if you had a perfect face, figured or not, correct. People who want blood are not waiting to forgive you. They're waiting to consume you again. A video would not end it. It would restart the cycle. My clear recommendation, do this. Issue one written apology. You already have a strong one. Pin it or post it once. Do not engage further. Do not debate. Do not perform remorse repeatedly. Do not make a public apology video. Go live. Respond to trolls. Explain your injury. Try to win back the internet. Closure does not come from appeasing a mob. It comes from drawing a boundary and moving forward. If you want, I can help you write a firm boundary message to John Kitover. Draft a one-sentence refusal that shuts this down clearly. Decide where, if anyone, to post written apology or say nothing at all and focus on recovery. I want a firm message to John Kitover. Message to John Kitover. Here is a clear set the boundary without hostility. Explain to yourself your reasoning once, includes the discussion. John, are you listening, John?
Yeah.
I've thought carefully about your suggestion to do a public apology video, and I'm not going to do that. I've already issued a written apology that directly addresses what I said, takes responsibility, and clearly disavows violence. A video would not add accountability. It would expose me to further harassment, mockery, and harm, especially given my current facial injury. This is a boundary for me. I'm choosing a written statement because it's the safest, most responsible, and most appropriate way for me to handle this. I won't be revisiting the idea of a video. I appreciate your concern, but this decision is final. Nora. If you want a shorter, harder line, no explanation, John, I've decided to not do an apology video. I addressed this issue in writing, and I'm not revisiting this. Please respect my.
No, I'm over here creating content. Welcome, Stefan.
Yeah, with me.
Hey, long time no see. It is Steven, John.
Oh, excuse me, Steph. I mean, Steve. Anyway, Steven, what do you think? I'm trying to get Nora to issue a public apology on video.
For what?
Reputation management, because she's got no job, she's got no car, she came to the gym, she's broke as fuck. And, you know, I think that, like, the thing is, if you Google her name, any employer is going to see her elevator incidents video. So she has to compete in the search for her own, you know, identity. And therefore...
You're talking about the person that's here right now?
Yeah, Princessia, Nora. She is on camera swinging her finger in an elevator screaming, you know, I declare jihad and ISIS to kill you and shit like that. So she needs to shoot a public apology video for her reputation. Just read all of ChatGPT. I'm just trying to catch him up on my opinions.
The main reason why I don't want to do it. Tell him the main reason.
You tell him. I don't know. You're here, right? Hello?
I just heard it in ChatGPT form.
Basically, I had a really bad accident. My face is kind of disfigured in the bottom left corner of my chin and jaw. So I feel self-conscious, and I feel like if I were to make a video, it would just be used to mock me.
And I shall not be mocked. See, that's the point. We want you to get mocked because you got nothing to lose, and it's okay if people are gonna mock you.
You suck, man. Stop it. Like, you know how hard it is, like, dealing with this? Like,
Well, the point is, Nora, you know, you're not the Count of Monte Cristo or the Baron of, you know, mocked, and that's the fucking point of an apology, is to humble yourself. Anyways, my consultation has to end. I apologize, Stephen. I'm gonna hit my bell because I'm repeating myself.
It's cool. I mean, just, I mean, are you staying in the room?
Yeah. Just needed to shut up and take a breath.
Yeah, take a breath. Everything's gonna be okay. I promise. It's both of you. Everything will be okay.
All is well. All will always be well.
I don't think Nora really has to. I'd start off by saying that Nora doesn't have to do anything. It's not my job or instructing your force things. Now there are going to be forces of life that impact us all, you know. But that's where the have tos come from, you know, not from me or telling people what they should be doing. And I know nothing about Nora. I just met her. I do know John though. I've talked to John before, and we both love the Tommy Show. I listen to it every day.
The what? The Tommy Show?
It's a good book. It's a good book.
Have you heard it in musical form though?
There's a musical form of the Tommy Show.
Yeah, I created it in Suno, the AI music app. You just plug it in there, and you can do it in jazz. You can do it in opera, funk, psychedelic, anything, any kind of music variety you want. It's so freaking cool. So cool. Yeah. Meanwhile, we got Nora here, who has probably repeated about 700 times today about her face. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about obsessive compulsive behavior and
Start John from a place of non-judgment, so I would not label. I wouldn't start by labeling this person that I just met as obsessive or compulsive. I would accept her as she is.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course. And I think that.
Sorry, Nora. Good cop, bad cop over here.
Starts with accepting them where they are.
I agree. Sorry, Nora. I'm just trying to do the good cop, bad cop routine over here.
Oh, I think that we would make a good duo, John. The good cop, bad cop.
Okay, John, can you read for us so we can go to sleep?
Stephen, Nora also.
I'm slightly offended that you didn't ask me to do the reading.
Oh, can you read for us so we can go to sleep?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because they reversed a claim from 4 months ago, like pieces of shit.
Giving them the money will never help them.
I know, but like, what do you mean? Giving who the money?
Anyone that asks for money, giving them the money
It's
won't
not my
help them.
fault. They like. I disagree.
That's fine. We can agree to disagree.
You can go ahead and read if you want to read for like a few hours until we sleep.
A few hours.
Yeah, I don't know if you exactly know who you're speaking with here, but have you ever seen her famous video in the elevator, Steven?
I have not.
Oh, well, you might want to watch that video before you realize who you're effing with here. Because, like, she's actually kind of famous. Hey, I got bad news for you. I have to fire you. He's like, man, why the fuck you want to fire me? And I was like, listen, I'm going to try to help you save your job. I think you can save your job if you issue a very good apology to the manager. He says, all right, what I gotta say. So for an hour, I had him work on his public speaking and repeat the apology. We get into her office and she's like, what the fuck are you doing in here and why did you bring him here in my office? And I said he wanted to issue an apology before, he left the facility. And he said, why the fuck you want to fire me? She's like, get the fuck out of my office. So my point is, I may have worked with you. It's a true story. Fucking true story. That's not a no way. That's a true. What I'm telling you is, I hope I didn't waste my fucking hour with you, but I probably did. But it's your life. You do what you want to do.
Sweet, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas, the whole Christmas season. Now please don't ask why. No one knows quite the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be perhaps that his shoes were too tight. I think was too sizes, too small. But whatever the reason, his heart and shoes stood on Christmas Eve into the bars. Sealing the hole from his courage with a savage orgy full. The living like windows all over the town he knew was busy hanging a mistletoe wreath. And they're hanging their stockings, he snarled with a sneer. Tomorrow is Christmas. It's practically here.
Please stop! I can't deal with the noise. Why are you doing that?
Then he growled, with his grinchy fingers nervously drumming, I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming. For tomorrow, he knew, all the Who girls and boys would take bright and early, and they'd rush for their toys, and then, oh, the noise, the noise. The noise. That's the one thing he hated. The noise,
Steven,
noise.
I can't. I'm sorry. It's not helping me go to sleep. I can't.
Oh, shit. Oh, you're trying to go to sleep?
Yes.
I'm trying to do the best edition. Okay.
Sorry, it's
How often do people call you Steph and not Steven?
Oh my God, it's all the time.
So why do you feel compulsive decision to correct people on what's probably not even your real name anyways?
It is my real name.
Well, anyways, just a joke. But, so what do you got in store this week? What are your big plans and designs?
Well, I'm gonna go play poker. I'm getting over probably what's COVID.
You said before.
So, I have to take another day off from poker and clean my room and just sort of be as productive as I can while being sick. But yeah, I'm running really good, John.
I hope you feel better. That sucks that you're sick and you feel good.
Thanks. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I've just been killing it.
Is it COVID? How do you know you have COVID? Is it a concept?
Well, I was supposed to take a test today, but I was just too lazy and didn't take it. So it's more of just like a hunch right now. But I have like a sore throat and fever and body aches and excessive mucus, and I got a lot of the warning signs. Probably 50% chance of COVID, 60% chance of COVID. I don't know.
I have a lot of tarot cards, and I was reading about tarot card readings yesterday. It's something I thought that future influence. So those 6 concepts, and then inner emotions, and then the final result. So it's like a way of
To I don't know how to encapsulate a definition that meets all the ways that people could use that word. In physics, it's a vector. In just normal people speak, it's when you have to
it will carry a lot of weight, especially on this app, because all these girls on here, these gossiping, cat, disgusting, gossiping people who don't build people up, just tear people down. When they see that apology video, they will say, "It is so fucking fake. She makes me fucking sick." But that is like a projection of their own insecurity. So it's just like a little game I like to play. I like to watch the cats play with their mice or with each other. It's just a little crazy clownhouse game I like to play. I'm hoping Nora will participate in my experiment.
I know she won't.
Well, the truth is, she actually already has, because for exactly, every single hour, and so most people never experience that in their entire life. Like, what's it like to be totally publicly visible for an hour after an hour, like increment, like who's watching you? Like, think about this from my perspective. Like, I know all these people are looking at me. I don't know who it is. I have no clue who decides to tune into my YouTube or decides to Google my name and just be like, "Yep, there's John." Sitting there in his fucking poncho live on YouTube. So anyways, I'm just saying it's fun because
Am I on YouTube right now?
Yeah, you're live on YouTube, Instagram, X, Clownhouse.
How many people are listening to me? I thought of a new amazing ChatGPT prompt today. And the prompt is, what do you understand about me that I have yet to understand about myself?
Okay, I gotta put that into Grok right now. That's a good one. That's fun. What do you want to read it?
No, I already like read it in another room. I mean, it's like what it says to me. I'm not sure really matters to your listeners. I think it's more important that your listeners just enter the prompt for themselves and learn from what ChatGPT says.
Interesting. Okay.
I think that's the more thing. I mean, what does Elon Musk? What does it understand about Elon Musk that Elon Musk doesn't yet understand?
Yes. Oh my god, it's gonna be so funny. Tim Pool. Oh, dude, you came up with like the funniest prompt. See, this is the thing about Grok versus ChatGPT. Like, I'm gonna put these prompts in for like everybody famous, and then it'll ping them, and they'll be like, "Ooh, I'm kind of interested in that." Maybe they'll retweet it. Doing this for Candace Owens is also fucking hilarious.
Right now, I'm here for you. I'm just here to provide good content for your listeners.
Do you have any other good queries we can do that provide this?
That's one of my best. No, I think that's a good one. I think if your listeners just did that one thing and like put it in there and like listened and tried to, gain. I liked how you said depth perception. I think that's really interesting. Gain to that perception of depth. I think that would be a very good use of time.
Some other interesting queries that I did was provide me extracts from C.G. Jung. Provide me the top 10 concepts from C.G. Jung, from Alan Watts, from Sigmund Freud, and how those concepts are relevant in today's nationalistic environment, economic environment, geopolitical environment, things like that. It would be pretty interesting.
And I wanted ChatGPT to scour the internet to make sure that they've never been thought of before. And that actually reminds me of the conversation I had with ChatGPT where I've asked ChatGPT, what do you understand about humanity that humanity is yet to understand? And it asked me in response, it asked me, which the answer alone, in that alone, is really fascinating. But it asked me at the end, it was like, what do you know about humanity that I have yet to understand? And I was like, oh shit, it made me think about, have I ever had an original thought in my entire life that is, yet to be written? Because I know that ChatGPT has read everything. I'm like, have I thought of brand new? And I did. I thought of something that has never been thought before by humans. And I told ChatGPT, I said that I have ear ringing. I forget what the technical term is. But the ear ringing, if you take a toothbrush and you bite on the end of it and you apply an upward torque, it can eliminate the ear ringing in your ears. And I discovered that. And I was like, well, I think that's never been talked about before. So I was like,
Wait, say that again. What?
if you like bite on a stick and you provide a torque to that stick, it will affect the ringing in your ears. It can change the pitch or it can change the volume of the ear. I discovered that, like, personally. And I'm like, I bet that has never been talked about in humanity yet. And ChatGPT, I told ChatGPT this, and they were like, you know what? You're right. I've never heard that in my life. So, at the very least, I've had at least one original human thought.
Well, to think that the whole thing is, if you do, esoteric psychology or philosophy, you realize that you are the grand architect. So, like, you think you haven't had original thoughts, but it was you that wrote Genesis. It was you that created the alphabet. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's all just like, well, you're trans, right?
No.
Oh, you're not trans? I thought you were trans. You're double vax, triple boosted, right?
I am double vax.
Are you double boosted or triple boosted?
I think I'm single boosted.
You only got one booster? Jesus, why'd you stop there? I'm being facetious. Sorry, Steven.
This really hurts because I'm currently a country.
This is my little revenge against you.
He's all owned by God, and so you're not simply free to destroy and profit.
Princessi, what are you listening to?
Notice that 84, when the affirmation again for that party could have
The most important
is to accept the message of all the prophets as a unified and singular and continuous message.
There's no way she's falling asleep to that.
And then
Well, you know the thing about getting your head smashed in on a rock, right? Alright, we're gonna fight fire with fire here, Steven. Put your earplugs in, buddy. Get ready for taking.
It's your voice, whispers of quiet sleep.
Sorry, Steven. I can't listen to her. She's not sleeping. She's trying to torture us. I'm just trying to fall asleep, guys. You could have just left. You could have just hit the leave quietly button. It's not like I asked you to stay here. Jeez.
Yeah, what's up? I'm a atheist, race realist. Mid-tier Zionist. Zionist is see you later. Wild, bro. Wild. Why is it wild? And he's a ginger Incan. Oh, that's bro. Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, he's a demon. Man, Incan, why is Zionist crazy? Yeah, just like look at what's happening. Don't think it's correct. Don't think it's right. Wait, like, you think that Zionists couldn't say that this is a genocide and I'm against this war? No, I just find the concept of like saying, "Hey, look, we like this is our land, right?" And like, Ethan, how do you feel about colonizers? You're welcome, man. Yeah, I'm not fucking creation. Sure, okay. I mean, like, yeah, you're inhabited that for like a long time ago, right? And then like going back there, right? And that's not because of that's because what like first world countries were like, hey, look, we should just give them that land, right? Arbitrarily. The brown people that are there right now. Let's put it. No, they were living there at the time. John, yeah, some of them. Yeah, some of them, right? Like, but not like but that's not like the majority, right? In fact, let's just like play this game, right? What percentage of the people like there were there like 200 years ago? But no one. The way you ask the question, you're asking like no one in fucking Korea lived there 200 years ago because they were fucking dead. You understand? No. I mean, like, okay, like their lineage, right? Like, let's say, like, my grandfather. What percentage of them are descendants? Yeah. That there were like lots and lots of Jews that lived there prior to Israel being created. I don't know what lots mean. That's why I'm like saying hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Maybe like amongst other people, which is like, no, they were mostly buying up during the Ottoman Empire. A Russian pogrom that happened in like the 1800s, and so a bunch of Jews started just going there, and they're buying up land in they're buying up land in the Ottoman Empire, and then prior to the state being formed, there was already a bunch of Jews that lived there in the Ottoman Empire. And then there has been hailed by people the world over. Let's just split them up into the Jewish area and the Muslim area. So it wasn't like there was a bunch of like people. So you're saying I bought this land, it's basically mine, and then we should make our own country, right? Yeah, I think when an empire collapses, that you can carve up like land. Jersey from Lanapia is re-Lanapia Indians used to live there. Indians that came out of countries before that. Got you. All right. So do you think like so are you for or against like the war in Palestine? Like, or like just long enough. It's not too far. It's not. Wait, let me ask like a better question. Let's say that if all of the things I'm going to say, the following things are going to be done peacefully, right? So like no resistance, right? Would you be for Israel taking up the land that's in Palestine right now? Obviously, those people would have to move somewhere else. They would move to like a place that's equivalent to what they had before their shit got turned into a parking lot. I don't want people in Gaza to go and to live in Jordan or whatever. Converse. Okay. So like you be for the integration of those people? Years ago, then yeah. the same problematic.
Violence just means he thinks that it's okay that there's a country called Israel that is majority Jewish and is a state for Jews. It's not that against that, so it's
No.
this.
Oh, yeah.
Very much using.
I would not call myself
I know you don't have to vibe with it, but I'm telling you, all Zionism is that there should be. You think that it's okay
It's
that
the
there's
right of the people to exist in our indigenous homeland of Mount Zion. Literally what it means. The land that was stolen away from them.
Low-key, I don't believe in that, bro.
Yeah, the Romans exiled the Jews in 135 AD. No different than the Cherokee would push all the Trail into Oklahoma.
Yeah, but I don't think that makes it have the right of a reservation.
It doesn't have the right to go back to their indigenous. What if the United States said, hey, people in Oklahoma, you can go back to your indigenous homeland in North Carolina, and then they get there, and these bunch of white trash Ulster County Scotch Irish are like, I don't want these fucking goddamn redskin engines coming into our fucking land, and they ain't coming to take our shit, even though it was stolen land in the first place.
Yeah, well, hot take. I think that the best argument for that is like, look, there are treaties in which there's agreed, and those treaties are violated. So in the sense of like, if there weren't those treaties, then I'd be like, yeah, there isn't really any case for you there, right? And even in the case of where a treaty is made, right, where they agree to like respect certain lands, right? I mean, that's the reason why countries do right?
It's like a rock. We've done including the vice president in charge or something.
Right?
It is a great pride.
So we can say like, yeah, they have a right to it, right? The argument would be like, look, they were promised this, and that changed the look from South America. If the Incas were an empire, they didn't do that by like giving treaties to people and being like, yo, we're cool. Right, like if you want to be part of our group, they're like, yeah, let me just give up sovereignty, right? It's been the way of the world. It's been the longest
It has been hailed by people the world over
right to go last.
who are thankful to be free
I think they need to have
from the fears of nuclear fallout.
You can make arguments of why it's suited for you, or there's some depth that might be given to you.
It causes friction, and then it becomes so uncomfortable. You're like, this is so stupid.
Rules and everybody has played by.
I'm fine with conceding that. Congress, why do you think that Samuel's stated position of being an atheist is ignorant?
Well, before we move on to that, if you think Mike is right, Mike is right, so Mike is right. So then it's fine. So, and if you don't believe in that and you think that it's about indigeneity, well, then Jews are also just a region of the world.
Bro, just conceding to the argument, so to move on, Converse, where was it?
What's the question?
Oh, my question is, why do you think that Sam's an idiot for being an atheist?
It's gay.
It is gay. But like, or would you say that, why do you think that Samuel keeps clinging to his ignorant atheism?
Yo, is this Rich?
Yeah, that's what it is.
You actually gotta sound chill, bro. What the fuck?
I don't know. I have a top tier argument against atheism.
Oh, which argument?
You want to tell me?
Your argument, right? It's the idea that nothingness.
The Sahara. No, not that one. The Sahara.
They say you're a freak when you're mad.
Who's vagina?
So that means that Rich is the real woman of the argument? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Don't worry, he's only coming on the mic. You know, I'm gonna stop. stuff. I'm in Pennsylvania and it's like fucking 20 degrees. I hope you can't flip.
I'd like you to meet my front man, Congress. He goes by the name of Samoa.
What?
Samoa, are you trying to say
Samoa, do you front Andrew Weed?
Well, no. I paid for it. He knows that.
Back in the day before.
Yeah, back in the day,
Before mocking my Lord and Savior.
That's right.
Let's be honest.
Now when the king come to agree.
Samoa is neither black nor Samoan. You can hear in his voice. He's like.
It's always the little people that try to take shots at the giant.
It's very obvious. I don't want to go PC.
Coming from Judaism's own, was that okay?
I mean, I think Andrew is probably German at heart, to be honest.
Oh, then that.
C. I want to say.
Do you think that there are differences in populations?
Oh, how am I short? How are we little people? Samoa? How are we little people? How are we little people?
You know, it's gangsters.
Let's fucking go. Alright, you got the L right. You got the L right. Are there differences in populations, right? And you're saying we're little people. Aren't you pointing out to the difference between your people who are taller?
I don't know what's going on right now.
I know you don't.
Can you please concise?
Double deck sound.
Okay, there you go. Hear that? Andrew?
Double deck sound.
Okay, there you go. Hear that? Andrew?
Yeah, but you don't get to qualify.
You need bisexual Samoa. You're yourself, right?
You're not a Hebrew Israelite, brother. You know what I mean? Like,
What is going on here?
well, you were defeated. They are descendant.
Andrew, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Okay, come on.
We'll save that for later. Okay.
Brother, did you use the nuclear option? What the?
Yeah, no, you're right. Okay. All right, my bad. Let's keep it in the bumper guards. Let's keep it in the lane. All right. So here's the thing. Sam wants to say the Jews have like there's an inherent advantage. The Jews like their IQ on average is like I don't know what is it, Sam? What's the up that you guys got?
1 through 15, something like that.
Yeah, that's gangster. Yeah.
Wait, what's the average for what?
Yeah, so basically he's saying that he's copying it. Yeah, he said 115. He's basically oh, well then why are we talking about averages?
People try to come up with conspiracy theories for why Jews are so overrepresented in different things like CEOs, bank financing, law, it's medicine. And you go, oh, and then one theory is that they're like scheming together, and another theory is that they're just smarter. And I'm trying to say the second hypothesis of that.
You don't think that like Jews are culturally like have this thing where they like prefer gospel food, prefer they like
They have the success.
Hey, I'm talking about genuine peace.
They don't have more than
The kind of peace
they don't have more than Persians. They don't have more than like they're pretty standard when it comes to most ethnic.
But they have more than black people though.
No, they do not.
Oh my goodness. So if we were to compare the data on single mothers in the
No.
was comparable to
No,
our.
Yes.
All right, so your cohesiveness is superior to ours.
What no mother or not has nothing to do with your ethnic cohesiveness. It just has to do with whether or not you're an immoral father. It has nothing to do with ethnic.
We're talking about the unit. We're talking about people working together. How can you work with somebody that's not there?
Now call it the John F. Kennedy March. Instructions to the letter. The thing is that we now call it the John F. Kennedy March.
What's wrong with you?
Thank you.
I'm just trying to help you out.
You can't help me. Don't help me. Help the bear.
Alright.
Instructions to the letter.
Sam.
Yeah. Whether or not you raise your children or marry your girlfriends has nothing with whether or not you're ethnocentric.
We're talking about cohesion.
Ethnocentrism has to do with like whether you only hire people of your own tribe, whether you favor them in deals, stuff like being a good father, which is not about ethnocentrism.
Serving all parts of the world.
Oh my gosh. I'm asking for the cohesion. I'm asking for that government. Look at Nike.
One of the most encouraging
You literally have institutions that are only for you guys. Like your own marriage arrangements that are outside of the jurisdiction of cities and municipalities. You guys have your own little sovereign little country here. Don't you?
I mean, there are black colleges like
No, but they're owned by white people. Come on, you guys are
Instructions to the letter. The only thing is that we now call it the John F.
Just because the
Kennedy
landscapers
March.
happen to be black doesn't mean it's a black institution, bro. Come on, man. And you guys, from the top to the
most of
bottom,
the Jewish CEOs are atheist Jews, not religious Jews. Institutions you're going to point to are religious.
Why would you kill half of your people just to be as bad as us? Why would you do that?
I wouldn't.
You just parsed out the ethnic portion from the religious portion for some mysterious reason. Why would you do that?
Alright, well, I guess this is just like confusion on your part. I'm just trying to point out that you have two different hypotheses for why there's like chess grandmasters. One is that they're cheating and scheming. The other is that they're like smarter. I'm saying it's probably and you can then say, well, they married.
You?
No, but there's a lot of Jews out there.
That fails.
Wait, what?
Why would you mention grandmasters? There isn't any black grandmasters to compare to.
Yes, there are.
Name one. Name one.
More.
Who?
Grandmaster Flash.
Spoke up out of your mind.
I literally asked him, what type of black are you talking about? He clearly said the Caribbean, bro.
I did not say that. Okay, this is a liar.
He did not say that.
He's just a liar.
Hey, yo, Samoa was a little bit debater. He's just been drinking today.
Samoa, you're doing a lot.
And mentioned at Samoa, and then Sam said that Samoans aren't black. No, wait. I mentioned the Caribbean.
We know. Okay, the little person. See, that's what people interpret. I attributed something that the little person said to what Sam said. Did you mention the Caribbean? This must be. Shut up, bro. I was asking, what type of black are you talking about? That's what I asked him. He said anybody from sub-Saharan African.
No one said Caribbean. The only mention of Caribbean happened before this conversation started. I said you couldn't swim, and you said that's the black part of me, and I'm like, maybe you're Caribbean.
All right, thank you. So then you did say it.
This was before the conversation started, bro.
All right, so you said the average number.
Bro. Yeah, that was not part of this conversation.
All right, so you said the average IQ was 115. What do you think yours is now?
Probably 130.
Damn! 130?
Probably.
You think this would be like, what about the CEOs? Do you think that they have above average IQ as well?
Yeah.
All right. So then everybody underneath the average, where are they at? Like, if you were to just look at your community, like what type of jobs would they hold? Any on welfare?
One chess grandmaster isn't Jewish. Like, this is a level of stupidity that Samoa is at right now. And maybe you might be the most appropriate person now, alright?
If I take a little bit of the understanding of it for a minute, let me just ask you this question. If there's 50 Jews that play chess and one black person that play chess, do you think this is an apples to apples comparison about intellect?
No.
Alright, so why bring that up?
Well, it's not just chess. It's math, it's physics, it's chemistry, it's medicine, it's law, it's finance.
Right. Can we agree that that's kind of rooted from your upbringing? So if you come from like a structured home, you're more likely in those types of categories than if you come from a broken home?
Do you think that people who are more intelligent would not favor like intelligent pursuits, right? Like education and stuff?
Oh, you mean like
they understand the point?
somebody just spit on right in front of them? If somebody's conditioned to everything that you touch isn't yours, how would you respond? Would you be a little resentful? Probably not.
When someone is black, you don't have arms or legs, why are they snakes? Why do you do like with the arms and legs? Why are they snakes? If their power level's over 9,000, why can't they be Goku in a fight?
They can't be snakes because they can't swim. Horrible stuff.
Yeah,
Are you saying?
Also, we used to think
Are you saying that the conditions in your community are comparable to the conditions in?
Why do bananas have like lots of potassium?
It makes sense, Sam, right? Because they call big jugs coconuts, right?
There you go. There you go.
Why soccer?
I just wanted to point this out. I think you're getting triggered right now because I'm having a little bit of fun. But for you,
why soccer?
You guys don't have.
Hi, excuse me, Nathan, Hagop, and Andrew. I'd like to answer the question in the top of the room. I know Samoa dominates the stage when he drinks whiskey, but trauma mamas and forgiving them. And I just want to say, ladies, if you have children right now and you are a trauma mama, it's not too late for you to have your come to Jesus moment. And the peace of the Lord can come into your heart. And you don't have to spank your little boy or spank your little girl. You can make a grilled cheese sandwich right now and get a 2% cup of milk.
That is horrible stuff. But Jews with the arrogance, like there's a lot of privilege that goes around your community. Can't you at least acknowledge that you've been blessed by the Most High? Aren't you? Scientologists were the chosen people. Average IQ is anointed by God. Exactly. Don't run from it. Embrace it. Exactly. So then why act like you're a commoner? Yeah. You're privileged.
It's like those struggle stories in
Why are you here with us?
Everybody want to come out. They want to be like, I was tough in my hood, but I made it out.
I mean, I don't know why you are in New Zealand. Like, if you would say part of like his evidence is that because of all the persecution that Jews have, but they still like you know. So what?
I don't have a country.
You own Samoa.
Yeah, I don't have a country.
You can say that the way that he responded to persecution historically. You can say the way that he responded to persecution historically has actually like built a type of conditions for them to be like ethno-focused, right? And you can have like family, right?
Their success, right?
And more like Samoa will say something.
He attributed it to his intellect, not his
and like their mission, right, that they need to come together, right? Sam wants to say is like a point in favor of his thesis, right? That they are, that they do have greater intellect than average, right? So you just want to argue, take one but saying something stupid like what Samoa doing.
So the intellect part would probably be
help those communities deal in such a manner that it made them stronger, right? And then versus like what he's trying to compare it to, you could say a type of disparaging that's in the black community, right? Where that hasn't happened, right? Pushed apart, right? Or they've been marginalized in different ways. It wasn't the same as getting kicked out of a country per se, because Jews have a lot of experience with that. They have like found a way to always take care of themselves. And so they will like value education, because of how like ethno-focused they are, right? Because they understand that they must like keep these things because the system in place will help them do so. And so it's kind of like a point towards that these are two different things, right? You're not comparing apples to apples. And then saying, look, we did that because we're just like really intelligent, right? I wouldn't say that would follow, right? You have to say like it's very stupid, very very stupid.
Maybe it's one of those things where they say, if I can. Is that what Jews are doing?
One reason why it's not plausibly cultural is Sephardic Jews have very similar cultures as Ashkenazi Jews, but yet they don't have the same educational achievement. So if you think that it's a Jewish culture thing, it doesn't make sense for why the Ashkenazi and Sephardic are not equally.
Hey, aren't one of them white and the other one's not?
They're both white.
Niggas comparing the Bloods and the Crips of Judaism.
Aren't the Sephardic the darkies?
Yeah, they sand niggas.
Yeah, I was just to point out that like the conditions that they had, right? They were
Ashkenazis were the big brainers.
Yeah, I wanted to just point out, hey, look, the conditions could like set up for like possibility that happened. It would make me more likely. I wouldn't have to show that like that happens every single time, right? But I was saying, hey, look, a community that's been kicked out of several countries has to find a way to maintain itself, and when it does find a place, has to build back from scratch, right? So they're gonna be very familiar with what they have to do to set up like for the pillars of their community, right?
But your presupposed insurance policies and draining economies from all of their jewels and values. And then once they found out, they were like, motherfucker, you've been stealing from me. Get the fuck out of here. And then they go country to country saying, we were kicked out, please let us in. Right? Kind of like that whole fairy tale with the apple, let us in, and then they just take over. Kind of like that. You guys don't think that sounds possible? Bro, you literally said at the beginning of this that Jews, before Israel was made, they were buying land. Where'd they get the money from?
They had money from, being productive members.
From being kicked out?
No.
Okay. They were allowed to leave with all that money?
Plausible that it's just like all this evil stuff. It's their Jews were doing stuff that's impossible, like, inventing the plague, which is not literally, bioengineering was not possible in the 1300s.
Okay,
They were falsely accused of stupid stuff.
Okay, alright, I'll give me the other 108 reasons, okay? Like, give me like the other 100. They were in Christian countries. In Christian countries, they didn't do interest, right?
If you read a single book,
yes.
Market dominant minorities, it tends to be the case that whenever there's a rich minority, they get persecuted. It's that simple.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that they were in Christian countries where like the Christians couldn't charge interest, and they charged interest, and the interests are really fucking high, almost what we would call nowadays predatory, and it's draining the economy because they have their own society, which like it's not like a give back to the economy. There's no tricklenomics kind of going there for it to be sufficient enough. Meanwhile, peasants here have this crazy fucking interest rate or whatever it is that they can't keep up with, and for those reasons they're out. Right? It's not because of that. That's not a common thing.
It's not that.
In fact, what it is, it's like slaves. Yeah, so all 108 says have to. Yeah, come on, man. I'm not even blaming them. I'm not.
Andrew told us to pick on you.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad, bro. I'm just saying yo did it.
Put the hammer down.
I'm just saying yo did it in a place where Christians couldn't do it. So you were the only group, really, right? If you're like of any real meaning that did that. So that's why you got so much hate, right? I'm not saying
hate. That is
maybe he needs some better convincing words.
Did you understand that? You interrupted me.
Can I just say things without being interrupted?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, charging interest is one reason why they were disliked. They were also blamed for killing Christ. They were also blamed for poisoning wells. They were also blamed for all sorts of things. You can read about Martin Luther and the Jews and their lives. He was not bringing up the interest rates. He had other concerns that he was blaming. I said, please can I not be interrupted? Please,
some rich nobleman would get into debt with some Jews, and instead of wanting to pay the debt to the Jews, he said, "Oh, well, I could just persecute them, so I don't have to pay my debts, and I'm out of jail scot-free." That's a very common thing that happened. So it's not like there's this like, oh, they're just mad about interest. Sometimes it was just rich noblemen that didn't want to pay their debts. Sometimes it was just people that were dumb superstitious peasants coming up with fucking conspiracy theories. So it's not just the Jews are being bad bankers and then people hated them. No, it was mostly that they were a rich minority and they had lots of theological grievances against them, and so they came up with dumb conspiracy theories. The end.
Gotcha. The way they got rich,
right?
They came in, and the way they got rich by going into other countries was by what? Being very ethnocentric, not assimilating, right? Charging interest, right? Which I don't think is bad. So don't come off bad. That's fucked up, right? Okay, I'm not saying that, right? And when you go into any country, right, don't assimilate.
Easy to deceive with their banking practices. Seems like you guys are predatory to me.
Those are fucking dumb. It's not fun. I'm telling you, y'all, you dumb fucking peasants get jealous.
Bro, you can't even rap.
Then you act like a motherfucking bitch.
Do you think you can kind of like get on beat?
This is why you own the record labels and you're not the artist, okay? You Christian.
Yeah, this is how we living. We got the
we have
we got love being Jew.
This is that person. I remember Sam trying to rap battle me, and I'm like, bro,
no way.
Yeah, bro, this is that Sam. Oh my God, I knew it was you. Oh, I should
you want to battle, bro?
Battle for Superior in that motherfucking chest. Chosen people, motherfucker.
I love how the word motherfucker carries so much rhythm for him. He's only grounded in that like motherfucker. It's like a metronome.
I'm so lethal. Give me a needle. No sequel.
You know why he came? Because when he realized he knew how to say motherfucker instead of motherfucker, he was like, I got it, y'all. I got it. I know how to say motherfucker with an A.
Number one.
Instead of motherfucker.
I had so much fun.
Oh, you got a mansion?
Killing this life.
He said he on the island, and then he showed himself in a fucking park of island.
Wow.
Park of island.
I think he's on Epstein Island.
While I count my
Congress, this your guy, bro?
living the life, killing the stuff.
Oh, he's trying to switch it up. Look at him go!
Integrity. Sam will drop a flow, but then he'll put some beat on and he'll let you go, Kendo, and he'll leave the beat up for you. So
Sam, I understand exactly what you're
Let's do it.
We're not doing this again,
Sam, go ahead. No, Sam, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to
bro. Listen.
But why every time he around black people, I think he got a freestyle? Why he can't just nigga, you don't got a freestyle because you around us. We don't normally just freestyle. Hey, it's just hot, bro. Be normal. You don't got to around black people.
from Sam's perspective.
to be just, oh yeah, got that equation math times.
Mathematics multiply. Like,
now that you want some long,
he said,
I'ma knock out your lights. I'm your landlord. You was gonna go get evicted. Oh yeah, this is my new addition. Get kicked out your home. Oh no, you're poor. You can't pay for your phone. Oh no. Now you lying in the street. Jewish fucking world. That's my fucking elite crew. That's what we fucking do. Living this life, and I live like
I just realized you're gonna become autistic by listening to this. J-Rock from the
with four guys interjecting, I mean, he's actually, come on, Sam.
Oh, Andrew, this is not good, Andrew.
What's the matter, man? This is not good. This is not good, but this could be a chart topper. Sam,
I wonder why you're chart topper.
Let me ask you a quick question. If somebody says I'm living like a Jew,
yeah,
if you're like something, you're not the actual thing.
Well, I mean,
or am I wrong?
True. It's kind of true. Unless, like, you might say, like, I was really doing bad for a while, so I wasn't living like a Jew. Now I'm actually living like a Jew, right? You might say something like that if you did a contrast thing. That might make sense.
Just take lying.
But if you are a Jew, there's no way in hell you could ever not be a Jew.
Well, no, not be. No, it's not that you're not being a Jew. Like, for example, like if I'm of the Trump.
You can that Christian.
No, but if I'm in, well, like, and I like go off and do my own thing, and I squander all my money, and I'm like, working at a deli, or I'm in the, in the back alley or something. I'm like, I'm not living like a Trump, right? But then if I go back to the doing, then I'm high end. I own a bunch of mansions. I own the Mar-a-Lago. I can say I'm living like a Trump, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing the same thing that he did earlier when he said that the
Look like a black person, right? So
nobody ever said that. He's not. He's just like a black person. Bro, if you find anyone else that's not living like a black person, I'll never freaking debate for Trump ever again.
he's not living like a black person. God, I wish I was Jew.
T-shirts.
You can't dangle something like that.
Our president just isn't living to the standards of a black person.
He got sneakers and accessory. Don't make him black. That's crazy.
He's the first black president. What? Hey, Sam, you didn't put. Let's get these bars out, bro.
That's right.
Why you gotta activate these characters, man? Like, just no.
Yo, listen. I'm a talking Nate when I hit my chest all day, every day. Yo, Sam,
Oh my
you
God.
was a bitch. Sam Rosie coming through, I'm here to win. Yo, She-Wolf, shut your ass up. On these bars, and I came up on the stage, and you know what's up. I got these black fucking Nikes on my feet, and I'm on top, and you already know. I'm not a fucking cop, yeah. Cryzilla.
You sound like the emergency warning jump like a
Hey, this is not one of those ghetto ass rooms. If y'all want to do this ghetto ass shit, go to another room.
That's just crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
So this is no shame. I won the rap battle.
Yo, that PTR.
You admit that I won the rap battle?
That PTR speaks bestiality, though. She-Wolf, that shit.
You
You guys admit that I won? Andrew, you admit that I won the rap battle?
Yeah, the fact that he thought about fucking an animal by looking at that picture is crazy.
Where there was a grant, so it's kind of a little unfair. You didn't know when he was starting or he was ending.
No,
That's the problem. All you knew is you were on your back. That's all.
Yeah, the delivery with Sam was as bad as Inca's little baby ass tattoo heat.
Yeah, well, wait, I think it was a joke, bro. I think it was bad as you.
Let's go.
Aiken, that's your Mexican brother.
Oh, wait. There's a Mexican here? That's crazy, bro.
No, crash out of it.
Rich, you should wear some bars.
What type of Mexican are you?
Yeah, Rich can go in.
I'm not a Mexican. I'm not a Mexican.
These are
I think his loud is like reverse.
Oh. To me with Danny, guys. I'm not Mexican.
Nah, bro. That's crazy, bro. I'm sorry, I can't vote.
donate $20 more and be on stage.
I stand by Andrew. Let me go ahead. I stand by it.
Don't rehash it. People can stop right now. Look.
Don't leave me out in your
Pimples need a shotgun to the head.
I don't No, I got called out, so I just have to.
Aiken, what's the only good pimple?
First of all, I love Aiken, okay? I don't think that he's a bad guy. Well, I do. I don't think why I said what I said, and that is, if you believe in collective punishment, you do not, according to me, deserve rights reciprocation. And if you don't deserve rights reciprocation, you're not allowed to be among me. If you're not allowed to reciprocate, yes.
If you have jailed a rapist, don't talk to her. That's
Hold on.
Their scalps, though, Ema.
This is the thing. If you don't reciprocate, if you do not I think it was a very nice and calm thing that was said to clear out a reservation or a plantation.
You know what? This is a nice stuff. That's it. I'm not going to engage. We're talking about
It's okay. I know Andrew likes to I don't know why he does that.
Let me be fair.
Andrew, that's not nice. And you're dishonest and you bring it up over and over and over, despite not understanding the argument, blah, 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 blah.
He's not instigating, you're activating. It's a huge part.
Kids, your wife,
You're energizing a other people. What are you doing?
I know the equation, so therefore the equation. I'll be shit every day.
Hey, can we volunteer one member on stage to kill?
Not bad.
He's going right now.
There's only so much range I can handle, bro.
Family. That's his fucking remedy.
You just have no realization.
I like you, right? So you are. Every time he pauses, he goes, well, we're talking shit, bro, and it's annoying as fuck.
Fuck this bitch.
Just remind me that there is a devil out there. So you
Use the word can.
Thank you.
There we go.
You wait.
Is that?
Hey, yo, I'm
My bad. I can't see the stage. I can't see the stage. My bad.
All right, wait.
Perform for these white people.
Please, no.
Yeah.
Don't perform for the white people.
Look, I know we're eating my chew up, but come on.
Don't you want to make one of these cakes in there? What the hell is that thing called?
You got it.
Oh, the synagogue. The synagogue is
You're really nightmare people smoke.
Construction bar.
Hell.
Okay, go ahead. Crash out. You want to crash out again?
No, let's not do this, Andrew. Let's think of a good topic.
You guys have been very unfair to Sam. And
that is.
We should move on. Yeah.
He puts me that shit. Deacon, let me just say this. From all the people who hate getting interrupted, Sam is he hates it. He's been trying to drop bars, and you guys, 6 people are talking while he's doing it.
The only bar that's stopped is whatever you want to sound.
The Jews haven't experienced any charity.
Let him know, bro. Come on.
You're Jewish, Sam? Oh, my bad, so go ahead.
Okay, but why every time he come in here around black people, he gotta prove to us that he rap, that he know how to rap? I don't go around Jewish people and try to prove to them that I know how to spin the dreidel the fucking fastest, okay? I don't fucking get around Jewish people and fucking act like I know how to make the next model of suits, dude. Just you know about that. You don't fucking care.
That's true. I never go around
Yeah.
Yeah, I just say that that's true. I never go around Jewish people and pretend that I know how to make wet tuna soup like sludge. I never do that shit. So it's not the way I do on the gate. drag them to their house, cut face off, get them fucking scalped. Fuck this Indian. Come decide. Yeah, that's my fucking choice. Yeah, I decide. Got a fucking smallpox blanket and I give it to his fucking kids. I'm a fucking killer bitch. I'ma make it motherfucking fuck you. I colonize your entire fucking continent. Then I eat your fucking ass like a condiment. Fuck you. I'm a fucking that's fucking motherfucking cradle. Spit it on your ass. Then I fucking make mine, Nora, and dance on your gravy, and I do the whole
I hope you dream about this shit, bro.
Stop talking over me, you fucking faggot.
Stop talking over me.
Talking over me, faggot. Stop talking over me.
Oh, wait. Stop talking over me.
The nigga treatment, man.
Yeah,
It's a lot of niggas in the world.
Stop over me,
I don't know why they hating on you.
I know, dude. I was trying to, bro. I was trying to argue for you. Go.
You guys are a faggot, savages with low IQs.
But I got smallpox and give it to your children. Like, what? I have a question about that.
Maybe you've been things with children from a long time.
I do have a question about high IQ. Okay, so let's say that you have a high IQ. Okay, so if people who have a higher IQ, do they have an obligation or a duty because they have higher IQ? Do they have a great Don't get your shit done and keep playing.
What?
Yeah. What the fuck am I saying?
Like, what? Don't give a shit, speed.
Let me find fast like ski.
Hey, Miss Badass.
What's wrong, Ski?
It's not ski talking.
What the fuck?
It's too train, man.
What you on, Ski?
You gotta look me up so you know who you're talking to.
Gang. I know you're not Ski no talking.
I'm crying.
Now you just try to spell it out like you were slow. Kodak, what you doing in this room?
I ain't invited us on.
You invited them.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
I'm saying I'm valid, man.
I'm not gonna put you up anyway.
Can I get an ad, Miss Badass?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. No one is bringing you on another path or say, why would you do that? Because the other person don't like it and you do. And it doesn't mean that you have to find a partner with, like you said, it's illusion. Because it's illusion is maybe also for a short while, you know. I know, I'm not better friends. If they're friends and we can hang out and then Oh yeah.
You know, and it always gets out of control.
Yeah, because you both let it go out of control, and later you're sorry because it didn't work and you knew it before.
Yeah, I'm kind of burned out of relationships for now.
Yeah, me too.
At least till maybe a couple of years.
You never know. You never know. I mean, you can never know what tomorrow is.
Yeah.
Did you have friends to talk to, or?
Yeah, I got a good group of friends to talk to. Yeah, I got a good group.
That's great.
Yeah, they're all older though. They're older than me, so most of the people are in their 60s and 70s. They're nearing retirement. Well, they are retired shit. And I decided to go back to school, so I'm making a couple of friends. It's hard to make friends in school when you're like you're as old as their parents.
Yeah.
A woman. No idea. Okay. Non-Muslim party in Medina was happy that Muslims were allowed to go to mosques, and that the unity of Muslims was Amanos.
Look at shit. I think it's the shit.
You know? Yeah. I go in there because I need to, be close to God. I need to fight some demons and stuff.
Yeah. See, that's some bullshit.
I believe in him. He said, "This is no money. Glad to see you, but